Chapter 1 This world should be destroyed. Ah, please, don't come in my mouth, it's very smelly and fishy, don't do it.
A sharp female scream woke Li Ming, who was dozing on the bench. Li Ming opened his tired eyes with difficulty. Squeak! A fat kid about 7 years old was holding a water gun and spraying it at Li Ming's face.
Li Ming licked the corner of his mouth subconsciously. Water?
What a sweet source of water, not fishy or smelly at all.
The naughty kid looked at Li Ming in amazement as he kept pushing the water off his face into his mouth and drinking it. Mom, this brother is crazy. He swallowed the juice I ejaculated.
The woman who had just screamed quickly grabbed the fat man holding the water gun. Oh, I told you not to ejaculate everywhere.
What if you ejaculate on a lunatic?
After saying that, the woman glanced at Li Ming with disdain, then quickly left with the naughty kid.
Li Ming woke up and looked at the surrounding environment. At dusk in summer, white clouds float in the sky and the setting sun shines dappled light on the earth. The people around are strolling leisurely in the park. People are coming and going, and it seems peaceful and comfortable. Everyone has happy smiles on their faces. Blue sky? White clouds? Sunset? Pedestrians?
Li Ming took out his mobile phone and looked at it.
It was now July 8, 2034. Ha 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 ha.
There were exactly 10 days left before that horrific bloody rain. Li Ming covered his forehead and laughed wildly, not minding the disgusted looks from passers-by around him.
I was actually reborn before the end of the world. I was reborn from an icy world full of zombies. Ding, a playful voice came from Li Ming's mind. System, hey, host. Here I come again.
Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the creation of the Doomsday Women's Army, infinitely double the supply system again.
Doomsday Women's Army Double System. Invite beautiful women who meet the system requirements to voluntarily join the Women's Army.
For every additional member of the Women's Army, the host can double their physical attributes, double their space and supplies, and receive random rewards. The beauty rating includes age, appearance, figure, and combat power.
Host's initial portable space, 1,000 cubic meters.
All time in this space is still, and no living things can be stored.
Host's initial attributes. Constitution, 5. Power, 8. Speed, 7. Agility, 6. Spirit, 6. Oops. How come this useless system was reborn with me?
In his previous life, after struggling in the apocalypse for a month, Li Ming finally awakened this useless system.
However, there is a use. The most beautiful woman? In the end times, you want me to find the most beautiful woman who meets the system requirements? What a joke.
When the bloody rain fell, it polluted all the water sources on the blue planet and turned more than 50% of the humans on the blue planet into zombies overnight. To make matters worse, as zombies surrounded the city, the temperature of the entire blue planet dropped sharply, from over 30 degrees Celsius to minus 50 degrees Celsius.
The temperature dropped by 80 degrees overnight.
Under the double blow, in just 1 month, less than 10% of the population of Blue Star survived, or possibly even less. In this case, where can you let me find the most beautiful woman with an overall score of more than 80 points? Even if there was, Li Ming had no resources or power at that time, so why would a beautiful woman follow you? But now that this system has been reborn with me, things are different. There is plenty of time to stockpile enough supplies before the end of the world.
Hee hee. When the end of the world comes, won't the most beautiful women be easy to get?
In the end times, a bottle of mineral water and a packet of instant noodles are enough to exchange for a life. Such a small and beautiful lady, it's easy to control her.
Ding.
It was detected that the host had recruited members with their own will.
Subject, Luo Zijuan. Age, currently 24. Appearance, 80 points. Body, 80 points. Force value, 5. Overall score 80 points. After system testing, it barely meets the standards. The host's physical attributes are doubled, and the space capacity and space supplies are doubled. Since it barely passes, no random rewards will be provided. The current host's physical attributes have doubled, the space capacity has doubled, and the space supplies have doubled. Host's portable space, 2,000 cubic meters. There are no supplies in the original space. The space supplies are 0. Constitution, 10. Strength, 16. Speed, 14. Agility, 12. Spirit, 12. Here it comes.
In my previous life, my physical attributes were doubled because the system detected that I had taken in my ex-girlfriend Luo Zijuan. After his physical attributes doubled, Li Ming's speed and strength were much stronger than other ordinary people. That's why he was able to survive the zombie world and even become a little famous. Unfortunately, he was eventually tricked by his ex-girlfriend Luo Zijuan into her residence and drugged. She eventually died tragically at the hands of Luo Zijuan and her boyfriend Guan Feng. Eat meat and drink blood. Thinking of this, Li Ming gritted his teeth and said, "You too, I will make sure you pay me back for this. The most important thing at the moment is to stockpile supplies as quickly as possible." Ding. System? Not really. The cell phone in Li Ming's pocket rang. Shanghai Development Bank, dear Mr. Li Ming, your credit card with the last number XXXX has been overdue for 12 months. Please repay the principal of 1 million yuan as soon as possible, and pay interest of 268,747.26 yuan and late payment fee of 1,225,420 yuan. We remind you again, if you continue to be overdue, the relevant creditor will upload your overdue repayment information to the credit bureau and file a lawsuit against you. If you have any questions, please call XXXXXX. Hiss. Li Ming took a deep breath. Damn it, it's been overdue for 12 months, the late payment fees and interest have exceeded the principal, and I'm going to pay you back. Ding. Beijing Development Bank. Ding. Huaguo Bank. Ding. When he looked at the missed calls, there were hundreds of them. Li Ming knew without even looking that these were all bullshit debt collection calls. That's right, Li Ming is just a debtor whose credit record is so bad that he will never be able to turn things around in his lifetime. After Li Ming was cheated out of 10,000 yuan by those unscrupulous overdue law firms, his WeChat wallet function was still retained and he can continue to use it. Looking at these debt collection text messages, Li Ming opened his WeChat balance and saw the balance, 0.32 yuan. Hiss. Li Ming closed his eyes and took a deep breath again, then looked up and said helplessly, "Sure enough, this world should be destroyed." Chapter 2 Stewardess Huafian. Ring ring ring. Li Ming's other cell phone rang. In order not to affect his work, Li Ming opened a phone number using his friend's name. "Hello, are you the courier from Nadutong Express?" A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Only then did Li Ming remember his other identity, a courier for the Nadutong Express Company. In order to get through these difficult days, Li Ming could only participate in one of the triathlons, delivering express parcels. "I am. What can I do for you?" "I have a package at your company. Could you please deliver it to me now?" "I have something urgent to do and need to leave Tianhai City today." "Sorry to bother you." Li Ming recalled that he had also received this call in his previous life. Memories of the previous life gradually appeared in my mind. Because today, his unscrupulous manager once again deducted his salary for all kinds of unwarranted reasons. As a result, Li Ming slammed the door and walked out in anger, and came to the park to sit quietly and calm down. In his previous life, when he received this call, Li Ming was furious and replied directly to the customer. "I'll give it to you, Nima." Naturally, the client complained about Li Ming to the company, causing Li Ming's manager to find a more sufficient reason to withhold all of Li Ming's wages. Because of this incident, Li Ming had a fight with his manager Wang Tao and lost his job as a courier. When the end of the world came, he was already penniless, and there was not even a single thing to eat or drink in his rental house. Having experienced the devastation and baptism of the end of the world, Li Ming does not feel much anger now. But he must get back every penny of his salary. Mosquito meat is also meat, it's a waste not to eat it. What's more, in peacetime, it is difficult to move forward without money. Li Ming replied on the phone, "Please wait, I will send it to you right away." Li Ming then returned to Dutong's storage center and found the express delivery for the owner of Binjiang No. 1. Wow, that's a huge box, weighing 50 kilograms. If it were the previous Li Ming, he would definitely be exhausted. But after his physical attributes doubled, Li Ming easily lifted the 50-pound box with one hand. Seeing Li Ming being so aggressive, other couriers from Nadutong couldn't help but sigh. "Li Ming, have you taken your medicine today? Even if you have taken it, take it easy. Don't let yourself become dispirited when you are doing your work tonight." Withered? "I worked for 3 days and 3 nights without a break." After saying that, Li Ming carried the huge box and headed towards Binjiang No. 1. Arriving at room 2202, building 7, which was written on the delivery note, Li Ming rang the doorbell. After a while, a beautiful woman in home suspenders opened the door. Seeing the beauty in front of him, Li Ming was stunned. His blood rushed to his head and he almost had a nosebleed. The angelic face, fair and rosy skin, tall figure, and curvy body are fully revealed under the soft suspender skirt. The long wavy hair is draped over her shoulders, exuding the exquisite and charming aura of beauty.
A blue system interface suddenly appeared above Huofian's head. Name, Huofian. Occupation, stewardess. Appearance, 95 points. Age, 24. Body, 95 points. Force value, 6. Overall score, 95 points. Wow, a super beauty with a score of 95. Li Ming couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. In his previous life, Li Ming had awakened the system for 2 months, but he had never met a top-notch beauty. I didn't expect to discover this rare animal just after I was reborn. But now it's too late to go up to someone and say, "Beautiful girl, would you like to be with me?" I guess the beautiful woman in front of me immediately gave me a slap in the face and called the police right away. It is rare to find a beauty of this level who can still retain her beauty at this age. But at this time, Li Ming didn't dare to think too much. He was a debtor delivering couriers, and he estimated that people would not even look at him. However, it is quite pleasing to the eyes. The beautiful woman was obviously talking on the phone with someone. After she opened the door, she waved at Li Ming inside, indicating that Li Ming should help her move the heavy box into the house. Li Ming immediately understood what the beauty meant and moved the big box in. After the big box was moved into the living room, a huge husky ran out of the room and looked at Li Ming with wide eyes. It did not have the dignity of a large pet at all, but instead looked a little silly and cute, commonly known as air. Li Ming quickly took out the express delivery slip and asked the beautiful woman to sign for it. However, the beautiful woman was talking on the phone all the time, and the silly-looking husky was following Huofian closely. "Xiao Mei, please help me. Our little Ha is very well behaved. You just need to feed him dog food on time." "Oh, it's not that I have no other options. I really don't want to trouble you. The airline asked me to fly for half a month straight. I guess I won't be able to go home during this half a month. The aunt who usually helps me take care of Xiaoha happened to have something to do these days and can't take care of Xiaoha anymore." Yes, just half a month. Thank you so much, Xiaomei. I love you the most. Okay, I'll send Xiaoha and his things to your house later." Away from home for half a month? The end of the world is coming in 10 days. This means that the beauty in front of me will never be able to return to this house again. What a pity. So, this house will become ownerless? Thinking of this, Li Ming's eyes lit up and he came up with an idea. He looked around. The house was about 140 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The decoration is novel and fashionable, and most importantly, the living facilities and equipment here are complete. Especially the fireplace on the wall, which is specially prepared to deal with severe cold. Although he didn't know that in South China, the coldest winter temperature is only around -10 degrees Celsius. Why would this beautiful lady install such a fireplace in her home? Maybe it's just for decoration. Binjiang No. 1 is one of the few high-end real estate projects in Tianhai City. Most of the apartments are large flats ranging from 140 to 300 square meters. Huofian's 140 square meter apartment is already the smallest in the community. Since the apartments are all large, the population density is much smaller than those in economical communities. Those who have experienced the end of the world know that the lower the population density, the fewer zombies there will be. And there is a more important reason. Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan currently live in this community. As long as I can live here, I can take care of them more in the future. The more Li Ming looked at this house, the more he liked it. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "This is simply my dream house. It's empty anyway, so I might as well give it to me at a lower price." Huofian threw the key onto the pure white tempered glass coffee table. Chapter 3 My money, not a penny less. While Huofian was concentrating on talking on the phone with her best friend Xiaomei, Li Ming pretended to fill out the courier receipt form on the coffee table. He instantly put the key string with a small stuffed doll tied to it into his own space. After Huofian hung up the phone with her best friend Xiaomei, she turned her attention to Li Ming. Only then did she realize that Li Ming's eyes were wandering around the house, with a hint of greed and sneakiness, which made Huofian immediately alert. "What are you looking at?" Hearing Huofian's voice, Li Ming and YY immediately came back to his senses and raised the receipt in his hand. "What are you looking at?" Beautiful lady, I'm waiting for you to sign for it. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Huofian immediately took the receipt from Li Ming and signed her name on it. You can go now. Li Ming took the receipt and said, let's go, let's go. Who wants to stay here? Li Ming was about to turn around and leave. Huofian glanced at the coffee table. Wait, where are my keys? Li Ming pretended to be confused. How do I know where your keys are? Huofian pointed at the tempered glass coffee table. I clearly placed it here on the coffee table when I came back just now. No one else has been here except you. I have the right to doubt you. Li Ming opened his hands and turned around in front of Huofian. It is the hot July now, and Li Ming is dressed very coolly, wearing a work t-shirt with Nadutong printed on it and a pair of black trousers. There are only 2 pockets on his body to hide things. Li Ming grinned and said, beautiful lady, I only have these few clothes. I don't mind you searching me. Of course, it's only for you. Huofian's cheeks flushed red, and she wanted to go forward and touch Li Ming's trouser pocket. When she reached out her hand, she suddenly felt that it was a bit inappropriate, and pointed at Li Ming's trouser pocket with puffed cheeks and said, I want to see your trouser pocket. Li Ming said jokingly, then I'll take it off so you can search it yourself? Huofian was so angry at Li Ming's hooligan behavior that her face turned redder and she said in a high-pitched voice, don't take it off. Just turn it over so I can take a look. Li Ming followed Huofian's instructions and put only 2 mobile phones and the express delivery slip in his 2 trouser pockets. Afraid that Huofian wouldn't believe him, he deliberately shook his trouser legs and jumped up and down a few times. Huofian's keys were strung together in several strings, and whenever they were moved like Li Ming's, they would definitely make a sound. There was also a small plush doll on the key, which definitely couldn't be hidden in Li Ming's pants. Huofian could only blush and say to Li Ming awkwardly, I'm sorry, maybe I remembered it wrong. When Li Ming left Binjiang No. 1, the sky had already darkened. Li Ming took a breath when he remembered that his WeChat balance was only a pitiful 0.32 yuan. I have to go find that department manager who took advantage of me and ask for my salary back. China's e-commerce industry is extremely developed, and the daily express delivery volume is almost full. Although it was already dark, the Nadutong Express delivery point where Li Ming worked was still very busy, with staff coming and going and working at a very fast pace. Bang! Li Ming kicked open the office door of Wang Tao, the department manager in charge of him. Department manager Wang Tao, who was fooling around with finance person Oh Hong in the office, was startled and immediately hid under the desk. He thought it was Oh Hong's husband who came to catch her cheating. Li Ming put his hands in his pockets. Don't hide, it's me. Look at you, you are so useless, and you dare to cheat with others. Wang Tao stealthily poked his head out from under the desk, and confirmed that the person who kicked the door in was indeed Li Ming, then he boldly crawled out from under the desk. Oh Hong, the finance officer, who was also frightened by Li Ming and turned pale, quickly straightened his clothes, glared at Wang Tao, and walked out of Wang Tao's office. Wang Tao instantly flew into a rage and slammed his head on his desk. You scared me, Li Ming, you don't want to do this anymore. Wang Tao's voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of all the people at the delivery point. Most of them stopped what they were doing and gathered in front of the office door, waiting to eat melons. I just saw Oh Hong walking out of Wang Tao's office. Was she caught cheating? No way, it would be great if they were caught cheating. I don't know what's wrong with that kid Li Ming today. He actually had sex with manager Wang. I heard that manager Wang deducted 1,000 yuan from his salary this morning, and now he's here to get his revenge. Alas, the young man is still too impulsive. Didn't he just fall into Wang Tao's trap? How could he possibly defeat this old fox Wang Tao? I guess Li Ming was badly tricked by Wang Tao. Wang Tao raised his lips and said, since you, Li Ming, have hit the gunpoint today, I will use you as a scapegoat today. Let those couriers outside see clearly how miserable the consequences will be if they offend me, Wang Tao. Wang Tao's 2 lackeys Lai Fu and Wang Kai heard Wang Tao's shout and quickly rushed to the office, standing on Li Ming's left and right. Lai Fu and Wang Kai are both tall and strong, with round waists, thick legs, and broad backs. Normally, no one dares to provoke them. At this time, they were holding wrenches, standing on both sides of Li Ming, one on the left and one on the right, with expressions full of intimidation. Li Ming ignored Lai Fu and Wang Kai and sat down on the chair opposite Wang Tao. I just quit. You have to pay me all my wages today. With Lai Fu and Wang Kai present, Wang Tao's expression became arrogant. Wang Tao lit a cigarette, took a puff calmly, and then looked at the door that was kicked broken by Li Ming. Is your salary enough to compensate for my gait?
Li Ming said calmly, I am not discussing this with you now, I am informing you that the salary you owe me must be paid to you today. Wang Tao, Lai Fu, and Wang Kai looked at each other, as if they had heard a huge joke. Wang Tao blew a puff of smoke at Li Ming's face, pointed at Li Ming and said,
Ha ha, listen to what he said. Do you want to make me laugh to death?
How dare you come here and show off? Lai Fu put his hand on Li Ming's shoulder. Boy, if you know what's good for you, hurry up. Before Lai Fu could finish his words, Li Ming suddenly stood up and kicked him in the lower abdomen. Lai Fu, who is twice the strength of an ordinary person and weighs nearly 200 pounds, was kicked nearly 1 meter away by Li Ming. The severe pain made Lai Fu lie on the ground, curled up with his hands covering his abdomen, drooling and tears streaming down his face. Li Ming looked at Lai Fu on the ground viciously. Who do you think you are?
How dare you touch my shoulder? Wang Tao never thought that Li Ming would dare to take action first.
He immediately looked at Wang Kai, who was standing next to Li Ming in horror, and signaled Wang Kai to quickly subdue Li Ming. Wang Kai immediately raised the wrench in his hand and smashed it hard at Li Ming.
Li Ming's reaction speed was extremely fast.
He turned around and dodged Wang Kai's attack.
He came behind Wang Kai and kicked him in the butt. Wang Kai lost his balance in an instant and fell flat on his face.
Lai Fu and Wang Kai were suddenly knocked to the ground by Li Ming, and suddenly felt that they had lost face. He endured the pain and forced himself to stand up, intending to pounce on Li Ming with his huge body. Li Ming quickly grabbed the right hand of Wang Kai, who was closest to him, and threw Wang Kai, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, over his shoulder. Wang Kai's huge body fell on Lai Fu, and both of them fainted completely. In his previous life, he had been struggling in the apocalypse for 3 months, killing many zombies and snatching water and food, and had killed many people. He had already developed good skills. With his physical strength doubled by the system, it is not difficult to deal with Lai Fu and Wang Kai. When a person's power doubles, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2.
Often 1 + 1 greater than 2.
The employees standing outside the door were all stunned when they saw this scene, and at the same time, they felt so happy.
Normally, these two lackeys relied on Wang Tao's relationship to bully them.
They do the least and easiest work, but get the most money, and they always take advantage of others. They had long wanted to teach these two a lesson, but they were no match for them. Someone at the scene exclaimed,
Fuck, is this really the Li Ming we know? Li Ming, did you do the hellish training secretly? So awesome.
Wang Kai weighs at least 190 pounds if not 200.
Is it possible for a human to throw him over the shoulder? The current female employee screamed.
He's so handsome, but unfortunately he's in debt.
Otherwise, even if he was a pauper, I would still be willing to follow him. Who asked you to marry him? Can't we just be sex buddies?
This sentence seemed to awaken most of the women and a few men present.
Yes, it's not bad to be a sex buddy.
Wang Tao was pretending to be calm at this time, but he was actually very panicked.
Li Ming, beating someone is against the law.
If you are dissatisfied, you can call the police or sue me in court. The couriers outside the door rolled their eyes at the shameless Wang Tao, calling him a hypocritical guy.
He often took Lai Fu and Wang Kai to physically assault other couriers.
When he was beating people, he didn't say that beating people was illegal.
Now that he is about to be beaten, he knows that beating people is illegal?
As for suing him in court, the cost is almost zero. After winning the lawsuit, Wang Tao only had to pay the wages that should have belonged to the employees, and he did not suffer any loss at all. If he lost the lawsuit, Wang Tao could take the courier's hard-earned money for himself.
It's literally zero investment and huge profits. With this trick, Wang Tao has cheated countless ignorant couriers.
Li Ming ignored Wang Tao's words and walked slowly to his side. As Li Ming got closer, Wang Tao finally started to panic, but he also had to save face and didn't want to admit defeat in front of so many people.
Wang Tao picked up the ashtray on the desk and threw it at Li Ming.
However, Li Ming easily dodged such a slow attack. Li Ming grabbed Wang Tao's neck with one hand and slowly lifted him up. Wang Tao, who was 165 centimeters tall, was lifted up with one hand by Li Ming, who was 1.8 m tall, with his feet off the ground. Wang Tao desperately grabbed Li Ming's hands with both hands and tried to struggle free from Li Ming's hands.
However, facing Li Ming's amazing power, all this was in vain.
Li Ming grabbed Wang Tao's neck with one hand and slapped him in the face with the other hand.
Bang! Is it against the law?
Before Wang Tao could say anything, a second slap came.
Bang! Should I sue you? Bang! Is it against the law? Bang! Should I sue you? Chapter 4: The only way out is to buy for free.
After Li Ming slapped Wang Tao 10 times in a row, he finally stopped and let Wang Tao go.
Cough, cough, cough.
Wang Tao, with a swollen and red face, sat down on the ground and started coughing, covering his neck. He looked into Li Ming's vicious and sharp eyes again, like a beast staring at its prey.
Wang Tao was shocked.
The Li Ming he knew was not such a cruel person. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to do it casually. According to his personality of picking on the weak, Li Ming fully meets the conditions for being bullied. They have to take on a lot of responsibilities and are afraid of losing their jobs. When they are bullied, they can only vent their emotions but do not dare to really resist. When they said in the morning that they would deduct Li Ming's salary, Li Ming didn't dare to say a word.
How come in just a few hours, Li Ming became someone he didn't recognize at all?
Wang Tao couldn't help but feel frightened by the murderous intent emanating from Li Ming's eyes, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. It seemed that Li Ming would really kill himself. Wang Tao has been in society for many years, so he can naturally recognize the difference between these vicious eyes. Li Ming himself was certainly unaware of the murderous aura emanating from him. But it is also true that he has killed people. In his previous life, due to the lack of food and water, it would have been difficult for him to survive for 3 months in the Doomsday without using extreme means. Once, he dismembered 2 men who were stronger than him just for a bottle of mineral water and a pack of biscuits. In the end times, if you don't have some skills, you really can't survive.
Li Ming said in a deep voice, "Now, can I get my salary?"
Including the salary that you have deducted for various reasons in the past, you must return it to me today.
At this time, Wang Tao was extremely scared.
He covered his swollen face and crawled up tremblingly.
Okay. I'll let Hong figure it out for you now and settle the bill for you.
Li Ming sat back in the chair again, crossed his legs, picked up Wang Tao's cigarette and lit it.
Puffing out smoke.
Hurry up, don't make a mistake in the calculation for me. This is my salary, not a cent less, and I don't want any more.
Wang Tao nodded repeatedly. I promise I won't make a mistake. Li Ming added, tell that woman not to call the police.
I am a barefoot person who is not afraid of people wearing shoes. Otherwise, I will be provided with food and accommodation in prison, which is also good. Wang Tao immediately understood what Li Ming meant. Indeed, people like Li Ming, who had nothing and were fearless, were the most terrifying. Wang Tao quickly called Hong's internal line and said, hurry up and calculate Li Ming's salary and pay him his salary. The female colleagues who were doing clerical work outside the door were all stunned at this time.
Wow, when did Li Ming become so handsome? I like him so much. Yeah, although he's a little poor, he's really domineering. Being poor is not a big deal. I am a second-generation rich man.
As long as he is willing, I can definitely support him.
At this time, Li Ming's hearing was terribly strong. He could hear every word as loud as a mosquito.
Upon hearing that someone could support him, he immediately turned to look at the girl who had just said that.
Ding, the target does not meet the minimum system requirements.
Ugh. The girl, who was 150 centimeters tall, 150 centimeters waist, 150 kilograms weight and had a face full of acne scars, looked at Li Ming with eyes full of anticipation, like a crazy fan. Li Ming turned his head to avoid eye contact with the girl.
As expected, nothing good is delivered to your door. After a while, Hong came in with a bundle of red Chinese currency. With trembling hands, he handed the stack of red Chinese currency to Li Ming. Li Ming, count it. It's 23,500.
I have already taken into account all the wages that were deducted by the manager in the past. I have also made up for the 1,000 yuan that was deducted by the manager this morning. Li Ming did not immediately take the money from Hong's hand, but stared at her with a sidelong look. Where's the pay slip? Hong felt a chill down her spine when Li Ming stared at her.
She said nervously. I've calculated it 3 times. The money here will only be more, not less. We dare not cheat you. Snap. Snap.
Li Ming slapped Hong twice on the face. Hong lost his balance and fell to the ground. His originally fair face immediately swelled up and the banknotes in his hand scattered all over the floor. Li Ming squatted in front of her and grabbed her hair.
You still dare to say you won't cheat me?
I just took the cash from here, and you call the police and accuse me of robbery.
The minimum sentence is 5 years. Hong turned pale with fright.
Having followed Wang Tao for so many years, she could naturally guess what Wang Tao was thinking at the moment, so she only gave Li Ming cash. Li Ming glanced at Wang Tao, who was standing there not daring to speak. Wang Tao was shocked and immediately said nervously, "It's none of my business. It was all this woman's idea." Li Ming stood up and punched Wang Tao in the lower abdomen, and Wang Tao fell to the ground in pain.
"I haven't said anything yet, and you're so eager to sell me out? You coward."
Oh Hong covered her swollen face, afraid that Li Ming would hit her again, and quickly got up from the ground. "I will prepare your pay slip right away. Everything will be paid according to the regular process. I guarantee there will be no misunderstandings." While Oh Hong was preparing the payroll, Li Ming sent a video to Wang Tao's mobile phone. In fact, in his previous life, Li Ming had long wanted to send this video to the company headquarters and bring Wang Tao down. But while he was still hesitating, the blood-red rainstorm had quietly arrived.
No one will care about Wang Tao's trivial matters anymore. Taking it out now is just to prevent Wang Tao from running to call the police.
As for whether Wang Tao gets off the horse or not, it has nothing to do with him. The end of the world will come in 10 days, and it is still unknown whether he can survive then. Although he was only taking back his own salary, the mere act of beating someone was enough to warrant 15 days of administrative detention. He doesn't want to live his life again and be locked up in a detention center when the end of the world comes. Li Ming gently kicked Wang Tao, who was curled up on the ground.
"Open your phone and take a look. I guarantee you will be surprised."
Wang Tao didn't dare to disobey Li Ming at all, and quickly picked up his mobile phone to check it. When Wang Tao clicked on the video sent by Li Ming, his face was filled with fear again.
"Isn't this the video of him and Oh Hong having fun in the hotel? How could Li Ming have this in his hand?
If this video gets leaked, his life will probably be over."
Wang Tao's expression changed very quickly, and he was looking at Li Ming flatteringly. Brother Ming, this video. I beg you, please let us go."
Li Ming pushed Wang Tao, who had an extremely disgusting face, away with one foot. "I am not interested in your affairs, and it is none of my business, but if you dare to provoke me in the future." Before Li Ming finished speaking, Wang Tao hurriedly crawled to Li Ming.
"I wouldn't dare, absolutely not. Thank you, Brother Ming, for giving me the opportunity." Ding. WeChat payment received, 23,500 yuan. The money finally arrived.
Although it wasn't much, it covered the basic expenses for the next 10 days.
Otherwise, no matter how capable you are, without money, you will be unable to move forward.
Oh Hong also quickly took the pay slip and signed it with Wang Tao to confirm. Li Ming looked at the payroll and finally smiled. He said to Wang Tao, "I didn't expect you to, despite your age, would have such fun." After saying that, Li Ming walked through the crowd and left the express delivery point. After Li Ming left, people at the express delivery point speculated what Li Ming had sent to Wang Tao's mobile phone. So much so that Li Ming has already walked far away, but the vengeful Wang Tao has not made any move at all. He even ordered everyone not to call the police, and anyone who did would be fired. This will further arouse everyone's desire for knowledge. Li Ming discovered that after his physical attributes doubled, his appetite almost doubled as well. He forced himself to finish 2 servings of pork trotter rice before he felt a little full. Looking at the pitiful 23,500.32 yuan in his balance.
No, now there is only 23,460.32 yuan left, and 2 servings of pork trotter rice cost him 40 yuan. He now has 2,000 cubic meters of space, and this little money is not enough. The only way out is to buy it for free.
Chapter 5, The protagonists change, but Walmart remains. After eating and drinking, Li Ming returned to his dark and damp rental house of only more than 10 square meters in the urban village. Li Ming took out a pen and paper and planned his next $0 purchase. In the end times, the most lacking thing is pure water, which is even more scarce than food. After the apocalypse, almost all the water on the surface of the entire blue planet was contaminated by the zombie virus, and the price of a bottle of pure water was frighteningly expensive. Some forces even engaged in fighting over some water sources. A glass of pure water can allow a beautiful woman to serve you for the entire night. A bottle of 500 milliliters of pure water can save someone's life. Therefore, water resources are extremely precious commodities in a doomsday environment. Li Ming plans to reserve 800 cubic meters of the 2,000 cubic meters of space to store water. An average household uses about 20 cubic meters of water per month. He uses 800 cubic meters by himself, which is enough for nearly 40 years. If you get a top-notch beauty who meets the system requirements, the amount will be doubled, and you will have 1,600 cubic meters of water. If he gets one more top-notch beauty, he will have 3,200 cubic meters of water. He really wanted to tell the top leaders of the country that if they gave him 100 top-notch beauties, he could save the earth. 2 to the power of 100, you can calculate it, it is impossible to calculate it, it is impossible to calculate it. Give me 1,000 of the most beautiful women and I can save the entire galaxy. It is obviously impossible to buy 800 cubic meters of water, and he doesn't have that much money. He remembered that at the southernmost part of Tianhai City, there was a natural reservoir as big as Farmer Three Fists. Farmer Three Punches is a little sweet. We never produce water. We are just nature's porters. The water in Nongfu Sanquan's reservoir is pure mountain spring water that can be drunk directly and has extremely high water quality. You can just go to the reservoir and absorb it directly into the space. This reservoir is said to have a water storage capacity of more than 10 billion cubic meters, and 800 cubic meters of water is not even a hair's breadth. In such a huge reservoir, no one would notice if 800 cubic meters of water were missing. This reservoir is also a famous natural scenic spot in the area, and the ticket price is only 30 per person. The water source issue was thus confirmed. Next comes food and daily supplies. Now that he already has the system and space, he doesn't want to live as hard in the apocalypse as he did in his previous life. All he needs to stockpile right now are types of supplies, which will surely increase in the future as he collects more first blood. As the supplies in his space double, they will become more and more abundant. The protagonists may change, but Walmart remains forever. The place with the most complete range of materials is Walmart's transit warehouse in South China. His work as a courier over the past few years has also allowed him to meet several talented people who speak very nicely. There happens to be a man named Zhang Ergu who is currently working as a warehouse manager in Walmart's transit warehouse in South China. He can use his connections to enter Walmart's warehouse and make purchases for free. Next are meat, weapons, medicine, energy, etc. We can only think of ways to deal with them later. Having made up his mind, Li Ming opened his mobile phone and booked a ticket to the reservoir scenic area online. The next morning, Li Ming took a taxi to the reservoir scenic area. Since today is a weekday and not a weekend or holiday, there are very few people visiting the reservoir. The surrounding area was filled with green mountains, clear waters, singing birds, and fragrant flowers, and the scenery was pleasant. Li Ming also greedily took a tour around. After all, after the end of the world, such scenery can never be seen again. Instead, there was a scorched earth with zombies everywhere, ice and snow, and corpses everywhere. After a quick tour, Li Ming found a spot where the water looked the clearest. Li Ming deliberately scooped up the water here and drank 2 sips. It was sweet and delicious. If there is a glass of such mineral water in the Doomsday, it will be enough to make countless beauties devote themselves to you. After looking around and seeing that there was no one around, he placed his hands in the water. With a thought in his mind, the water in the reservoir began to flow into the space continuously. The suction of the space was so strong and rapid that 800 cubic meters of water were filled in less than a minute. To ensure that these water sources are stored in space, Li Ming stretched out his right hand and tried several times. Confirm that as long as you have a thought, water will flow out from the system space. Seeing this result, Li Ming smiled with satisfaction. Finally, we don't have to worry about water in the Doomsday. Next comes food and necessary supplies. After completing the collection and storage of water, Li Ming took a taxi back to his city. To enter Walmart's transit warehouse, one has to please Zhang Ergu, the warehouse manager. Zhang Ergu is a boastful, lustful, and alcoholic. If you want him to take you to Walmart's warehouse, things will be easy as long as you satisfy the following requirements. Having worked as a courier for several years, Li Ming knew exactly which tobacco and liquor store nearby bought fake cigarettes and liquor, and what their quality was. The Xuanfa tobacco and liquor store he came to sell fake cigarettes and liquor of the highest quality at relatively reasonable prices. As soon as Li Ming entered the store, he shouted to a female boss, "Boss, how much are you selling this thatch?" The female boss looked Li Ming up and down. Although he was quite handsome, his clothes revealed an aura of being from the lower class of society. The female boss did not look down on such people. On the contrary, she loved such people the most. Most of these people are very concerned about their reputation. If they win a lot of money playing cards, they will squander the money without any scruples. Treating people to dinner is simply the norm. This kind of people are particularly fond of showing off and are easy to deceive. I usually sell them a lot of fake cigarettes and fake alcohol. Plus, they don't have much experience and can't tell the truth from the false. The lady boss said to Li Ming with a smile, "Did you win money playing cards?"
You're lucky. Li Ming chuckled, "Don't be nosy, how are you selling the wine?"
The lady boss took a bottle of Mauzy from the wine cabinet and said, "The original price was 3,000 yuan, but now I'm selling it to you for 2,880 yuan.
This is a good wine that I have stored for 10 years.
Li Ming took the bottle and knew it was a fake at first glance. "When I started my business, I bought a lot of Mauzy to develop customers and visited many high-end places. At that time, I learned a little bit from a customer, and I could basically tell the authenticity of these wines with just a simple glance." Li Ming didn't want to expose the other person in person. After all, he was only there to buy wine, not to expose counterfeiting. Li Ming put down the fake Mauzy in his hand and said, "The wine is good, but it's too expensive." The lady boss flattered, "Oh, this is not expensive at all. If you go to other places, you can't get it without 3,500.
Li Ming smiled evilly and said, "It's really expensive. I just want to find the 3 bottles of Mauzy for 100 yuan.
Lady boss. Knowing the rules of the trade, most people would not easily sell fake liquor unless they were acquaintances. So there is a high probability that the boss lady will reject me.
Li Ming continued, "I am Li Dashuan's colleague.
He said that the lady boss here is beautiful and honest in her business.
She is really kind-hearted. Dasun specifically asked me to come here to buy."
Of course she knew Li Dasun, a middle-aged man who often came here to sell all kinds of fake liquor to fool people and liked to pretend to be the boss and brag. But it goes without saying that those words praising her were added by Li Ming himself. The lady boss smiled widely after hearing Li Ming's exaggeration. "Young man, you are really good at talking. Since you are Dashuan's friend, I can sell it to you. But 100 for 3 bottles is really low quality, and others will know it at first sight."
Li Ming smiled evilly, "It's okay, as long as it doesn't kill me."
Lady boss. Li Ming pointed to the cigarette cabinet and said, "Huazi, give me one too." The lady boss glanced at Li Ming unhappily and said, "Fake Huazi isn't cheap either." Li Ming looked like he had no shortage of money. "Who told you to give me a fake one?"
"Huazi, give me the real one."
Lady boss. Chapter 6. Love starts with the bell, but it is hard to calm down when the bell stops. Li Ming walked out of Xuanfa Tobacco and Liquor holding a pack of real Huazi in one hand and 3 bottles of Feitian Mauzy in the other. This Huazi cost him 450 yuan, plus the 3 bottles of Feitian Mauzy. A total of 550 yuan was spent on him. I will also have to treat Zhang Ergu and the big sword later, which will cost another large sum of money.
If you want to get something, you must first give it. Li Ming understands this principle very well.
If he wants Zhang Ergu to take him into Walmart's warehouse, he has to give Zhang Ergu enough benefits first.
It was already evening.
According to Li Ming, Zhang Ergu should start working at 10 o'clock in the evening and work until 9 o'clock the next day. So Li Ming took out his old Apple 18 phone and dialed Zhang Ergu's number. Although Zhang Ergu knew Li Ming, they were not particularly good friends. Zhang Ergu was a little scared of Li Ming's call. After all, he knew that Li Ming was in a lot of debt.
He was really afraid that Li Ming would ask him to borrow money.
Then he made up his mind that if Li Ming really asked to borrow money, he would just get rid of him with various reasons.
So he answered the phone, "Brother Ming, why did you think of looking for me today?"
Li Ming said falsely, "Oh. Maybe I haven't seen you for a while, brother, I miss you." Zhang Ergu seemed to sense Li Ming's fakeness, so he decided to take the initiative and not let Li Ming ask him for money.
"Brother, I've been having a hard time lately.
I always lose when playing cards and I can barely afford to eat.
How about you treat me to a meal?" Li Ming laughed, "Isn't it just a meal? Brother will treat you to a good meal today. Let's go to Yaoqi Club, where there is a buffet. After dinner, we can also get a big sword. The set meal is 998, come on." Zhang Ergu was surprised and said, "The 998 package at Yaoqi Club? Brother Ming, are you rich?"
"Ha, I did get some money, but I miss my brothers now, so why don't we have some fun together tonight?" Zhang Ergu thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll take a day off tonight and spend a crazy night with you." Li Ming was stunned for a moment and cursed in his heart, "Fuck your leave, you have already asked for leave, who can I ask to take me into the Walmart warehouse?" Li Ming pretended to say, "Don't ask for leave.
It's urgent and we can't find anyone to take your shift. We are leaving now and will definitely finish the work before 10 o'clock. We can't let this affect our work." Zhang Ergu was immediately moved and at the same time felt extremely ashamed for his malicious speculation about Li Ming. "Brother Ming, you are so nice. I will be there soon." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the Yaoqi Club." Soon, the two met at the Yaoqi Club. After taking a quick shower in the club's bathtub, the two came to the buffet area. Most high-end clubs in Tianhai City have their own buffets, and the quantity and quality of food are good. After a while, both of them were full. Zhang Yurgu asked contentedly, "Brother Ming, where did you make your fortune? If you have any ideas, take me with you." Li Ming waved his hand. "Oh. What kind of fortune is this? I just got my own salary." Li Ming told Zhang Yurgu about how he'd beat up Wang Tao. Zhang Yurgu said with regret, "Brother Ming, you are a good person. You only took back your share. If it were me, I would at least make that dog manager pay 3 times the compensation." Love rises with the bell, and it's hard to calm down when the bell stops. Happy times pass by so quickly. After finishing the job, Li Ming and Zhang Yurgu supported each other and walked out of the Yaoqi Club. Zhang Yurgu recalled, "Brother Ming, my technician number 88's work is really amazing. You can try it next time you come. In one word, smooth." Li Ming said regretfully, "I will definitely do it next time, but the time we spent together was too short and it wasn't fun." Zhang Yurgu also said regretfully, "There is no other way. I can't take leave at this time. I will definitely treat Brother Ming to a drink again in a few days when I get paid." Li Ming said, "Then don't wait a few days. I just happened to get 3 bottles of Mauzi from somewhere else. Let's drink them all today." "And Mauzi?" Zhang Yurgu hesitated, but Li Ming put his arm around Zhang Yurgu's neck and said, "Don't hesitate, let's go to your workplace to drink. Aren't you too bored on the night shift?" Seeing that Zhang Yurgu was still hesitating, Li Ming decided to add fuel to the fire. Li Ming pretended to be angry and said, "Ergo, can you stop being such a coward? Look, I beat up that shitty manager and he didn't even dare to fart. You just drank a little at work, what are you afraid of? If you are really scared, I will find someone else. It's really a bummer." Li Ming knew that Zhang Yurgu was very concerned about his reputation. After being instigated by Li Ming, he immediately raised his voice. "Afraid? I, Zhang Yurgu, have never been afraid. Fine, let's go to my workplace tonight and drink as much as we want. If it gets worse, I'll just quit. Damn it, I've never tasted what Mauzi tastes like." Li Ming raised his mouth slightly. Sure enough, the method of provoking the opponent was effective. He was fooled. Zhang Yurgu brought Li Ming to the largest Walmart transit warehouse in South China. The warehouse stores supplies of all kinds from hundreds of Walmart supermarkets across South China. It covers food, rice, flour, seasonings, home textiles, electrical appliances, tobacco, alcohol, tea, cleaning, daily necessities, etc. This warehouse is very large. Li Ming stood at the entrance of the warehouse and couldn't see the end. After bringing Li Ming into the warehouse, Zhang Yurgu was still a little timid. But think about Li Ming alone. Even if he goes to the warehouse and lets him move things, he won't be able to move much. So I felt a little relieved. In the locker room, Zhang Yurgu handed his work clothes to Li Ming. "Brother Ming, put on this work uniform. It won't attract too much attention. There are so many people in the warehouse, and no one will notice you." Li Ming took Zhang Yurgu's work clothes and put them on. He looked like a regular warehouse manager. Li Ming, who is 1.8 meters tall and handsome, looks even more like a formal employee than Zhang Yurgu. Zhang Yurgu patrolled the warehouse and found nothing unusual. He brought Li Ming to the office and called over 6 colleagues who were also working the night shift. Li Ming is very knowledgeable about the ways of the world. As soon as they met, he distributed a packet of cigarettes to everyone. Zhang Yurgu's colleagues were originally dissatisfied with Zhang Yurgu for bringing outsiders into the office. He looked at Li Ming with vigilance. It was not until he got the bag of Huazi that his attitude changed 180 degrees and he entertained Li Ming warmly. Sometimes a man's thing is as simple as a pack of cigarettes. If that is not enough, then 2 packs. These workers can still occasionally afford a pack of Huazi cigarettes at 45 yuan. Anyone with a little experience can tell at a glance that what Li Ming distributes are genuine goods. With this trust, people naturally believe that the grass seeds brought by Li Ming are genuine. Even if it was discovered to be a fake, it must be that Li Ming was cheated by the wine seller. Zhang Yurgu cheered, "Here, this is Feitian Mauzi that my brother Ming got specially for everyone. It's cheap, a bottle costs 3,500. Then Zhang Yurgu opened a bottle of Feitian Mauzi and put it to his nose and smelled it. It smells really good, it's worthy of being called Feitian Mauzi. Just smelling it makes my mouth water. The fake liquor made by Xuanfa Tobacco and Liquor Store is really good.
Just the smell makes it smell like the real thing. Zhang Ergu's colleagues all stretched their necks to look at Zhang Ergu. It seemed like he couldn't wait to have a taste. They had only heard of Fei Tian Maozi. With their salary, a month's salary was not enough to buy 2 bottles. They could not afford it at all. Li Ming quickly picked up another bottle of Fei Tian Maozi and opened it without hesitation. Zhang Ergu wanted to stop it, but it was too late.
Hey, brother, don't waste it. This is Maozi, it's very expensive.
If 1 bottle is not enough, we can open a 2nd bottle.
Otherwise, it will be a waste if we can't finish it. Li Ming thought, what a waste of your brother's hammer. If you don't drink these 3 bottles of fake wine, how can I do my job?
Li Ming ignored Zhang Ergu and said to Zhang Ergu and the others at the same time, holding up the straw in his hand.
We are all friends, don't be polite to me.
If you don't drink these 3 bottles of Maozi today, you are looking down on me, Li. Everyone was very enthusiastic and quickly stretched out their cups to catch the 100 bottles of fake wine.
Chapter 7 Walmart collects supplies.
After 3 rounds of drinking, 3 bottles of 1 pound Maozi had been drunk by 7 people including Li Ming.
Everyone was drinking with interest.
After finishing the Maozi, Zhang Ergu immediately took out all 3 dozen beers that he had hidden in the office. Zhang Ergu and his colleagues' work is divided into day shift and night shift, and the 2 shifts take turns. The day shift was busier and the leaders were all there, so they worked very hard.
The night shift is relatively leisurely and involves patrolling the entire warehouse to see if there are any fires or other emergencies.
I spend my free time in the office playing games. Zhang Ergu usually stocks some beer in the refrigerator in his office and drinks a few glasses when he has nothing to do.
After 3 dozen beers, 6 employees including Zhang Ergu were already drunk and drowsy.
Li Ming didn't drink much at all. He just took 2 sips, leaving a slight smell of alcohol on his body, and secretly poured the rest into the space. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Ergu stood up crookedly and put 1 hand on his shoulder.
Brother Ming, drink first. It's time for me to go on patrol. I'll have sex with you when I come back.
Li Ming quickly stood up and supported Zhang Ergu. Ergu, you can't even stand steadily, how can you patrol? Zhang Ergu staggered a few steps, there is no other way.
If I don't patrol on time, my salary will be deducted. If things go wrong, I may even lose my job.
Li Ming said, if you don't go on patrol, no one will know, so what are you afraid of? Zhang Ergu shook the badge on his chest and said, there are so many broken company rules. You must take this badge to clock in at every point in the warehouse, otherwise the boss will find out that you didn't patrol tomorrow. Li Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared at the badge in Zhang Ergu's hand excitedly. Ergu, you see, my figure is not much different from yours, and I am wearing your work clothes now.
How about I put on a mask and patrol in your place?
Anyway, I am in better shape than you at the moment, and I also want to take a walk to sober up.
Zhang Ergu looked at Li Ming hesitantly. You? Do you know where the check-in point is? Why don't you just tell me?
If you miss 1 or 2 points, you can tell your leader that you forgot to punch them. If there are only 1 or 2 points, your leader probably won't say anything and will naturally not punish you. Zhang Ergu thought about it and felt that what Li Ming said was absolutely right.
He was really drunk and felt like vomiting every few steps.
He felt very uncomfortable.
If you vomit while on patrol, the consequences will be even more serious. Zhang Ergu gently pushed Li Ming. Are you really okay? I see you drank as much as I did.
Li Ming spread his hands and turned around. How can a little idiot like you compare with me?
I can drink a lot more than you can.
People in the martial arts world say that I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Zhang Ergu handed the badge in his hand to Li Ming. TSK, you just like to brag, you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. We'll continue drinking when you come back.
Yossi.
Zhang Ergu's work badge was also obtained. As far as Li Ming knew, Zhang Ergu's work badge could also be used as an access control system, and many closed areas could be opened with the badge. Li Ming took Zhang Ergu's work badge, easily opened the warehouse door, and entered Walmart's huge transit warehouse in South China. There were 5 layers of shelves with a total height of about 5 meters neatly arranged horizontally and vertically in the warehouse. Every shelf is filled with goods. The variety of goods is dazzling and everything is available. Li Ming was like a mouse entering a rice warehouse, and he was not polite at all. The first place we came to was the grain and oil area. The main items stored in the grain and oil area are rice, flour, noodles, peanut oil, corn oil, soybean oil, etc. These are considered high-quality grains after the end of the world and cannot be bought even if you have money.
Li Ming is not greedy either.
We took 2 tons of high-quality rice and flour each. A bag of rice weighs 50 kilograms, so there are 80 bags of rice and 80 bags of flour each. The rest of the supplies, such as noodles and peanut oil, were taken 1 ton each. In such a huge warehouse, with hundreds of tons of rice and flour, if 2 tons were missing, it would be completely unnoticeable. By the time they really realized it, it was already the end of the world. Li Ming was not worried at all.
Next we come to the area where instant noodles are placed.
Although instant noodles take up more space than grain and oil, they are hard currency in the apocalypse. In terms of liquidity, instant noodles are individually packaged, making them easy to measure in trade. In terms of consumption, instant noodles are easy to make and filling, and more importantly, the seasoning contains enough salt and oil that the human body needs. After using instant noodles, there is no need to look for seasonings elsewhere.
Moreover, in a water-scarce environment, it can be eaten raw, which is very convenient, but it is a bit choking.
There are more than 10 brands of instant noodles, and each brand has more than 10 flavors. Li Ming only picked out a brand he liked and ordered 100 boxes of each flavor of this brand. All the instant noodles added up to 1,000 boxes, occupying almost 100 cubic meters of space. After collecting 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, Li Ming went to the beverage area.
For Li Ming, the biggest attraction in the beverage area is bottled mineral water.
This water is a rare commodity in the end times and is more expensive than gold. In the end times when water is scarce, these mineral waters are becoming less and less as you drink them, and it is almost impossible to produce them anymore.
A bottle of mineral water is enough to save a life.
The pure water sources in Li Ming's space were all obtained outdoors.
They were somewhat not clean enough and not convenient to trade.
So Li Ming decided to use the remaining 200 cubic meters of space to store these bottled mineral water. Li Ming buys all the 300 milliliters, 500 milliliters, and 1.5 L bottles, and does not consider the brand, as long as it is drinkable. There were also various carbonated drinks, dairy products, and beer, each of which was charged at least 1 ton. When all of these were collected by Li Ming into the space, the volume had far exceeded the originally expected 200 cubic meters. Forget it, there will be more supplies in the future, so just put in less water to make more space. Li Ming came to the grain area.
Life in the last days is too monotonous and hard, so it is necessary to have more snacks to pass the time.
Potato chips, melon seeds, spicy strips, pastries, spicy and sour chicken feet, chicken wings, chicken legs, ice cream, etc. Li Ming divided out 10 cubic spaces from the space to store these snacks. There are so many kinds of snacks that Li Ming, who has difficulty choosing, spends more time on them than on grain, oil, and drinks. In the end, I got tired of looking at them and just bought some of each type to make sure there was everything. There is not much time left, and Zhang Ergu only has about an hour to patrol. Li Ming quickened his pace. Various seasonings and sauces were charged at 5 cubic meters. Paper products are daily consumables, especially after you obtain the most beautiful woman in the future. They are indispensable when doing things. Li Ming has 100 cubic meters of space to store various paper products. Hundreds of items of all categories of toiletries, including shampoo, shower gel, facial cleanser, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, etc., were purchased. Finally, he arrived at the tobacco and alcohol section that Li Ming had been longing for. Everything displayed here is genuine, different from the 100-coin 3-bottle stuff I got from Xuanfa Tobacco and Liquor Store.
In addition to the hardcover Feitian Maozi, Lilianjai, and other high-end liquors,
there are also expensive imported wines such as Martel XO, Hennessy, Remy Martin, etc. There were also a lot of brands of red wine that he couldn't understand. When Li Ming saw the price of one of the red wines was 29,999, he immediately felt that Feitian Maozi was low-end. No matter whether you understand it or not, it's so expensive that you have to buy 10 or 8 boxes.
After getting the alcohol, the next thing to come is cigarettes, which are essential as a man's staple food. Huazi got 100 of them in one sweep, as well as various precious rations that he usually couldn't afford to buy. He collected 100 of each into the space. When Li Ming saw that there were more than 3,000 pieces of precious rations in his space, he was so happy. Chapter 8. Can you lend me 500 yuan for food?
After collecting the cigarettes and alcohol, Li Ming came to the clothing area. After that bloody rainstorm, the temperature will drop sharply to -50 degrees Celsius.
Cold-proof clothing is essential.
Although it is summer now, Li Ming still found a batch of cold-proof underwear, polar cold-proof clothing and other cold-proof clothing in the Walmart warehouse. Without any consideration, Li Ming collected clothes of various styles and sizes into the space. Li Ming continued walking in the warehouse, putting all the electric heaters, electric blankets, fan heaters, coal, etc. into the space. In the future, regardless of whether they can be used or not, all types of supplies were more or less absorbed by Li Ming into the space. Li Ming did not forget to check in for Zhang Ergu along the way. Although there was not much point in helping him punch in, other Walmart employees discovered that so many supplies were missing from the warehouse.
The police investigation can be delayed for 1 day longer.
As long as it can be delayed until the end of the world, everything will be settled. At that point, who cares how much stuff is lost here? When Li Ming walked to the last check-in point instructed by Zhang Ergu, Li Ming couldn't help but be stunned. This turned out to be a huge cold storage. Li Ming didn't need to think about it to roughly guess what was inside. Meat, imported meat, only frozen meat requires such a huge cold storage. Li Ming took out Zhang Ergu's work card and swiped it on the access control panel.
Ding!
The door of the cold storage opened with a bang. When entering the cold storage, Li Ming specifically looked to see if there was a switch inside the cold storage that could open the door. If you go in to get the meat yourself and then get locked in a cold storage at -20°C, that would be really barbecue. Sure enough, Li Ming found a switch button on the right side of the door, and he just pressed it easily from inside.
The door will open automatically.
After confirming it, Li Ming walked in with confidence. The temperature of the cold storage is controlled at -20°C and is specially used for freezing meat. Li Ming shivered all over as soon as he entered the door. He quickly took out a Canada Goose down jacket he had just collected from the space and put it on. The cold feeling in the cold storage made Li Ming feel like he had returned to the end of the world. Li Ming glanced around the cold storage.
Awesome!
Premium steaks, marbled beef, and a variety of beef products. There are also many kinds of seafood, including Australian lobster, salmon, whole bluefin tuna, abalone, shark fin, and so on. There is also already dissected pork, ribs, pork belly, pig's feet, etc. Meat from various poultry such as chicken, duck, goose, etc.
Walmart is truly Walmart, it even has all kinds of meat.
Although they are all imported frozen meat, they are free after all. It saved him the trouble of looking for meat separately. Li Ming collected a certain amount of each type of meat into the space, and these meats occupied a capacity of nearly 200 cubic meters. Currently, only 400 cubic meters of the 2,000 cubic meters of space are left.
Next are fruits, vegetables, and gasoline, which probably cannot be obtained in Walmart's warehouse.
Li Ming shivered in the temperature of -20°C. After collecting the meat, he hurried out of the cold storage. After completing the collection of all supplies, Li Ming returned to the office with satisfaction. At this time, Zhang Ergu and his colleagues were already fast asleep, and no matter how Li Ming shouted, they could not be woken up. It seems that these 3 bottles of fake wine for 100 yuan are really intoxicating. I originally wanted to remind Zhang Ergu that if he had nothing to do in the next few days, he should take a leave and go back to his hometown. Li Ming looked at the sleeping Zhang Ergu indifferently. He would never tell him a word about the coming doomsday. After 3 months of rolling around in the apocalypse, Li Ming's biggest feeling is that one should never think that stupid and saintly people can predict disasters. Because stupid and saintly people are a disaster in themselves. Zhang Ergu's future fate depends entirely on his own luck. After putting Zhang Ergu's work card in his hand, Li Ming turned and walked towards the locker room.
On the way to the dressing room, I passed an empty room next to the office.
Li Ming was surprised to find that there was an idle high-power generator here. It is probably prepared to prevent power outages in the entire warehouse on weekdays. Tianhai City's current power lines are very stable, and there has been no power outage for several years. That's why this generator has been lying idle here.
1 month after the end of the world, the entire Tianhai City's power grid will be paralyzed and will no longer supply electricity.
Generators are one of the items that Li Ming must stockpile, and they are very important. Li Ming stretched out his hand, and a generator the size of an SUV was stored in the space.
Li Ming was even more satisfied.
It turned out that buying for free was the most satisfying. After arriving at the locker room and changing into his clothes, Li Ming left the Walmart Longnan Transit warehouse. When Li Ming returned to his rental house, he was almost exhausted. I got up early in the morning and worked in the reservoir scenic area for half a day, and then I went to the Walmart warehouse with Zhang Ergu and worked for half a day. I even had a 998 yuan set meal at Yaoqi Club, which made me exhausted. When I got home, I didn't even have time to take a shower. I fell straight onto the bed, drowsy. However, the day was also fruitful, as at least 80% of the supplies had been stockpiled. There is water and food, various daily necessities, meat, tobacco, and alcohol. All that was left to stockpile were fresh fruits and vegetables, gasoline to power the generators, and weapons to fight the enemies in losses. There is no way to buy gasoline, he has to buy it for free. The gasoline is nearly 9 dragon coins per liter, he can't afford it even if he wants to. As Li Ming was thinking, he fell into a deep sleep.
When I woke up the next day, it was already past 3 p.m. Damn, the aftereffect of this fake wine is really strong.
He just took a few sips before, and when he woke up today he had a splitting headache. After waking up, Li Ming turned on his mobile phone as usual.
Ding. 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 Dozens of text messages came in succession, most of which were collection messages from banks. Li Ming habitually ignored them all and opened WeChat. Zhang Erga 1032, Brother Ming, could the mousy we had last night be fake? We all had headaches when we woke up today. Zhang Ergu 1124, Brother Ming, I don't mean anything else, I'm just worried that you'll be cheated. Zhang Erga 1227, Brother Ming, I asked someone to check those bottles of mousy last night, and they are indeed fake. Where did you buy them? Today we will go and tear down their store. Damn it, how dare they cheat our Brother Ming? Li Ming. Better not reply, just pretend to be dead.
After exiting the chat with Zhang Ergu, Li Ming saw the message sent by Luo Zijuan. Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, I heard that you beat up your manager the day before yesterday and resigned.
How can you still be so impulsive? You have been immature for so many years. What else can you do now that you are unemployed? Will you become a beggar? If you have any difficulties, please contact me in Guanfeng. We will help you. Li Ming snorted coldly.
If it weren't for what happened in his previous life, Li Ming would have really believed that Luo Zijuan really cared about him. Li Ming would not think so now, because he knew that Luo Zijuan's real purpose was to see how decadent and miserable Li Ming's life was.
Then he tried every means to ridicule Li Ming, and thus undermine Li Ming's enthusiasm for life. He lived in a daze for the golden 20 years of his life. They also concluded that given Li Ming's stubborn character, he would never accept the help from Luo Zijuan in Guanfeng, so they would say in a high-sounding manner that they were willing to help Li Ming. Li Ming grinned and replied, well, I'm really miserable. Can you lend me 500 yuan for food? Chapter 9 Don't despise the poor youngsters. Ding. Luo Zijuan's WeChat rang, and she saw it was a reply from Li Ming.
When she saw that Li Ming wanted to borrow money from her, her face turned green.
You are so good, Li Ming.
It's shameful for a grown man like you to ask a girl to borrow money for food.
Then, her anger turned into happiness. Wasn't it what she wanted to see Li Ming being humiliated?
Moreover, Li Ming actually asked to borrow 500 yuan from him for food.
Not 5,000 yuan, nor 50,000 yuan, but just 500 yuan. Doesn't that just prove that Li Ming's current situation is extremely miserable and desolate? Thinking of this, Luo Zijuan laughed out loud. Guanfeng slowly walked towards Luo Zijuan and hugged her. Dear, what are you laughing at? You look so happy.
Luo Zijuan handed the phone to Guanfeng. Li Ming actually asked me to borrow money for dinner, and it was only 500 yuan. Guanfeng looked at the chat history between Luo Zijuan and Li Ming, and the joy on his face was hard to conceal.
Guanfeng's family background is very good, and his parents are both high-ranking leaders in the city.
From childhood to adulthood, he has always been the brightest star in everyone's eyes, and he enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. It was not until college that he met Li Ming, who was superior to him in appearance, athleticism, conversation, and academic performance. From then on, he became dull and lifeless, and was always outshined by Li Ming no matter what he did. His favorite school beauty, Luo Zijuan, was with him because of Li Ming's shining brilliance, and her debut was also snatched away by Li Ming. He even got drunk for this and swore that even if she was a second-hand item, he would snatch Luo Zijuan back from Li Ming.
Guanfeng is also a ruthless person.
During his 4 years in college, he never showed any jealousy towards Li Ming. Instead, he became Li Ming's best friend and stayed around Li Ming all day long. It was not until he fell into Guanfeng's hands in his previous life that Li Ming realized that Guanfeng was lurking by his side, waiting for an opportunity that would make Li Ming unable to turn over. All the glory and honors in school cannot defeat one ability in society, and that is money. After graduating from university, Li Ming's disadvantages of coming from a poor family became apparent. At the same time, Guanfeng used his money to take Luo Zijuan to a life of debauchery and drunkenness every day, and Luo Zijuan's materialistic and vain nature was revealed. Soon, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng started walking together. At Guanfeng's suggestion, Luo Zijuan, under the threat of buying a car and a house for marriage and a high price for the bride price, persuaded Li Ming to resign from his civil servant position and start his own business. During the time when he was starting his business, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng conspired to frame Li Ming, causing Li Ming to go bankrupt and become indebted. After Li Ming fell into debt due to business failure, his credit record became black and no business or company dared to hire him anymore. In desperation, Li Ming could only choose to work as a courier to make a living. In his previous life, Li Ming always thought that his business venture had failed, and Luo Zijuan chose to leave because she didn't want to drag him down. So after learning that she was with Guanfeng, Li Ming wished them well from the bottom of his heart. From then on, Li Ming always responded to Luo Zijuan's requests. After all, he felt that he owed her.
After the Doomsday came, Li Ming used thunderous means to continuously fight zombies and snatch supplies from the enemy. Gradually, the supplies in his hands increased. Soon he became famous in this area.
Upon learning that Li Ming had risen again, Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan were furious. Even though it was the end of the world, they would not allow Li Ming to live better or more dazzlingly than them.
Jealousy can make a person look unrecognizable. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng once again took advantage of Li Ming's trust in them and tricked Li Ming into their residence. When Li Ming was completely unprepared, he dealt Li Ming a fatal blow. When Li Ming was dying, they confessed everything they had done over the years. Li Ming, who finally knew the truth, could only regret and watched with resentment as Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan ate his flesh and drank his blood, and died in anger. Guanfeng was jealous and hated Li Ming from the bottom of his heart, so the more miserable Li Ming's life was, the happier Guanfeng would be. What women fear most after a breakup is that the other party is living a better life than themselves. Only when Luo Zijuan witnessed with her own eyes the life of Li Ming's wandering could she prove that her decision to abandon Li Ming and choose Guanfeng was absolutely correct. Luo Zijuan leaned coquettishly into Guanfeng's arms and said, "Honey, how about we lend him 500 yuan? Then take the opportunity to humiliate him again?" The smile on Guanfeng's face gradually disappeared. "Lend? I won't lend him anything, he's nothing." Guanfeng picked up Luo Zijuan's cell phone.
"Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, it's not that I don't want to lend you 500 yuan, but you are such a grown-up, but you have to borrow even 500 yuan from others.
Don't you feel ashamed? Luo Zijuan, you haven't made any progress in all these years. Sometimes you should look for the reasons in yourself. Have you worked hard all these years? Has your salary increased? Have you really tried your best? Seeing you like this, I am really heartbroken. Luo Zijuan, I won't lend you money, because I hate you for not being able to make it. If you are really so poor that you have no money to eat, Guanfeng can introduce you to a job." Luo Zijuan, Guanfeng's uncle, is the leader of the Municipal Environmental Sanitation Bureau and currently has a job pumping manure. As long as you sincerely ask Guanfeng for help, Guanfeng will definitely help you. In the future, just pump manure well and don't think too much. After sending this series of messages, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng burst into laughter. Guanfeng wiped away the tears from his laughter and said, "He can't even do the courier work anymore. Wait till he comes and begs me to let him go to pump manure." Luo Zijuan pinched Guanfeng and said, "You are so mean. You actually let our former celebrity Li Ming go to collect manure. What do you think?" But I like it." Li Ming received a series of messages from Luo Zijuan, but he did not get angry. No one would get angry over a few idle words from two people who were about to die. This information can only once again confirm the character of Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. Besides, they don't have to wait for 30 years. In 8 days, the end of the world will come, and this time Li Ming will definitely make them pay for what they have done. Li Ming replied to Luo Zijuan with a meaningful smiley face and ignored her. Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan were extremely unhappy when they received Li Ming's expression reply. It's like punching cotton, with no response from the other party. Guanfeng said with a hint of anger, "What does it mean that Li Ming just replied with an expression?" Luo Zijuan smiled and said, "Li Ming was once a famous figure. It would be embarrassing for you to ask him to collect manure. If he can't even afford to eat in a few days, he will naturally come to you for help." Guanfeng thought about it, picked up Luo Zijuan's phone again and sent a message to Li Ming. "Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, Guanfeng's uncle is in urgent need of someone. Guanfeng begged his uncle for a long time before he was willing to give you 3 days to consider. This is a rare opportunity. I hope you can seize it and don't fall into depravity again. I got up and washed up quickly. It was almost 4 o'clock and it was too late to go to the fruit and vegetable wholesale market. Most fruit and vegetable wholesale markets open at 3 a.m., and by noon, everyone goes back to rest. In this case, we can only deal with the weapons issue first today and see if there is a suitable opportunity to get the gasoline. Chapter 10, A man with money is a man without money is a man. During the 3 months of apocalyptic life in his previous life, Li Ming gained experience by fighting zombies and enemies. Guns are useful against enemies. Cold weapons are effective against zombies. Because zombies have no sense of pain and fear, their vitality is extremely strong, even if a bullet makes a hole in their head. It still does not affect the zombies' ability to move. The only way to kill them is to completely cut off their heads. This method is most effective when used with cold weapons. Li Ming also collected a lot of kitchen knives from Walmart's warehouse into the space. However, these kitchen knives are too short and have very low toughness, so they break very easily when used to kill zombies. In his previous life, Li Ming tried to pick up a kitchen knife and chop it into a zombie's head. However, because the handle was too short, the kitchen knife got stuck in the zombie's skull and could not be pulled out. Li Ming pushed the kitchen knife hard and the whole thing broke. In that battle, he almost died at the hands of the zombie, which caused him to never dare to use a kitchen knife to chop zombies again. The best tools for killing zombies are sickles, hatchets, and axes used in rural areas for farm work. This kind of knife is not only sharp and thick, but also extremely tough and not easy to break. After welding a long handle, the lethality is almost doubled, and it is definitely a magic weapon for killing zombies. There is definitely no such ironware shop selling farm tools in Tianhai City. Li Ming opened the map and searched. The nearest ironware shop was in the suburbs of Tianhai City, nearly 20 kilometers away from Li Ming's rental house. In order to save time, Li Ming decided to call the iron shop first. Confirm whether it is still open. If it is, ask them to prepare the weapons they need in advance so that they don't have to run back and forth and waste time. Li Ming dialed the number on the map. Hello, this is Xingwang Farm Equipment Store. Li Ming immediately said, hello, do you sell sickles, hatchets, axes, and other farm tools? You said that these are all in stock. The sickle is 30, the hatchet is 50, and the axe is 50. When do you want them? I need 10 sickles, 10 hatchets, and 10 axes, but I have one request: I don't want the handles to be made of wood. I want them to be welded with the heaviest steel pipes. The hatchet that Li Ming used in his previous life had a wooden handle. Although this kind of wooden handle was relatively light to use, it was always in danger of falling off. Only the handle made of welded steel pipes is the most practical. Moreover, the use of steel pipe welding greatly increases the weight of the weapon. The greater the weight, the greater the inertia. It will be easier to kill zombies. The only drawback is that it consumes too much energy. An average person would start to pant after swinging the knife 10 times in a row. At present, Li Ming's physical strength has doubled. As his physical strength continues to double in the future, wielding such a weapon will be as light as a toy. A surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. A total of 30 knives, all welded steel pipes? What are you going to use them for? He bought 30 knives at a time, and all of them had steel pipe handles welded to them. The boss was really afraid that this person was planning to engage in some illegal activities. After all, ordinary farmers usually buy 3 or 5 knives at a time, which is already a lot. Li Ming had already thought of an excuse to deal with it. My family runs a forest farm. The knives in the forest farm have been worn out very badly. Recently, I plan to replace all the tools in the forest farm with new ones. When the boss heard Li Ming say that he was running a forest farm, he believed it. There are indeed many large forest farms around Tianhai City. Considering the usage of the forest farms, these 30 knives are not too many. The boss said, adding welded steel pipes will cost an additional 30 yuan for materials and labor. When do you want it? As soon as possible, preferably today. You need to weld the steel pipes, and time is tight. If you want it today, you have to pay an expedited fee of 200 yuan. Li Ming calculated that he would charge an additional 30 yuan for each knife in terms of material and labor costs. Then the price of a sickle is 60 yuan, and 10 sickles are 600 yuan. The price of a hatchet and an axe is 80 yuan each, 10 of each is 1,600 yuan in total. Including the expedited fee of 200, the total cost is 2,400 yuan. In the end times, a weapon like this would cost 10 bottles of mineral water, or 10 lives. It was quite a bargain.
Li Ming agreed immediately. The boss continued, "Your knives are welded steel pipes and cannot be resold.
You need to pay a deposit of 1,400 yuan.
Li Ming immediately added his boss WeChat and forwarded him a deposit of 1,400 yuan. After paying the deposit, Li Ming asked tentatively, "Boss, there are a lot of wild boars in our forest farm recently.
Do you have bows, crossbows, and other weapons in your store?"
The boss was silent for a while and said, "Come to the store and we'll talk about this."
"Oh, there is a chance if we go to the store to talk. Things like bows and crossbows are strictly controlled."
Many bosses are extremely cautious and will not communicate with customers about these business matters over the phone or WeChat. The owner of the ironware shop said, "We will have all these knives processed for you before 10 o'clock today.
You can come and pick them up at about the same time. If it's after 11 o'clock, we will close and you will have to pick them up tomorrow."
After hanging up the phone, Li Ming opened WeChat and checked his balance, which was only 19,000 yuan left. "At that time, I have to pay the balance of 1,000 yuan, so I will only have 18,000 yuan left. It is true that being a man is difficult if you have money, but being a man is hard if you don't have money. Fortunately, I got back the 23,500 yuan from Wang Tao, otherwise I would have been unable to move forward. There are still 5 hours until 10 o'clock. Li Ming didn't want to waste this time. After all, the end of the world was getting closer and closer. He had to finish stockpiling all the supplies as soon as possible before he could feel at ease. The next target is energy, that is, gasoline, whether it is diesel, 92 gasoline, 95 gasoline, or 98 gasoline. He had to stock up on some of each variety. Especially number 92 gasoline. He had studied the generator in the space, which consumed number 92 gasoline. It is simply unrealistic to get gasoline at a refinery or gas station, as there are surveillance cameras everywhere, with 360 degrees of coverage.
The only way to get gasoline for free is to find a way to transport it.
Li Ming has 2 years of experience in express delivery, and he knows there is a place where he can definitely get gasoline.
Although the oil products are random. That is a place called Lianyo Restaurant near the South China Oil Refinery in the suburbs of Tianhai City.
It is said that this restaurant was opened by the brother-in-law of the top leader of the South China Oil Refinery.
There is an unwritten rule in the South China Refinery. Drivers of any tanker truck that transports refined oil to the South China Refinery must eat at the refinery's restaurant. The transfer of benefits is self-evident.
Li Ming's target was of course those transport trucks loaded with gasoline. After all, the drivers won't always pay attention to the situation of the tanker trucks while they are eating. No one could have imagined that someone would actually attack a tanker truck parked in the parking lot of the refinery hotel.
Chapter 11 Communication between men is so simple. Li Ming immediately took a taxi to the oil refinery hotel in the suburbs of Tianhai City.
The refinery hotel is located in the north of Tianhai City, about 20 kilometers away from the urban village where Li Ming lives. Li Ming set out after dinner and it was already 7:30 when he arrived at the refinery hotel. It was just the time when the tank trucks finished loading from the refinery and the drivers came to the refinery restaurant for lunch. Generally, after finishing their meal, these drivers would take a rest in the restaurant and play some cards. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after the restriction on trucks is lifted in the entire Tianhai City Center, they will load the finished oil to various gas stations in Tianhai City to replenish the reserves. In order to facilitate parking for drivers, the refinery hotel rented a large open space in front of the hotel. The open space is so large that more than 100 oil tanker trucks can be parked at the same time. The management of the huge parking lot is not very strict, with only a few security guards in their 50s. After all, the refinery hotel is open for business and anyone has the right to come in and out. The security guard's job is just to coordinate the drivers to park and do simple doorman work. This is also the time when parking lot security guards are the most idle, because most vehicles have already entered and parked. And it is far from time to leave. After the waiting time reaches 9 o'clock, people in the hotel start to leave one after another, and then they become busy. They could only take a brief rest at this time. Li Ming came to a security guard who was about 50 years old and had a relatively easygoing face, took out the cigarettes left over from last night, and smoked two.
"Brother, do you want one?"
Li Ming handed one of the cigarettes to the security guard. The security guard looked at Li Ming in confusion, then glanced at the cigarette in Li Ming's hand.
"Hey! Huazi! Really good."
The security guard took the cigarette from Li Ming's hand. Li Ming sensibly took out a lighter to help the security guard light the cigarette, and then lit the cigarette in his own mouth. Then, the two began to smoke.
Communication between men is that simple.
The security guard lowered his guard against Li Ming due to his respectful gestures towards him. After the two of them took a few puffs of smoke, Li Ming spoke first. I came here with friends to eat and socialize. It was very depressing inside, so I thought I'd come out and smoke a cigarette to get some fresh air. The security guard nodded to show his understanding. The people who came here to eat were either train drivers or people from the Social Affairs Department of the South China Refinery. The security guard knew exactly what kind of people they were. After Li Ming took the initiative to state his purpose, the security guard no longer treated Li Ming with respect, but instead had some favorable impression of him. Sometimes, all these people at the bottom of society want is simple respect. Seeing that the security guard was gradually letting down his guard, Li Ming asked again. How long have you been working here, bro? The security guard flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, I've been working as a security guard here for 10 years, ever since this restaurant opened. I'm too old now, and no one wants to do anything else.
Li Ming made a surprised expression. 10 years?
Then the business here must be very good, to have lasted for 10 years.
The security guard said confidently, how can it be bad?
With the support of the South China Refinery, if I were in charge, the business would definitely be much better than it is now. I remember a great man once said, the less experience a person has, the more confident his words are. Li Ming didn't care about that and continued to ask, apart from the oil drivers and the dinner party of the South China Refinery, are there many other ordinary people who come to eat there? The security guard said disdainfully, only a fool would come here to eat. The food here is more than twice as expensive as other restaurants.
As a tanker driver, there is nothing he can do. If he wants to transport goods to the refinery, he can only grit his teeth and eat the high-priced meals here, otherwise he will not be allowed to transport goods. The leaders of the refinery don't have to pay for their meals here, the refinery pays for them all. It costs several million per month, how can it be cheap?
At this point, the security guard's eyes flickered and he began to get a little nervous, as if he felt he had said too much.
Li Ming noticed the slight change in his expression and said, Don't be nervous. I'm not a reporter or an official. I just want to chat with someone after dinner.
Upon hearing that Li Ming was not a reporter nor from the Discipline Inspection Commission, the security guard relaxed again.
Li Ming smiled and said, The topic just now is a bit sensitive, let's not talk about that. By the way, brother, you have worked here for so many years, do you know what kind of oil these tankers are loaded with?
The topic just now was indeed a bit sensitive, and the security guard naturally didn't want to cause trouble. Seeing Li Ming actively changing the subject, the security guard confidently said,
What's the big deal?
Whenever a tanker passes by, I can tell at a glance what kind of oil is in the tank.
This is what Li Ming was waiting for. There are more than 100 tanker trucks here. He can't just collect them randomly like opening a blind box. If he had had some ineffective space, he wouldn't have had so much trouble. But it only has about 300 cubic meters of space, which can only accommodate 6 tanker trucks. When Li Ming saw these security guards, his first reaction was to think that these security guards must know how to distinguish what kind of oil is in the tanker trucks. Seeing Li Ming's suspicious look, the security guard immediately pointed to a tanker truck not far away and said, This one is loaded with 98 grade gasoline, this one is diesel, this one is 92 grade gasoline, this one is 92 grade gasoline. The security guard pointed out 10 tanker trucks to Li Ming in a row to prove his strength. Li Ming showed an admiring look and said, Brother, how do you identify it? Teach me.
They couldn't take away the 10 tanker trucks he had just identified right under the security guard's noses. The security guard chuckled. Li Ming immediately understood what he meant, took out another cigarette and lit it for the security guard himself.
Hiss hoo.
The security guard exhaled a puff of white smoke and said proudly,
It's actually very simple.
Once you explain it, anyone can easily distinguish the oil in the tank.
Li Ming continued, So magical?
The security guard pointed at one of the tanker trucks and said,
Did you see the oil drain hole under the tank of the tanker? Li Ming nodded.
The security guard continued, The fuel outlet is wrapped with a circle of green tape, which means that the truck is loaded with diesel. Li Ming looked at the oil drain port and saw a circle of green tape. In order to prevent the staff at the gas station from mixing up the oil products, the refinery will usually wrap the corresponding colored tape around the oil outlet before loading to prevent confusion.
Green represents diesel, yellow represents 92-octane gasoline, orange represents 95-octane gasoline, and red represents 98-octane gasoline. It's that simple.
Li Ming looked at the more than 100 tanker trucks in the parking lot and said happily, "So that's it." At this moment, a brand new Mercedes-Benz sedan stopped in front of Li Ming and the security guard. The window of the Mercedes-Benz sedan slowly rolled down, and a fat, big-eared young man poked his head out of the window.
"Hey, isn't this our squad leader Li Ming? Didn't Mr. Guan say that you were going to go pump manure? Why do you still have the time to chat with the security guard here?" "Oh, I see, you are planning to find a security job here, right? Ha ha."
Li Ming recognized the man at a glance. He was his classmate in college and Guanfeng's #1 follower, Zhang Yang.
The Mr. Guan he mentioned must be Guanfeng. Chapter 12, Gasoline in Hand.
The security guard saw Zhang Yang stop the car and spoke in a bad tone. In order to avoid causing trouble, he immediately walked away slowly and quickly. Li Ming did not respond to Zhang Yang's words immediately. He just took a sip of the cigarette in his hand and spit it out intriguingly.
Li Ming's silence made Zhang Yang even more proud.
He thought that Li Ming was silent because he felt inferior in the face of his success. Zhang Yang quickly rolled down the other windows of the Mercedes-Benz, pointed at Li Ming and said to the women in the car who were dressed very vulgarly,
"Let me introduce you.
This is our class monitor in college, a man of the hour back then, Li Ming. He's currently doing a pretty impressive job, pumping manure at the Environmental Sanitation Bureau, huh?" Those vulgar girls immediately covered their noses and glanced at Li Ming with disgust. Li Ming glanced at the three women in Zhang Yang's car.
"Ding. The gold does not meet the minimum requirements. The reason is that it's unhealthy. Ding. The gold does not meet the minimum requirements. Reason, technology and hard work all over the body. Ding. The gold does not meet the minimum requirements. System, pay attention to your Adam's apple." Li Ming suddenly realized.
A special product of Thailand. Li Ming jokingly gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up and said,
"Zhang Yang, you are this one.
You have gathered all three of these top-notch items." Zhang Yang didn't understand the hidden meaning of Li Ming at all, and thought that Li Ming was trying to please him for the security job. The three women, oh no, two women and one man, thought that Li Ming was coveting their beauty and rolled their eyes at Li Ming with disdain. Zhang Yang said proudly, "In recent years, thanks to the relationship between Mr. Guan's father, the fleet that Mr. Guan and I have cooperated with has also been able to rely on the big tree of South China Refinery. Look, I just picked up this brand new Mercedes-Benz yesterday, and it took more than 50 kilometers to land.
Aren't you envious? Aren't you angry? Ha ha ha."
Li Ming didn't care about the Mercedes in front of him at all. In a few days, it would just be a pile of scrap metal, not even enough to exchange for a bottle of mineral water.
However, the word convoy caught Li Ming's attention. "You and Guanfeng's team? Does Guanfeng also have shares in this team?"
Zhang Yang said contemptuously, "Of course, this is all Mr. Guan's business, and I am just following Mr. Guan to get a share of the profits." Li Ming pretended to be surprised and asked, "How many cars do you have in your fleet?" Zhang Yang said proudly, I just like to see you being ignorant and shocked."
Zhang Yang pointed to an oil tanker in the parking lot.
"Look, those cars with the word Yang written on them are all my Zhang Yang's cars.
There are dozens of them. Boss Guan's father is really awesome."
With just one sentence, he helped me get a job at the South China Refinery.
"How dare you fight against Mr. Guan? You are not even qualified to carry Mr. Guan's shoes. Don't even think about being a security guard here.
The manager here is my brother. You should go and ask Mr. Guan to give you the job of pumping manure.
At least you won't starve to death."
Li Ming didn't say anything, but showed a meaningful smile.
Of course, in Zhang Yang's eyes, these were just smiles from the lower to the higher.
The syphilis carrier sitting in the passenger seat was already very impatient.
"Zhang Yang, let's go quickly.
Mr. Zhang is waiting for us to eat.
Why would we bother chatting with this kind of person? He smells like shit. It's so stinky."
Zhang Yang closed the car window and said, "Li Ming, you'll learn from this." Then he started the car and drove into the parking lot. Li Ming looked at the Mercedes-Benz car with a wicked smile and muttered,
"You are such a good person. Since it is Guanfeng's property, I will not be polite." After saying that, he walked into the parking lot. The entire parking lot is very large.
Although there are several surveillance cameras, there are still very large blind spots. Li Ming specially selected several tanker trucks that were within the surveillance blind spot, each with a big young character on its body. Although the end of the world is coming soon, let me give you a little surprise in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, he put the 8 tanker trucks loaded with gasoline, which were marked with the word foreign in the blind spot of the surveillance, into the space. The original remaining 400 cubic meters of space were almost filled by these 8 tanker trucks. Among these 8 tanker trucks, 3 are carrying number 92 gasoline, 2 are carrying diesel, 2 are carrying number 95 gasoline, and 1 is carrying number 98 gasoline. A fully loaded tanker truck is loaded with 50 tons of refined oil, which means that he currently has 150 tons of number 92 gasoline, 100 tons of number 95 gasoline, 100 tons of diesel, and 50 tons of number 98 gasoline. It feels so good. Li Ming, who was about to leave, noticed that Zhang Yang's brand new Mercedes-Benz E300 sedan was parked not far away. Li Ming looked around and found that the Mercedes-Benz was located in the blind spot of the surveillance.
Hey, did you just pick up the car yesterday? Did you land more than 50?
Li Ming approached the Mercedes-Benz, and with a thought, the brand new Mercedes-Benz disappeared from the spot. After doing all this, Li Ming put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the parking lot. The security guard just now gave him a look of contempt and shouted at Li Ming.
You are just a shit collector, why are you pretending to be such a bitch in front of me? Don't you know your own weight? People are like this, they flatter the powerful and look down on the weak.
It's rare for the security guard to see someone who is worse off than him, so of course he has to step on them a few times.
Li Ming didn't bother with him.
He waved his hand to hail a taxi and set off to the southern suburbs of the city to pick up the weapons he had ordered. Zhang Yang was drunk with the leaders of the refinery. A driver burst in and said, Mr. Zhang, something bad has happened. Zhang Yang blushed and angrily said to the driver,
Didn't you see me drinking with the leaders? What big thing can happen here?
The driver pointed to the parking lot and said tremblingly, Damn it. Several of our tanker trucks are gone. They disappeared. Zhang Yang stood up, slapping the table with a surprised look on his face. Explain to me clearly what you mean by missing and what you mean by vanishing. The driver stammered, It's just gone.
Zhang Yang's legs went weak.
Their fleet had signed a contract with the refinery. Once the vehicles left the refinery and arrived at the gas station, they would be held fully responsible for any loss of the goods.
This refinery restaurant is obviously not located in a refinery or a gas station. 8 trucks of oil are worth nearly 5 million. That doesn't include the money for the tanker truck. He can't afford the compensation even if he sells it. But how could such a large tanker truck disappear out of thin air?
What's more, there are as many as 8 cars. There is a ghost, absolutely there is a ghost.
Zhang Yang grabbed the driver by the collar and said, Have you figured it out?
Don't play this kind of joke on me. The driver said with trembling lips.
We have searched the entire parking lot several times and still haven't found it. We have also checked the surveillance cameras several times and have not found any video of the vehicle leaving the parking lot.
The driver paused and said nervously,
One more thing. Zhang Yang roared, What's the matter? Tell me now. Your new Mercedes-Benz is also missing. Suddenly, Zhang Yang's eyes went dark. This was all a dream, absolutely a dream.
He bought his Mercedes-Benz in 60 installments with no down payment. The worst thing is that the insurance for the new car that just arrived yesterday hasn't taken effect yet.
Chapter 13, Bargaining must be cut in half. Zhang Yang, are you kidding me? 8 fully loaded tankers just disappeared. Go find them for me right now. If you can't find them, don't come to see me again.
Upon learning the news that the tanker truck was lost, Guanfeng yelled in frustration. 5 million worth of finished oil plus the loss of 8 tanker trucks, even if it was Guanfeng, he couldn't afford so much money to compensate. At this time, Zhang Yang was lying on the sofa in the office of the refinery hotel. When he learned that the Mercedes-Benz he had purchased in installments was missing, he became so angry that he fainted. There was no other way, the restaurant owner could only let him rest in the office first. Zhang Yang looked around and found that there was no one else, so he whispered cautiously.
Boss Guan, do you think it's the owner of the oil refinery restaurant who did this?
It's on his territory, how could such a big oil tanker just disappear like that? Guanfeng said coldly, Don't say such things without evidence.
We can't afford to offend the people there.
Their restaurant makes millions of profits a month. They won't do such a thing.
Zhang Yang thought for a while, then, could it be Li Ming? Guanfeng paused, What's the matter with Li Ming?
Zhang Yang told Guanfeng about his meeting with Li Ming in front of the hotel.
Guanfeng thought for a while and said sarcastically, If Li Ming had this ability, he wouldn't have ended up like this today. Don't think too much about it.
It should have nothing to do with him. At this time, Li Ming had arrived at the Xinguang Farm Tools store at the southern end of Tianhai City, nearly 40 kilometers away from the refinery hotel. When he arrived at the door of Xinguang Farm Tools store, Li Ming had already seen sickles, hatchets, and axes with welded steel pipe handles neatly piled in front of the store.
Li Ming entered the farm implement shop and said to the boss, "Hello, boss.
I ordered those farm implements made of welded steel pipes outside."
The owner of the farm tool store looked Li Ming up and down.
Although he looked to have a straight figure and strong muscles.
But it didn't feel like doing farm work in the forest at all. The boss asked cautiously, "Are you really using these farm tools in the forest farm? Are you going to do anything illegal or criminal?"
After all, these farm tools were sold from him, so he also bears some responsibility if anything happens.
Moreover, Li Ming once asked him about the crossbow over the phone.
This made him more suspicious and cautious.
Li Ming laughed, "Boss, you think I look quite gentle and handsome, not like a forest worker at all."
The boss pointed to a pine tree outside the door and said, "Cut that pine tree once. I'll see how hard you use it and how much force you put in.
Then I can tell whether you are a forest worker or not."
Li Ming took a look at the pine wood outside the door, which was more than 30 centimeters in diameter. There were obvious knife marks of different sizes on the pine wood. It was obviously provided to farmers who bought farm tools for testing knives. Li Ming carefully observed the old cuts left on the thick pine wood.
The deepest one was only about 5 centimeters. Isn't this exactly what Li Ming wants?
Li Ming also wants to try whether these weapons are as tough and sharp as he imagined. Li Ming spat into his hands twice, rubbed his palms a few times, and then picked up a hatchet with a steel pipe welded to it.
"Boss, you'll see."
Li Ming raised the knife with both hands and chopped the thick pine wood at a 45-degree angle.
Bang!
The hatchet had cut into the pine wood nearly 20 centimeters deep. Of course, that was only 20 centimeters deep on the slope, but it was also far deeper than the cut that had been left in the pine wood before. Li Ming had a lot of experience in killing zombies in his previous life, so chopping wood and killing zombies were almost the same thing. The blade should be cut into the target at a 45 angle, which is the best way to exert force and has the greatest lethality. The boss was shocked when he saw Li Ming chop with the knife. Even a strong man who works every day can only cut 3-5 centimeters into the thick pine wood.
The knife actually cut into the inside by nearly 20 centimeters.
And judging from the way Li Ming swung the knife and the force he used, Li Ming was definitely a veteran. The owner of the farm tool store also dispelled the possibility that Li Ming purchased these farm tools to commit illegal acts. After all, if you have such experience and strength, you only need an ordinary kitchen knife, and you will be much better at using it than others. There is no need to go to great lengths to purchase these farm tools. Li Ming also realized that after that knife strike, the boss had basically dispelled his doubts about him.
Li Ming took the opportunity to ask, "Boss, I told you before that there are wild boars in our forest farm. Regarding the hunting crossbow." Then he gave the farm tool store a look that said, "You know what I mean."
The boss immediately closed the door of the farm tool shop and cautiously asked Li Ming again,
"You want to get a hunting crossbow? Are you really going to hunt wild boars?" Li Ming said calmly, "Of course, otherwise how could you hit someone?"
The boss whispered, "We do have hunting crossbows, but in China, hunting wild boars is illegal.
If you are caught, you must not say that you got the hunting crossbow from us."
After all, in China, selling hunting crossbows is also illegal. Li Ming took out 2 cigarettes and handed one to the owner of the farm tool shop.
"Don't worry, I understand. Besides, we only hunt in the forest. There are only our own people in the forest. No one will report us." The boss took the cigarette from Li Ming, and Li Ming lit it for the boss sensibly.
The boss immediately took out a rusty old hunting crossbow from the inner room, pointed at it and said,
"This is the hunting crossbow I retrieved the day before yesterday.
Don't look at it as rusty and old, it has all the necessary functions, and its lethality is no less than those newly made hunting crossbows. The coolest thing is that this hunting crossbow can fire 3 shots in a row, and within a 20-meter range, its lethality is about the same as a bullet." Li Ming took the hunting crossbow from his boss with shining eyes. With a range of 20 meters and 3 bursts of crossbow arrows, it was enough for him to scare off most enemies.
This hunting crossbow is obviously useless against zombies.
Even if you shoot 20 arrows at a zombie in a row, you cannot kill it, and it won't even affect its ability to move. After all, zombies have no sense of pain and no fear.
People are different.
When the hunting crossbow comes out, they will probably be frightened by the fear.
Li Ming asked excitedly, "Boss, how much is this?" The boss looked at Li Ming slyly and said, 10,000. With 20 crossbow arrows. Hiss. Li Ming took a breath. It's good, but it's too damn expensive. There are a bunch of knives outside, and their total value is only over 2,000. Li Ming put down the hunting crossbow carefully. It's too expensive. It's over budget. The boss said slyly, "It's too expensive, but you're still paying for it. Or I'll sell it to you for your money." Li Ming hesitated for a moment. A wise man once said that if you want a bargain, you have to cut the price in half. Don't be shy. So Li Ming gritted his teeth and said, 5,000, will you sell it? The boss said cheerfully, "Sell." Li Ming. Damn it. Li Ming felt like he was ripped off and the product was sold at a too high a price. So he gritted his teeth and said shamelessly, "I mean to bring the balance of the farm tools, a total of 5,000. Boss, sell." Li Ming. Chapter 14 He who advocates shall provide evidence. The crossbow hunting boss bought it back from a farmer for 200 yuan. With this order, the boss earned 3,800 yuan from Li Ming with tears in his eyes. Li Ming has already found out that there is a large agricultural product trading market nearby. After getting the weapons and having a midnight snack, I took a taxi to the farmer's market. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Before going to the farmer's market, Li Ming deliberately went to an abandoned grassland 3 kilometers away from the farmer's market. The 8 tanker trucks seized from the refinery hotel were taken away, and the gasoline loaded in the tanker trucks was collected. As for the 8 tanker trucks, they were left abandoned in the deserted grassland. Most agricultural product trading markets start trading around 3 in the morning. The purpose is to deliver all kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables to various vegetable markets and supermarkets before dawn, so that citizens can eat the freshest fruits and vegetables. After being cheated by the owner of the farm implement store, Li Ming Ben originally wanted to make some money by purchasing agricultural products at the agricultural product trading market for free to make up for the emotional trauma. But after arriving at the agricultural product trading market, Li Ming found that he couldn't do it. He really couldn't do it. It's not because the security here is so strict or how difficult it is to take action. On the contrary, mountains of fruits and vegetables are piled up in the agricultural product trading market as if they were free. Some vehicles are not even attended to. The reason why I couldn't make it was because it was too cheap. He really couldn't bring himself to eat the things that farmers had grown with so much effort. Potatoes are 50 cents a pound, and 1,000 pounds only cost 500 yuan. Carrots are 0.3 cents a pound, and 1,000 pounds only cost 300 yuan. Cabbage is 40 cents a pound, and 1,000 pounds only cost 400 yuan. Chilean watermelon is 0.80 cents per pound, and 1,000 pounds only cost 800 yuan. Peaches are 80 cents a pound, and 1,000 pounds only cost 800 yuan. At this price, how can Li Ming buy it for free? If I really do this, it would feel a bit inhuman. When you come here, you just shop, buy, and buy, as if it doesn't cost anything. 1,000 kilograms each of potatoes, carrots, and cabbage. Other types of fresh vegetables, 500 kilograms each. 500 kilograms of fruits including watermelon, peach, pear, apple, lychee, longan, plum, grape, and raisin. Those who sell imported fruits such as durian and cherries are not ordinary farmers, but the richest of the rich. Li Ming was in an imported fruit store and quietly put several boxes of imported fruits such as durian, cherries, mangosteen, etc. into the space. Li Ming does not feel any psychological pressure at all when making purchases for the rich at $0 price. Li Ming walked around from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. In total, I bought more than 10,000 kilograms of fruits and vegetables, and spent only 10,000 yuan. It's too cheap. It's really too cheap. The current housing price in Tianhai City, even around the farmer's market, has reached 30,000 yuan per square meter. Li Ming found it very ironic that 10,000 kilograms of food that people depended on for survival could not even be exchanged for a square cement box. Farmers have been farming all their lives and supporting so many people, but they can't even afford to buy a house in the city. In another 7 days, this distorted value system will be completely destroyed. When the end of the world comes, houses and cars will become worthless. By that time, a house may not be able to be exchanged for a potato. After putting the supplies purchased from the farmer's market into the space, the sky began to gradually brighten. Li Ming's plan to stockpile supplies was also completed by 99%. The WeChat balance is only 4,000 yuan. Dong dong dong.
Li Ming, who had just returned to his rental house at dawn and was sleeping, was awakened by a series of hurried knocks on the door.
Who is it? So early in the morning.
Li Ming cursed at the person outside the door, then dragged his tired body to open the door. At this time, two policemen, a man and a woman in police uniforms, were standing outside the door. Hiss. Li Ming took a deep breath and his first reaction was that his secret had been exposed.
After all, he had something to hide.
Li Ming immediately put on a harmless smile.
Did you two uncles come to the wrong place?
Li Ming looked at their police badges.
The man's name was Zhang Vida and the woman's name was Nangon Ling. Ding. A blue system interface appeared above Nangon Ling's head. Name, Nangon Ling. Occupation, policeman. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 22. Body, 90 points. Force value, 10. Overall score, 90 points. After receiving the system prompt, Li Ming looked at Nangon Ling in front of him in surprise. It's rare to find a woman with a combat power value of 10, and Luo Zijuan only has 5. I was so nervous when I saw the police just now that I didn't notice for a moment that Nangon Ling is really a rare beauty. Her face is particularly delicate, and the combination of her hair tied up and the outfit that outlines her curves perfectly gives her a sense of uniform temptation. Nangon Ling felt Li Ming's fiery gaze and immediately said with disgust. Uncle? Do you think I'm your uncle? Li Ming laughed. It's the same name. What do you two want to talk to me about?
The two did not answer Li Ming's question immediately, but entered Li Ming's rental house and looked around. Li Ming's rental house is only about 10 square meters in size, and everything inside can be seen at a glance. There was a simple wooden bed of 1.5 meters and a desk with quite a few books on it. There was also a cloth wardrobe, and the house was completely bare. However, although this rental house is small, it is quite clean.
Nangon Ling pointed at the sealed cloth closet and asked, "What's in here?" "Some personal clothing." "Open it." "Ah." Nangon Ling's voice rose an octave. "I asked you to open it." The moment the zipper of the cloth wardrobe was opened, a pile of underwear covered Nangon Ling's face.
Li Ming quickly bent down to clean up. "Sorry, I haven't had time to clean up yet."
"What exactly do you want to talk to me about?" The male police officer was about to speak, but Nangon Ling quickly spoke first. "Were you at the Walmart Longnan warehouse the night before yesterday?" Li Ming's heart trembled. "Was it exposed so soon?"
"No, if it was really exposed, it would definitely not be these two policemen who came."
Li Ming replied, "Yes." "What are you going to do?" "Drink wine." "Who are you drinking with?"
"My friend Zhang Ergu and his colleagues."
"Drinking isn't against the law, right?" Nangon Ling glared at Li Ming and said, "Just answer whatever I ask you. Don't talk nonsense. Besides drinking, what else did you do?" Li Ming thought for a while. Nangon Ling pushed Li Ming to the wall and put one hand on Li Ming's chest. "Give me a good answer to the questions I asked you."
Li Ming raised his hands and said innocently, "It's just drinking and peeing."
Zhang Vida asked, "What about last night?
Where did you go?"
"The Refinery Restaurant and Tianhai Farmers Market."
The two places are almost 40 kilometers apart.
"What are you doing there?" "Looking for a job." "What kind of job are you looking for?" "Security guard."
Nangon Ling released her hand that was pressing on Li Ming's chest and said seriously, "The night before yesterday you went to Walmart, and something was lost at Walmart. Last night you went to the Refinery Restaurant, and something was also lost at the Refinery Restaurant. I have reason to suspect that these two cases are related to you."
Li Ming also laughed. "What kind of reason was this?"
Li Ming also roughly understood the purpose of Nangon Ling and Zhang Vida's visit this time. The two of them are not criminal police in this area at all, and may even be just trainee police officers. These trainee police officers are usually very proactive when encountering a case, as if each of them is Sherlock Holmes. After finding evidence that Li Ming appeared at the Walmart warehouse and the Refinery Restaurant at the same time, combined with his own subjective judgment, he believed that the criminal was Li Ming.
In other words, they have no evidence at all.
If there really was evidence, it wouldn't be these two who came.
Li Ming said calmly, "What does it have to do with me if they lost something?"
Nangon Ling said, "You were present at both crime scenes.
How can you prove that you have nothing to do with this?" Li Ming crossed his arms and said, "Where's the evidence? Don't you understand who advocates and who provides the evidence?" Chapter 15. If you don't buy it now, you won't be able to buy it anymore. Nangong Ling was retorted by Li Ming, and a look of anger suddenly appeared on her face.
She quickly took out her clothes and silver bracelet from behind.
Evidence? Come back with me and help with the investigation.
Once we investigate, we'll know for sure whether it was you who did it. Li Ming said, Officer, if you can provide a search warrant or arrest warrant, I will naturally go back with you to assist in the investigation. Nangong Ling puffed up her cheeks and said, When I find out that it has nothing to do with you, I will apologize to you.
You must go back with me today.
Li Ming was stunned. He didn't expect this girl to be so reckless and completely disregard the rules and regulations.
Once you arrive at the police station, there are too many uncertainties and you might end up being trapped there.
Faced with Nangong Ling's recklessness, Li Ming was ready to escape at any time. Li Ming's rental house is on the second floor, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape from Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida. Just as Nangong Ling was about to step forward and attack Li Ming, Zhang Vida raised his hand to stop Nangong Ling and pulled her out the door. Junior sister Nangong, we came here to interrogate someone without the permission of our superiors, which is already a violation of discipline. We also arrested him without any evidence.
I'm afraid the leader will be really angry. Nangong Ling glared at Zhang Vida, isn't it just being criticized? What are you afraid of? Zhang Vida said unhappily, you are the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, so of course you will only be criticized.
I violated the discipline, but I will be punished severely. If I am punished severely, I will only be a low-level policeman in my life.
Don't worry, I'll go back with you, and when we find enough evidence, we'll come back to catch him.
Nangong Ling stamped her feet and said, I don't know where he ran off to at that time.
Zhang Vida glanced at Li Ming and said, as long as he is really a criminal, why should we be afraid that he will escape? Our Chinese Sky Eye system is not just for show.
If it weren't for the fact that Nangong Ling is the eldest daughter of the Nangong family in Beijing and is very nice looking, how could Zhang Vida possibly accompany Nangong Ling to Li Ming's place to go crazy based on her intuition alone? If they really caught the man and brought him back to the police station, and then made a mistake and got complained about, she, Nangong Ling, could get away with it, but the only one who would suffer would be a small person like him who had no foundation at all. Naturally, the conversation between Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida was heard entirely by Li Ming, who had terrifying hearing abilities. As expected, it was just a small abuse of power by a young lady in the internship period.
It was a false alarm.
Nangong Ling put away the silver bracelet in her hand and walked up to Li Ming again.
You'd better not leave Tianhai City during this period. I will come back to find you at any time.
Li Ming threw a coquettish glance at Nangong Ling, I would rather you come to me when you are alone.
Nangong Ling, you.
Zhang Vida was afraid that Nangong Ling would do something out of line, so he quickly stopped her and said to Li Ming seriously,
Stop talking nonsense. We are here to investigate a case. Just cooperate with us.
After saying that, he pulled Nangong Ling away. Before leaving, Nangong Ling said something cruel, Boy, don't let me find out that it was really you who did it, otherwise you will be in trouble. Li Ming closed the door of the rental house. Although the police currently have no direct evidence to prove that he did these things.
But even a young and inexperienced person like Nangong Ling could suspect him, so wouldn't other experienced detectives have thought of it?
Perhaps they didn't want to alert the enemy, so they conducted a slow and in-depth investigation. Fortunately, Nangong Ling, the eldest daughter of the Nangong family who did not take discipline seriously, acted recklessly and reminded Li Ming. Although it seems very illogical to steal tens of millions of supplies from Walmart and 8 tanker trucks full of fuel at once. But he was not absolutely meticulous and foolproof when doing these things.
Maybe there will be some clues left in some unexpected place.
With the detection technology of 2034, I believe the criminal police will soon find out what happened to them.
This rental house is no longer safe. They have to find a home where they can't find their way back in a short time even if they prove they did it. As long as he can hold on for another 6 days, no one will be able to do anything to him.
Li Ming thought of Hua Fian's house.
Yes, Hua Fian and I have never had any intersection in society. No matter how smart they were, they could not have imagined that they would hide in Hua Fian's home. And he had already made up his mind to face the end of the world in Hua Fian's house. As there are still a few days left before the end of the world, you can renovate the layout of the suite to make your life more comfortable. And I still have 4,000 yuan left to spend. Although 4,000 is not a lot, it is his hard-earned money and he is determined not to waste a single cent of it. I looked around the rental house where I had lived for 3 years. The walls were bare and the only things worth taking away were those few books.
The urban village where the rental house is located is home to more than 300,000 people from the lower classes of society and recent college graduates.
The population density of urban villages is very high.
After the apocalypse, this is also a disaster area where zombies are rampant. It was in such an environment that Li Ming managed to break out of the siege with great difficulty. Thinking back to the hard times he had experienced in his previous life, he didn't want to experience it again. This time, he had to live better than anyone else. The night market in the urban village is bustling with people, and the colorful signs seem a bit chaotic. The air is filled with the smell of various street snacks and barbecue. Although Li Ming lived a hard life, he seldom ate these street snacks.
However, after the apocalypse, every time I think of these street snacks, I can't help but drool. If you don't buy it now, you will never be able to eat it. Li Ming walked along the street. Li Ming's favorite Long John pork trotter rice is a must-have, so he immediately ordered 20 servings for takeaway. 10 servings of chansha stinky tofu.
10 servings of meat and egg pancakes. 10 servings of lemon boneless chicken feet.
10 servings of fried milk. 10 servings of multi-grain egg-filled pancakes.
10 servings of Chongqing noodles. 10 servings of roasted pig's trotters.
Crayfish of various flavors, 10 pounds each. 100 kebabs of lamb.
10 dozen grilled oysters and 10 servings of other grilled items. After going through this process, the 2,000 yuan was gone. Don't underestimate the 10 copies of each variety, as long as you get double the top-notch beauties.
10 portions can become 20 portions, 40 portions, 80 portions. There will be endless food in the future. When it comes to junk food, McDonald's and KFC are indispensable. You must have 10 buckets for the family bucket and 10 buckets for the chicken wings bucket. You must also order 10 of the other flavor combos. I spent a lot of money, 4,000 yuan, and after just a quick walk around the night market in this urban village, it was all gone. There was not a penny left, not even enough for taxi fare. After putting all these street snacks into the space, Li Ming could only walk to Binjiang No. 1 community. Chapter 16. Do you really think I'm stupid?
Li Ming took out the key he had taken from Huofian from the space. With the key, the access control outside the community and the door of the house were useless, and Li Ming quickly arrived at Huofian's house. Binjiang No. 1 is a mid to high-end real estate project in Tianhai City, with a total of 15 buildings, each with 40 floors, 2 elevators and 4 households, and most of them are large flats. There are more than 2,300 households in 15 buildings.
Binjiang No. 1 is a very mature community with an occupancy rate of over 90%.
Excluding some families who have moved out, Li Ming estimates that when Doomsday comes, there will still be nearly 2,000 households in this community. Li Ming believes that this population density is very ideal.
If it is an economic community, the number of households will be much more than that of Binjiang No. 1.
Too dense a population means that the density of zombies after the apocalypse will also be higher, and the chance of encountering danger when going out will be greatly increased. The population density in the villa area is much lower, and the number of zombies after the apocalypse is also smaller.
But Li Ming's target is the most beautiful women. A large population means there are fewer of them.
Therefore, the population situation of Binjiang No. 1 just meets Li Ming's standards. Huofian's house has an overall light luxury cream style, which looks very feminine. Although it looks comfortable, Li Ming doesn't like this style. Considering that he would be living in this house for a long time to come, Li Ming decided to take some time to renovate it. Anyway, there are tools and materials in the space that were brought from the Walmart warehouse. It is called a renovation, but in fact it is just a simple change of the layout style and purpose of the entire house according to Li Ming's personal preferences. Especially the decorative fireplace, Li Ming wants to transform it into a truly usable smokeless fireplace. Because when Doomsday comes, the temperature will drop sharply to -450 degrees Celsius. Even if the ordinary air conditioner adjusts the auxiliary heating to the highest setting, the indoor temperature can only be barely controlled at around 0 degrees. At this temperature, even if people don't freeze to death, it is still very uncomfortable, and it is very common to get sores on hands and feet. With this fireplace, it is not a problem to control the indoor temperature of this house at 30 degrees. After a few days, Huofian's house had become unrecognizable and had lost all of its original creamy style. All the beige furniture in the living room was put away by Li Ming. The entire living room was transformed by Li Ming into a competition hall and audio-visual room. Li Ming also replaced the bedding in the room that still carried the scent of Huofian with dark-colored bedding that was more masculine. As for the bedside table, there is still a beautiful photo of Huofian in uniform. Whenever he saw this photo of Huofian, Li Ming thought, it would be great if this woman could come back before the end of the world. After entering Huofian's house, Li Ming cracked Huofian's WLFL password immediately. This is not a very difficult thing to do, you can easily do it with just a Wi-Fi wizard. After cracking the Wi-Fi password, Li Ming downloaded various audio and video files from various websites day and night. These are all spiritual food to pass the time after the end of the world. Especially the love action movies from the island country, if you don't download them now, you will never find them again. Li Ming took out 10 3T mobile hard drives from the space, specifically used to store these short movies. After completing all this, it was already July 16th, and there were only 2 days left before the snow, rain and Cambrian temperature drop. These days, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng have been waiting for Li Ming to ask them for the job of pumping manure. Guanfeng was particularly worried. The loss of the 8 oil tankers from the refinery hotel caused him a direct loss of several million yuan, and he was feeling very anxious. Although he lost several million, he got it back by cheating Li Ming. In the house number 3803, Building 7, Binjiang number 1 community. Guanfeng has been thinking about the 3 million yuan in compensation these days. No matter what, he has to put the bill on Li Ming. I must do everything I can to suck it back from Li Ming. Guanfeng glanced at Luo Zijuan unhappily. Hasn't that kid Li Ming replied to you yet? Luo Zijuan carefully admired her newly finished nails. No, he hasn't contacted me recently. I guess he's looking for a job. I don't know if he got angry because I didn't lend him money last time and asked him to shovel manure. Guanfeng paced back and forth. For the refinery incident, I split it with Zhang Yang, and I lost nearly 3 million. I wonder if I can get some back from Li Ming. Luo Zijuan said with a tut-tut sound. Li Ming can't even afford to eat now, how much money can you get from him? Guanfeng laughed sinisterly and said, I have a friend who heard that if he introduces someone to work in northern Myanmar, he can get a head fee of 1 million. Luo Zijuan looked at Guanfeng in shock. Are you planning to sell Li Ming? Guanfeng said, of course, I lost nearly 3 million this time, so I have to find a way to make some money back from Li Ming. What's more, he can't even afford to eat, so we are just introducing him to a high-paying job. Luo Zijuan hesitated for a moment. Can we negotiate the price with them, 1.5 million? He is my first man, so I have to pay more. Maybe in the future, we will never see him again. Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan immediately understood what he meant and burst into laughter. Luo Zijuan immediately picked up her phone and sent a message to Li Ming. Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, we were not thoughtful enough about the manure pumping job. We apologize to you, but our original intention was for your own good. You have to understand us. Luo Zijuan, you are Guanfeng and I's best friend. We feel bad to see that you can't even afford food. Guanfeng and I have asked around and found a job that can allow you to pay off your debt within a year. I hope you can seize this opportunity and stop sinking into despair. Li Ming, who was eating high-end Australian imported steak and drinking 1982 Lafite, saw Luo Zijuan's message. His debts are probably several million. Can he pay it off in a year? Well, let's see what this couple is up to. Li Ming, what job? Luo Zijuan, Guanfeng's friend opened an information company in northern Myanmar and is recruiting talents like you to work as a manager there. Guanfeng shamelessly fought for you to get this job, so you must cherish it. Luo Zijuan, this is a company opened by Guanfeng's friend. It is absolutely safe. You can rest assured. You know Guanfeng and I well, and we will never cheat you. Li Ming read the message and the corners of his mouth twitched. These two dogs are so cruel. After sucking all my blood, they still want to sell the only body left of me. Li Ming, do you really think I'm stupid? If it's such a good job, why don't you let Guanfeng go? Luo Zijuan, how can you say that? Haven't we worried about you enough in the past few years? Can you do better? If you do better, maybe our children will be able to help others. Li Ming took a look and realized it was the same trick again. Whenever he wanted to persuade Li Ming to do something he didn't want to do, he would take advantage of Li Ming's guilt towards him in his previous life. At this point, Li Ming naturally would not give her any face anymore. Li Ming, child? Are you talking about Wu Jing's child or Zhang Zhongfeng's child? Oh, by the way, I forgot that you and Guanfeng had an affair with that fat guy Zhang Yang. Are you talking about his child? Li Ming, sorry, I forgot that Guanfeng seemed to have always believed that before him. I was your only man. He didn't seem to know your nickname, Jade-Faced Bus. Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan looked at Li Ming's reply message expectantly. After reading it, Guan Feng's face turned as black as if it had been painted with ink. Luo Zijuan, Li Ming, I helped you out of good intentions because you couldn't even afford a meal, but you dare to slander me like this.
Li Ming, who told you I can't afford to eat? Image, steak with red wine.
Li Ming really wanted to see Guan Feng and Luo Zijuan blushing at this moment. Click, click. The sound of someone twisting the door lock of the house reached Li Ming's ears.
Chapter 17 You're a madman.
Huofian dragged her suitcase, wearing a stewardess uniform, and said with joy, Dear, a Category 13 hurricane suddenly hit the United States, so the flight was cancelled and our original work plan was also changed, so we will have a 5-day holiday next.
Yes, I will go and pick up Xiaoha tomorrow. Thank you for your help these past few days. I will treat you to dinner tomorrow. I'm at the door of my house. I'm going to go home first to take a bath and have a good sleep.
Please help me take care of Xiaoha for another day tonight.
Okay, bye.
Huofian was in a very good mood because her flight plan originally scheduled for half a month was suddenly cancelled.
I really want to go home and lie down on my soft and comfortable bed for a whole day.
When she saw the spare key in her hand, she remembered that when she was about to go out last week, she discovered that her original key was missing.
At that time, because we were in a hurry, we didn't do anything.
I thought to myself that if I really couldn't find it, I would have to change the lock. After all, she lives here alone as a girl, and any possibility of putting herself in danger must be eliminated.
Click, click.
The door was opened. Seeing the unfamiliar scene in the house, Huofian quickly retreated. I quickly bowed slightly and muttered, I'm sorry, I went to the wrong door, sorry. After leaving the house, Huofian looked around carefully at the environment outside the door.
It looks very familiar, it is definitely her home. Look at the house number again, 72202.
It was her house number, yes, but the decoration in the house, the competition chairs in the living room, the huge 100-inch LCD TV on the wall, and even all the furniture, were not her original furniture. Huofian carefully opened the door again, and cautiously leaned in to look around.
Although the furniture and appliances have been replaced, the decoration on the walls is still the decoration of her home.
And the dining table was still the one she had carefully selected. But on the table, there was a half-eaten steak and an opened bottle of red wine. After confirming that this was indeed her house, Huofian took out a golf club from the entrance with familiarity.
Huofian was stunned for a moment. This was indeed the golf club she prepared to prevent anyone from breaking in.
At this moment, Huofian was even more certain that this was her house.
Who turned her house into this? A thief? But would a thief place a gaming chair worth more than 100,000 yuan in her living room?
And the 100-inch LCD TV on the wall must also be worth tens of thousands of yuan.
So what is?
Suddenly, Huofian felt a cold metal object pressing against the exposed skin behind her neck.
Before Huofian could turn around and see what was behind her. Sizzle!
A strong electric current was discharged from the metal object. Under the severe electric shock, Huofian's eyes went dark and she lost consciousness instantly. Li Ming held a high-voltage electric baton in his hand and looked at Huofian, who fell to the ground after being struck by the electric baton, with a look of joy on his face.
Ha ha! She actually came back before the end of the world, so don't blame me then.
Li Ming quickly found the rope and tied Huofian up tightly.
It is definitely not possible to rob now.
According to the system requirements, the person involved must voluntarily sacrifice himself to meet the requirements. When the end of the world comes, there are plenty of ways to make Huofian sacrifice herself voluntarily.
Moreover, in the end of the world, a beauty like Huofian will definitely become the prey of other men. Some even became slaves being traded. Falling into her hands might be the best outcome for her.
Huofian gradually regained consciousness from her coma and wanted to rub her eyes. At this time, Huofian found that her whole body was tied up and a piece of cloth was stuffed in her mouth.
She suddenly remembered the scene before she was electrocuted and fell unconscious.
Her whole body began to feel cold and her eyes were filled with fear. She was kidnapped. It is still unknown whether the other party wants to rob you of your money or rape you. Huofian raised her head and looked upwards again.
The zombie movie Train to Busan is playing on the 100-inch LCD TV. The horrific movie scenes made Huofian's inner fear even more clear. There was a man sitting on the sofa in front of the LCD TV.
This man was obviously the one who kidnapped her. Huofian's mouth was stuffed tightly and she could only make stammering sounds. The hesitating voice entered Li Ming's ears, and Li Ming immediately realized that Huofian had woken up. Li Ming immediately turned off the movie playing on TV, stood up from the sofa, and slowly walked towards Huofian.
Miss Huofian, you finally woke up.
Looking at Li Ming walking slowly towards her, Huofian immediately twisted her body in fear, looking extremely excited.
Woo, woo, woo.
Li Ming squatted in front of Huofian.
Don't be so excited, calm down and listen to me. Huofian looked at Li Ming in horror. Her thoughts were completely dominated by fear. She could not hear what Li Ming said at all.
She kept making woo-woo sounds, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Li Ming stood up helplessly. I can't talk to you like this.
Let's talk when you calm down.
Li Ming stood up, sat back on the sofa, picked up a can of beer and started drinking.
Woo woo woo.
Although Huofian's mouth was blocked, Li Ming could still hear Huofian crying loudly. But Li Ming will not be soft-hearted because of this. In the end times, there are many women who cry more miserably and are more desperate than her. Li Ming has long been immune to them. 3 minutes later, Huofian, who had no strength to struggle, finally calmed down weakly, but her body was still sobbing uncontrollably.
Li Ming walked to Huofian again, squatted down, and took the cloth out of her mouth. Can we have a good conversation now? Huofian nodded weakly. Li Ming showed a harmless smile.
Let me introduce myself to you first.
My name is Li Ming, and I will be your man soon. I have 2 things to tell you.
First, from now on, this house of yours will belong to me. Second, I will be your master from now on, and you must obey my orders unconditionally. Huofian also gradually calmed down and looked at Li Ming with confusion, as if the Li Ming in front of her was a madman with mental problems.
Asking for a house right away? House. Who robs a house? Doesn't he know that the house needs to be transferred? Can he just take it if he wants? And I have to obey his orders from now on. This is crazy. She had never even obeyed her own parents' orders, so who did he think he was? Moreover, this man looks very familiar. Have you seen him somewhere? The next second, Huofian remembered. You're the courier who delivered the package to me last week, right? I advise you to stop immediately. Since I know where you work, you will definitely not be able to escape. If you are willing to let me go now, I can pretend that nothing happened. I won't call the police or tell anyone else. You are still so young, don't think about killing me. If I die, you will be guilty of a great crime. It is better to turn back. If you leave now, you still have a chance.
Li Ming said calmly, if I were afraid, I wouldn't have caught you so easily.
Don't worry, I won't hurt you. As long as you meet my requirements, I can even let you go free.
Huofian sobbed a few times, tears kept falling down, and cried.
Please don't do this. I can give you money. There is more than 100,000 yuan in my card. The password is 021021. You can take the money.
I will never call the police.
My father is the owner of a shoe factory. If you need a job, I can ask him to help you find one. I don't think you're a bad person. I can give you everything except my body.
Li Ming seemed a little impatient. I have made it very clear.
I will let you go when you think clearly. Besides, in a way, I am also saving you. You will thank me for what I did today in the future.
After saying that, Li Ming stuffed the cloth back into Huofian's mouth as she struggled.
Chapter 18 Blood Rain Falls.
Looking back on the previous life, how many women experienced fear and despair in the end times? Willingly sell their bodies and even actively use their bodies to seduce their targets, then brutally kill and seize their supplies. In extreme circumstances, women tend to be more selfish and cruel than men. Having seen all kinds of vicious women, Li Ming no longer knows what it means to be gentle and considerate to women. As long as he achieves his goal, he can be even more ruthless.
After Li Ming blocked Huofian's mouth again, she began to cry like a wronged young wife.
Now the end of the world has not officially arrived yet, and Huofian, who has not experienced the despair of the Doomsday, will not be able to let Li Ming achieve his goal easily. But Li Ming was not in a hurry. Having experienced the end of the world, he knew that almost no one could withstand the torture of hunger and lack of water.
Most people would succumb after enduring hunger for 3-5 days. Early in the morning, Li Ming was awakened by the urgent ringing of his cell phone.
He opened his eyes and saw that it was Zhang Ergo calling him. Li Ming picked up the phone lazily. Ergo, why are you calling me so early in the morning? Zhang Ergo asked seriously. Li Ming, tell me if the theft at our Walmart warehouse has anything to do with you. Li Ming did not deny or admit it, he just said, yes. Zhang Ergo cursed, I guess you're the one who's going to kill me. The police have already found me today. Li Ming said in surprise. You were caught? Zhang Ergu, I got wind of it a long time ago and left early.
They are still looking for me now. Li Ming, then listen to me. No matter what, run back home before 3 o'clock this afternoon. Maybe you can survive.
Zhang Ergu, Li Ming, fuck you, it turns out you are right or not, I don't care, now I can't clear myself even if I jump into the Yellow River, I want half of what you stole.
Li Ming, ha, I wish you good luck.
Before Zhang Ergu could say anything, Li Ming had already hung up the phone.
Just after hanging up the phone with Zhang Ergu, Luo Zijuan called. When the call was connected, Luo Zijuan started to curse.
Li Ming, Guanfeng, and I treated you wholeheartedly and tried every way to help you get out of the quagmire, but you actually hurt us like this.
Yesterday you slandered me on WeChat, and I didn't bother with you. Now you've teamed up with others to steal our tanker? Tell me the truth. What did you do with those fuel vehicles? Where did the money go? I'm telling you, don't hope for the best. The police are looking for you today. I advise you to turn yourself in as soon as possible and try to get leniency.
Li Ming sneered, of course I know you are open-hearted to me.
Not only that, you also want to take my kidneys, my liver, and my eyes. Oil tanker? Aren't you very awesome? Go find it yourself.
Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng of course knew that Li Ming implied that they had tricked him into going to northern Myanmar.
Guanfeng angrily snatched Luo Zijuan's phone.
Li Ming, whether you want to work in northern Myanmar is entirely up to you.
We have never forced you.
Just return my tanker trucks to me immediately and I won't pursue the matter.
Don't even think about running away.
The police have already come to your rental house to look for you.
It's only a matter of time before they find you.
Li Ming smiled and said, although I don't know what you are talking about, but as a good friend of many years, I advise you to stay at home today and don't go anywhere. If they were still outside at 3 o'clock this afternoon when the blood rain fell, and turned into zombies or became food for zombies, his revenge plan would fail.
It would be too easy for them to die so easily.
Li Ming hung up Luo Zijuan's phone, and then the phone rang again.
It was Luo Zijuan calling again.
Li Ming chose to turn off his phone directly, firstly to avoid Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan looking for him endlessly. The second reason is to avoid police pursuit, although he is currently in Huofian's house.
But the police can still locate his phone through technical means. To avoid trouble, just shut down the computer.
Although the police had already suspected him, Li Ming was not at all panicked. Although the police were suspicious, he was sure that they did not have conclusive evidence, otherwise they would have listed Li Ming as a major fugitive and wanted to arrest him instead of searching for Li Ming's whereabouts. As long as we hold on until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the blood rain falls, no one will care about such trivial matters anymore. At 3 p.m. on July 28, 2034, in room 72202, Binjiang No. 1 Community. Li Ming moved Huofian, who was tied up tightly, to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the situation on the street outside with her.
Tick tick.
The blood-red rain came as expected, wet the outer layer of the floor-to-ceiling glass drop by drop.
Li Ming pulled the cloth out of Huoxian's mouth.
Huoxian said weakly to Li Ming,
it's been almost 2 days. Can you give me some food and water?
If I starve to death, you will become a murderer. Li Ming lit a cigarette and took a puff. Look at the world outside.
This world is about to end. Huofian had no idea what Li Ming was talking about. She only knew that Li Ming was a psychopath and a lunatic.
Outside the attached square outside the community, a large group of people were watching a young lady twisting her body wildly to film a short video.
Blood rained down on her face. She wiped it subconsciously and said with a frown, "Oh, it's raining? No, why is the water so red? It looks like blood."
The guy in charge of filming also felt the rain falling on his face, and he agreed to wipe it off.
Yes, it is really red.
The young man put the blood-red rain into his mouth and tasted it.
It's a little sweet. The young lady said with disdain, "Hey, why do you put everything in your mouth?" The young man said with a smile, "What are you afraid of?
Big mushrooms eat small mushrooms.
Yours is so smelly, but I will eat it too."
The young lady smiled shyly, "Hate it. Oh, this red rain is getting heavier.
Let's go to the mall to take shelter."
After saying that, the young lady quickly opened her umbrella to prevent the blood rain from falling on her.
"Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pack up the knives. We are going to take shelter from the rain." "Hey, did you hear that? Why are you daydreaming at this time? Luo Xiang, are you deaf? Did you hear what I said?
The young lady saw the boy standing there blankly and motionless, so she walked up to him and pulled him angrily.
Wow!
The young man turned around instantly and screamed. At this time, the guy's face was covered with visible bloodshot, his entire eyeballs appeared grayish-white, and his teeth became extremely sharp, not like human teeth at all.
Ah! Luo Xiang, what are you doing?
You scared me so suddenly. The young lady shouted in horror. Before he could even bite the young lady, Luo Xiang bit her neck awkwardly.
No, it's me.
The next second, bloodshot appeared on the young lady's face, and her face turned pale and bloodless, and her eyeballs gradually turned into the same gray and turbid color as Luo Xiang's.
Chapter 19, The Zombie Siege, The End of the World. Boom! Hey, do you know how to drive? You suddenly stopped in the middle of the road.
Two cars rear-ended each other, and the man in the rear car got out and slapped the hood of the front car and cursed. There's a pregnant woman in our car. If you stop the car so suddenly and hurt my wife and child, I'll kill you.
The man in the car in front said, Are you blind? Didn't you see the old lady lying on the ground? If I didn't stop, would I have just hit her? The man in the car behind, did you hit it?
The man in the car in front said, Don't accuse me, I have a dashcam, and she fell down when I was at least 3 meters away from her.
The pregnant woman in the car behind got out of the car holding an umbrella.
Stop arguing and go check if the old lady is injured. Send her to the hospital immediately. The man in the car in front snorted, Humph, it's none of my business anyway.
Why should I send it off if I didn't hit it?
Besides, you guys rear-ended me, so you have to pay compensation. The pregnant woman in the car behind said with contempt, Who are you? You don't save people first but think about compensation first. You are simply crazy, cold-blooded, and have no sympathy. The man in the car in front yelled, You guys can save me if you want.
I told you, it's none of my business. This old woman is most likely a scammer.
The man in the car behind also raised his voice, Why are you yelling?
If you scare my wife, can you afford to pay for it?
The pregnant woman pulled her husband and said, Don't bother with this kind of person.
I have never seen such a person. If he doesn't save her, we will. Go and help the old woman up first. That's fine.
We're going to the hospital for a prenatal checkup anyway, so it's a good opportunity to send the old man off. Ah! The man in the car behind suddenly screamed in fear. His neck was bitten hard by someone, and the person who bit him was the old lady he was trying to help up. At this time, the old lady opened her gray eyes and bit his neck tightly, unwilling to let go.
Bright red blood kept flowing out from the bite on his neck. Ah, husband. The pregnant woman picked up the handbag in her hand and smashed it on the old lady's head. What are you doing? Let go of my husband.
The man in the car in front of me laughed and said, Ha, you tried to act like a saint, but now you're bitten back.
You feel good now, don't you?
The next second, the old lady let go of the man in the car behind her neck, stood up suddenly, and pounced on the man in the car in front. The man in the car in front subconsciously kicked the old lady, bending her leg bones. However, the old woman's hands and feet showed arcs beyond human cognition and continued to pounce on the man in the car in front. The old man successfully pounced on the man in the car in front and bit the carotid artery in his neck.
Ah!
The man in the car in front screamed. When the woman saw the old lady let go of her husband, she quickly stepped forward to help her husband up. Husband, are you okay?
Why are there so many crazy people these days?
After she complained a few words, she looked at her husband's face. At this time, her husband's face was gray and bloodless, his eyes were gray and turbid, and his scarlet mouth was wide open, revealing sharp teeth. They were exactly the same as the zombies in the zombie movie she watched every day. The woman covered her belly and began to feel fear.
Honey, it's me and our baby, ah!
Her husband pounced on her like a mad dog, ripped open her abdomen, and greedily bit the little life in her belly. All of this fell into the eyes of Li Ming and Huofian, who were standing on a high place and looking out. Huofian opened her mouth in horror and tried to wipe away her tears, but her hands and feet were still tied tightly by Li Ming.
Li Ming sneered, kindness? Enthusiasm?
These are things that only exist in heaven.
Sorry, this place is about to become hell.
On the streets, blood rain continued to fall, and more people were infected and turned into zombies, frantically chasing the uninfected people. The people who were not infected could only flee frantically, with screams, cries for help, and screams coming one after another. The crowd on the street was in chaos. The bright red on the ground was so bright that it was hard to tell whether it was blood rain or the blood flowing out of the people who were bitten.
There are car accidents everywhere in Tianhai City. Traffic has been paralyzed and people are running for their lives like ants.
The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, and human society fell into complete chaos and madness. Li Ming knew that after today, more than 60% of the population of the entire Blue Star would be infected by the zombie virus and become zombies.
And this is just the beginning.
Starting from early morning tonight, the temperature of the entire blue planet will drop sharply. The temperature in Tianhai City will drop to -40 degrees Celsius overnight. The current temperature is still around 30 degrees, which means that tonight the temperature has dropped sharply by 80 degrees.
This is still in the southern part of China.
It is said that in the northern region, the temperature has dropped to -80 degrees Celsius. The temperature dropped by more than 100 degrees, it's so terrifying.
Without this Cambrian cooling event, the zombies might have rotted quickly in the heat and lost their vitality.
However, this Cambrian cooling caused the temperature to remain below 0 degrees all year round. In the cold weather, the zombies would stop rotting and could remain like this forever. This is the same as purchasing zombie meat in peacetime. Perhaps the zombie meat you bought has been stored in the freezer for more than 10 years.
When it is served on your table, you can still feel that the meat is tender, juicy, and delicious.
Under the combined effects of zombies, extreme cold, and the malice of some people, after a month, it is estimated that less than 10% of people will survive.
A month later, official agencies were basically paralyzed, and this 10% was just Li Ming's rough guess.
Huofian looked at the chaotic, bloody, and violent world outside in disbelief and said in horror,
"What's wrong with this world?"
Li Ming took a puff of his cigarette. This is just the beginning, there will be more surprises in the future. Huofian looked at Li Ming in confusion, feeling as if Li Ming had known that this would happen. Before Li Ming left the floor-to-ceiling glass, he had seen too much in the world of zombies in his previous life, so he was not curious about what happened.
He has more important things to do next.
He turned on his phone again and clicked into the group of Binjiang No. 1 community. While Huofian was in a coma, Li Ming had already used Huofian's mobile phone to pull himself into several groups of owners of Binjiang No. 1 community. The owners group was filled with complaints and more than 500 unread messages.
Building number 5, love your cloud, oh my god. Are those monsters outside zombies? I saw them bite many people to death in succession.
Building 8, Wuji, my dad has also turned into a zombie.
What should I do? Is there anyone who can save him?
He is in the underground garage downstairs from us.
Menghui Xiaoyan, everyone, don't go to the underground garage. There are already more than 20 zombies there. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would be finished.
Building number 7, poetry in distant places, I am the same. Fortunately, I have good awareness, run fast, and move gracefully, otherwise I would have been bitten by those zombies.
Thinking about it now, I am really scared. A harmonious family brings prosperity. Can anyone help me find my child? My child went downstairs to play and hasn't come back yet. What should I do? LSP, who was driving? What's going on with the blood-red rain outside? Was it an accident in some laboratory that turned these people into zombies? Health and happiness, does anyone know what's going on at the financial center?
I can't get through to my daughter on the phone. Li Ming quickly swiped his fingertips and wrote a message on his phone. Free food and drinks, recruiting female soldiers, full meals, plenty of water, free pickup and drop off. If you are willing, please attach a photo without makeup, and chat privately.
Limited to 5 people. Chapter 20, Meals, Water, and Transportation.
Free food and drinks, recruiting female soldiers, full meals, plenty of water, free pickup and drop off. If you are willing, please attach a photo without makeup, and chat privately.
Limited to 5 people. Why only 5?
When Li Ming recruited beautiful women, the first thing he thought of was hunger marketing. If they were told that there would be unlimited recruitment, they would not be anxious at all, because Li Ming would be needed at any time anyway. If the number of places is limited to 5, they will be very nervous, fearing that they will miss it if they don't seize the opportunity. Li Ming posted 10 messages in a row in various owner groups.
Suddenly, the group exploded. Building 12, Uncle Juan who loves fitness. Boy, are you crazy? Don't you see that everyone is worried about the situation outside? Why are you still thinking about this?
Yun Dancheng phone, how can there be such a pervert? Such a pervert should be physically castrated.
Good neighbor of China.
No, buddy, if you want to hook up with a beautiful woman, you have to spend some money.
What kind of conditions are you having all you can eat and drink? Don't embarrass yourself here, poor loser. Poison Dragon Diamond, brother, can you still do this?
Then I am willing to pay double, and I can also give a lot of money, as long as she is a beautiful woman. If you need it, please private message me.
90-year-old man guarding the tower with illness, who is this person? What's his room number?
When everyone is terrified by the zombies outside, he is still causing trouble here. Building number 7 Street Office Cheng Guifang, at Free Food and Drinks, I now suspect that you have the tendency to harm the community. Please report to our street office as soon as possible. Li Ming didn't care what the people in the group said, because they had not yet realized that the world had changed and they could never return to this peaceful era.
The golden period for recruiting beauties lasts only 1 month.
As time goes by, the number of top beauties remaining who meet the system requirements will decrease, and may even approach zero.
Once everyone realizes that this disaster is not temporary, laws, morals, and order will collapse.
By then, most women will become playthings of the thugs, especially beautiful women like Huofian, who will have no ability to escape from the clutches of the thugs. During this month, most of the most beautiful women may sell their bodies due to food and water shortages, or in search of shelter. Even if some beauties are unwilling to sell their bodies, they will be forced to do so.
In the end, only a few can hold on.
Therefore, Li Ming must act as soon as possible and put the advertisement out as soon as possible so that it can be deeply rooted in people's hearts. When there really is a top-notch beauty willing to sell herself in exchange for survival supplies, the first person that comes to mind is Li Ming. After sending messages to each group, open the short video app. Sure enough, the short video platform of certain audio is full of clips of zombies biting people.
Shocked.
More than half of the citizens of the Magic City have turned into zombies for unknown reasons.
The entire Magic City has been completely destroyed.
Escape quickly, Shenzhen City is under siege by a large number of zombies.
Citizens are requested to take shelter in closed places as soon as possible.
There are a large number of zombies in various places in Shangjing. The scene is in a mess and corpses are everywhere. Citizens are requested to take refuge in a safe place as soon as possible.
Texas, USA. Tokyo, Japan. Italian capital.
Li Ming looked at the news about zombie sieges in various places on Blue Star and quickly took a sip of the collector's edition Mauzi to calm himself. After a while, an official emergency notice popped up on the Douyin app.
Emergency notice, emergency notice. Relevant departments have discovered that the red blood rain that fell across the entire blue planet today contained a large amount of zombie viruses. At present, the rivers and lakes on the surface of Blue Star have been contaminated by the zombie virus in the blood rain and can no longer be used as drinking water. All cities across the country will immediately stop supplying tap water until the authorities find a way to completely eliminate the zombie virus. If you find someone around you who has drunk water containing the zombie virus, do not hesitate. For your own safety, please kill them immediately. Killing a zombie will not be treated as murder.
At the same time, please all citizens must abide by the law and do not take the opportunity to harm innocent people.
In the face of disaster, we should unite as one and work together to overcome the difficulties. The authorities will organize rescue efforts as soon as possible.
Please stay in a safe place and wait patiently. Li Ming found it ridiculous.
Since killing zombies has become legal, who would abide by the law that is in name only? Who can tell whether you are infected with the zombie virus? Who can have evidence? As long as I suspect, I can kill you immediately.
As soon as this news came out, all the owner groups were in an uproar.
What's going on? Isn't it just Tianhai City where zombies appear? Are there zombies in every corner of the world? Oh my god! Is the world coming to an end? My wonderful life has just begun. How long will this bloody rain last?
If it continues like this, the world will really be over. It doesn't matter whether there are zombies or not.
I think the most dangerous thing is still humans. The official news is that people infected with the zombie virus can be killed at will, but how can we judge whether the other party is infected? What if someone insists that I am infected? Can I be killed directly? You are right. Does this mean that someone can kill people at will without taking any responsibility? This is much scarier than zombies.
Destroy it, ha ha ha, no need to pay the mortgage, no need to pay the credit card, let all those vampires turn into zombies.
Is the world really ending? I still have a lot of money left to spend. What should I do? The most painful thing in life is that while you are still alive, the money in your hands is no longer money. Ha 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 ha, luckily I have negative assets.
Li Ming felt that these people were really ridiculous and they couldn't figure out the key points at all. Zombies and the fear of someone taking advantage of the situation to cause chaos are not things that can be changed by humans.
The real point is that the water supply will be cut off.
Even if the authorities immediately shut down the water plant, there will still be some tap water in the tap water pipes and the water tank on the roof of the community, and these water sources are clean.
If it can be stockpiled in time, the amount is still very considerable.
In his previous life, when Li Ming received the news of water outage, he immediately used all the water storage equipment to store up the last bit of tap water, so that he could survive the first stage of Doomsday. People who are more aware and foresight have probably already started storing water instead of complaining on the internet. Nowadays, many families, especially those living in residential areas, have installed water purifiers, and few people use bottled water anymore. Once there is no tap water supply, these water purifiers will become just decorations. When it comes to food, every family has some reserves to a greater or lesser extent. For example, staple foods such as rice and noodles are mostly stockpiled in quantities of at least half a month.
However, without water, these foods will be difficult to swallow. Even if they are swallowed forcefully, the digestion process will cause dehydration in the human body.
So, within 2 days, the whole world will fall into complete chaos due to lack of water.
Fraud, humiliation, killing, the evil of mankind will be completely released.
By then, this world will become a real hell on earth.
Huofian, who was tied to the chair, cried to Li Ming. "Wu, please, can you let me call my parents? I'm really worried about them. Please, I really won't call the police."
Li Ming took out a fruit knife and walked slowly towards Huofian. Huofian looked at the shining tip of the knife, looked at Li Ming in horror, and kept shaking her head and said,
"Don't kill me, please, don't kill me." Sniff.
Li Ming cut the rope that bound Huofian with a knife.
"You are free now.
You can make phone calls, call the police, ask for help, or even run away.
It's all up to you." Chapter 21, Huofian, the Virgin. You are free now.
You can make phone calls, call the police, ask for help, or even run away.
It's all up to you.
After hearing what Li Ming said, Huofian looked at Li Ming's face in disbelief, fearing that he would go back on his word immediately. Li Ming put away the fruit knife in his hand and sat back on the sofa. "I said you are free, why don't you leave?" Huofian still remained skeptical about Li Ming's words. She reached out carefully and tried to pick up her mobile phone from the table. It was not until her hand actually touched the mobile phone that Huofian bravely picked up her phone and immediately called her parents. Beep. I tried calling several times, but still no one answered. Huofian was so anxious that she burst into tears. "Dad, please, answer the phone quickly." She tried calling a few more times, but still no one answered. She couldn't find her relatives, and all the grievances she had suffered in the past 2 days suddenly burst out. Huofian squatted on the ground, holding her head and crying in despair.
This crying lasted for 10 minutes.
Li Ming, who was reading a book, was fed up with her crying and was about to take out his headphones to listen to music.
Huofian looked pitiful and said weakly to Li Ming, "Can you give me something to eat?
You have locked me up for 2 days and didn't give me a drop of water to drink.
I'm hungry and thirsty."
Li Ming immediately went to the kitchen and took out a steak and freshly squeezed juice that had been prepared long ago.
"Want to eat? Want to drink?" Huofian nodded repeatedly at Li Ming like a well-behaved puppy. Li Ming smiled evilly and said, "You know my rules. As long as you agree, these are all yours." Of course, Huofian knew that Li Ming was referring to her body.
Although she really wanted to eat the steak and juice in Li Ming's hand, her sense of propriety and morality did not allow her to do so.
Huofian begged, "Can I exchange it with you for something else? Money, jewelry, or anything valuable will do."
Li Ming walked to the window, opened it, and threw the steak and juice in his hand along with the plate and cup down. Huofian tried to stop him, but she was not as fast as Li Ming. I could only lie on the floor to ceiling glass and watch the steak fall to the ground.
Clang.
The sound of the plate breaking immediately attracted the attention of the zombies, and 3 zombies immediately surrounded it. When she saw the zombies, Huofian immediately stepped back in horror, as if she was afraid of being discovered by the zombies. Li Ming sat back on the sofa, picked up the book and said,
"It seems you are not hungry enough. Let's talk tomorrow." Huofian was inexplicably angry at Li Ming's behavior, so she mustered up her courage and said, "This house is mine.
You are taking refuge in my house now, so you should at least pay me the rent and give me something to eat." Li Ming said with a smile, "I snatched this house with my own ability, why should I pay you rent?" Huofian wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, it made sense. So Huofian changed her approach. If you do this again, I will call the police.
Li Ming said, I just said, you can call the police, I won't stop you. Huofian raised the phone in her hand and said threateningly while testing Li Ming's reaction. I really want to report it.
Seeing that Li Ming had no intention of stopping her, Huofian immediately called the police. However, after calling more than 10 times, no one answered. Huofian blushed and said to Li Ming, You are sure that the police station is too busy to handle the situation, so you are so confident? Li Ming looked at her with interest.
You're pretty smart. Huofian stood up angrily. You said I could move freely. I have hands and feet. I don't believe you. I can't find a bite to eat.
Although most of the furniture in the living room and the rooms were replaced by Li Ming, the kitchen was still arranged as Huofian had arranged it at that time. She knew exactly where the food was hidden. Huofian looked around the kitchen confidently.
Hey, my potato chips and instant noodles are clearly hidden here, and where's my chocolate? They're all gone.
I opened the refrigerator and saw it was empty. Huofian searched the house several times with a rumbling stomach, but couldn't find even a grain of rice.
You're so despicable. You even hid the packet of biscuits I hid in my old clothes. I'm telling you, I won't let you succeed.
Li Ming's indulgence made Huofian more and more tough in front of Li Ming. However, she still couldn't find even a grain of rice or a drop of water. Huofian, who had been struggling for nothing, had tears in her eyes and weakly pleaded to Li Ming.
Brother, please be kind and give me some food. I am really dying.
If you're really that horny, I have a best friend who really likes handsome guys, especially handsome guys like you.
She's not immune to them. I'll introduce her to you, how about you guys have some fun? Li Ming closed the book in his hand, can she be like you?
Huofian shook her head blankly, it seems that it disappeared when I was 18.
Li Ming said disdainfully, TSK, not interested.
Huofian thought of her best friend. Yes, her best friend lived in Building 3 of this community, and she could completely rely on her for shelter. It seems that being hungry for a long time really affects intelligence. Huofian, who was so hungry that her stomach was sticking to her back, immediately stood up from the chair as if she had been injected with chicken blood.
I can't find it at home.
I don't believe that there is no one in the whole community willing to give me a bite to eat. Li Ming was playing a short video on his phone and didn't even look up at her.
Go ahead.
Huofian found that Li Ming really had no intention of stopping her from leaving.
So he immediately walked forward and opened the door. As long as I can get to Building 3, all problems will be solved.
However, the moment she opened the door, she regretted it. The corridor, which used to be ordinary, now became extremely dark, as if there were all kinds of dangerous things in the invisible dark corners.
Roar, roar. There were bursts of zombie roars coming from the corridor.
Huofian was so scared that she immediately closed the door. In this situation, let alone going to Building 3, you will probably be surrounded and bitten to death by countless zombies as soon as you walk downstairs. Huofian slowly retreated back into the house and immediately closed and locked the door. Li Ming showed a look of contempt.
Didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you back again? Huofian broke down again, sat down on the floor, and started crying. After a while, Huofian sobbed, biting her lower lip and said, Why did you do this to me? I didn't offend you.
Li Ming said with a smile, I have told you my requirements from the beginning.
As long as you obey, you can also have endless supplies.
Huofian used up her last bit of strength and said, You're dreaming. That was something she had been waiting for more than 20 years. She had rejected many rich second generations, official second generations, and pilots who pursued her, but she rejected them one by one. How could she sell herself out just for a bite to eat today? Her values wouldn't allow her to do that.
Chapter 22 Temperature Drops.
Late at night, the bloody rain outside the window gradually stopped, however, the disaster did not end there. There were actually dense pink snowflakes floating in the sky outside, and the snow was getting heavier.
These pink snowflakes still contain a large amount of zombie virus.
In less than 10 minutes, the snowflakes had grown from the size of fingernails to heavy snow. Li Ming, who was already fast asleep, was awakened by the cold. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still felt a little nervous when the cold wave came. I wonder if Huofian's house can withstand the coming sharp drop in temperature. Li Ming got up and looked at the thermometer he placed outside. At this time, the temperature outside had dropped to 0 degrees. In the afternoon, blood rain fell and the temperature reached nearly 40 degrees when the zombies arrived. In just half a day, the temperature has dropped by more than 40 degrees, directly below zero. Li Ming knew that this was just the beginning of the temperature drop. By dawn, the temperature would drop directly to minus 40-50 degrees Celsius.
This is when the real test comes.
Li Ming quickly turned on the auxiliary heating function of all the air conditioners in the room and adjusted the maximum temperature to 30 degrees.
This is far from enough.
If the temperature really drops below minus 40 degrees Celsius, the heating function of the air conditioner cannot keep the room temperature comfortable for the human body. After turning on the air conditioner, Li Ming immediately took out the charcoal, put it into the fireplace he had modified, and started a fire. In the extremely cold end of the world, this most primitive way of keeping warm is the most practical. With the dual heating of air conditioning and fireplace, the temperature in the house suddenly rose to 30 degrees.
It was hot, really hot.
Li Ming immediately turned down the temperature of the air conditioner and reduced the charcoal in the fireplace. Soon, the indoor temperature was maintained at 24 degrees, which is the most comfortable temperature for the human body. In another room, Huofian, who was suffering from hunger and thirst, was also awakened by the sudden low temperature.
At this moment, she was truly starving and cold.
When she came to the hall, she looked at Li Ming's operations in confusion. The temperature in the house quickly became very comfortable. Fortunately, compared to being hungry and cold, at least I don't have to endure the cold anymore, but I am very hungry. At this moment, she looked at the busy Li Ming and had a different feeling in her heart. After finishing all this, Li Ming had completely lost his sleepiness. Moreover, he had to observe whether the house could withstand the subsequent low temperatures.
If there is any problem, he must escape immediately. In less than an hour, the streets were covered with a thick layer of snow.
The temperature also dropped from around 0 degrees to minus 10 degrees. Li Ming added another handful of firewood into the fireplace, and the temperature in the house rose rapidly again. After a long wait, Li Ming decided to take out his mobile phone to check the news. All major platforms were still filled with news that the zombie population had dropped significantly.
What's going on? Why has it suddenly become so cold?
The zombies are scary enough, and now it's still so cold.
Is there any way for people to survive? Why is the temperature getting colder and colder? Something is wrong.
I could feel a little bit of warm air coming out of the air conditioner just now, but now the air is cold.
Who has extra quilts? We just moved into this neighborhood and Haven Tea even moved in our winter quilts yet. I can buy them at a high price. I observed carefully, these snowflakes are pink. Could they contain the zombie virus like the red rain? I am running out of extra water at home. If anyone has extra water, I will buy it at a high price. Mineral water is 200 per bottle.
You said that with such low temperatures, will all the zombies outside freeze to death?
That would be good, at least I don't have to worry about being bitten by zombies.
Only Li Ming knew that these zombies were extremely cold resistant and it was impossible for them to be frozen to death in low temperatures.
These zombies will lurk motionlessly in every corner when they don't find their prey.
Once they spot their prey, they will twist their extremely contorted bodies and pounce on it with their teeth and claws bared. The heavy snow greatly increased the danger of going out, because the accumulated snow would hide the bodies of the zombies under the snow. When people walk on the snow, you may look around and be alert to your surroundings, but you would never expect that 10 or 8 zombies would suddenly emerge from under the snow and drag you under the snow to eat you. What Li Ming is most worried about is whether the huge floor-to-ceiling glass in the living room can withstand the low temperature of minus 40 degrees Celsius. 3 hours later, the outdoor temperature had dropped to minus 40 degrees Celsius, but the huge floor-to-ceiling glass was still intact. Li Ming finally let go of his worries. At this time, the indoor temperature is still controlled at 24 degrees, which is very comfortable. Gradually, Li Ming also felt sleepy. He stretched and yawned, and decided to go back to his room to have a good sleep.
When he woke up the next day, it was already noon.
Li Ming found that Huofian was sleeping on the floor in front of the warm fireplace. Although other places in the house were not too cold, Huofian, who was naturally afraid of cold, still preferred the warmest place.
Li Ming looked at the outdoor thermometer.
The temperature outside had dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Looking outside through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the streets were covered with a thick layer of snow, and the first floor of shops along the street was 2/3 covered. If it weren't for the extreme cold and the zombies, the snow-covered outside would have been a beautiful scenery. After a quick wash, Li Ming started his work for the day, scrolling through the screen to recruit the most beautiful women. Free food and drinks, hosting beautiful women, full meals, plenty of water, pick up and drop off. If you are willing, please attach a full body photo without makeup, private chat, limited to 5 people. Li Ming once again posted 10 messages in a row in various groups.
Today, the owners in the group no longer have the tension of yesterday. By now, even a fool can see that this is truly a huge disaster. We don't know when it will end, but it will definitely last for a long time. Some owners have begun to experience water shortages. As soon as Li Ming posted an advertisement, someone tagged Li Ming immediately. "Brother, do you have a lot of water stored? Can you sell some to me? I can give you a high price." "Hey man, I'm the manager of Made Group. Can you sell me some water? 550 milliliters of mineral water, 500 yuan a bottle. Is that okay with you? Is the manager of Made Group awesome? It's the end of the world, who cares what title you have, buddy, a bottle of mineral water costs 1,000 yuan, I want all of it, what do you think? I'll pay 2,000 per bottle. Take as many as you want. Hey, stop driving up the prices. We are just getting started. There is still a long way to go. I have money, can you control me? Neighbors, 550 milliliters Zihaha mineral water, 3,000 per bottle, please PM me if you want one, there are not many left." Li Ming was also happy that there were actually people willing to sell their mineral water, but he would regret it in a few days. In a few days, 100,000 yuan 1T be enough to buy a bottle of mineral water. No matter how much money you have, it will just be waste paper. Li Ming was earnestly waiting for the beautiful woman to send him a private message. Boom boom boom. Someone knocked on the door outside. Chapter 23, breaking down her psychological defenses. At 8 o'clock in the morning, at the property management office downstairs of Building 7. Building 7 property manager Chen Jingye and security guard Zhang San were hiding in the property office, wrapping their bodies with curtains and shivering with cold. When they were on duty yesterday, a group of zombies suddenly broke in from outside the community. Before all the property and security staff could react, most of them had already been bitten or eaten by the zombies. Chen Zhengye and Zhang San are also ruthless people. When the zombies were hunting them, they did not become the zombies' food. Instead, they used their calmness and ruthlessness to kill 2 zombies and then hid in the property office. There were a few barrels of water in the property office, but the only food available was a few packets of leftover biscuits on the desks of the female colleagues. Chen Zhengye and Zhang San had only eaten a few biscuits since yesterday and were now starving and cold. Zhang San asked dejectedly, "Butler Chen, what should we do now? There are zombies everywhere outside. It won't be long before we all starve to death here." Chen Zhengye showed a sinister smile. Killing the zombies yesterday seemed to have aroused his desire to kill. "Did you read the official announcement yesterday?" Zhang San nodded. After they hid in the property office, he was nervous and kept checking his phone to see if he could find out what was happening outside and why so many zombies suddenly appeared. Therefore, Zhang San can definitely see the official announcement. Chen Jingye said, "There is a clause in the official announcement that killing those who drank the blood rain and the zombies will not be treated as murder." Zhang San was confused, "So what? Are you going out to kill zombies? What does this have to do with our meal?" Chen Zhengye laughed sinisterly and said, "You are stupid. That means whoever we say drank the blood rain will drink the blood rain. Whoever we want to kill will be killed. There are so many residents in Building 7. Can't we find something to eat?" Zhang San suddenly realized, "Yes, we just need to kill them all, and there will be no evidence. There are a few female owners who I have been keeping an eye on for a long time. They all live alone. We can start with them." Chen Jingye took out a list from the archives. "You don't even need to tell me. I've already thought about it. The stewardess of 2202, Huofian, and the internet celebrity Long K of 2803 are both top-notch beauties. We can subdue them first. I have been keeping an eye on these 2 for a long time. In the past, people like them would never even look at us straight in the face. Now is the best time for us to act. If they resist, we will kill them and say they drank the blood rain. If they are willing to submit to us, that would be great. If we encounter ruthless people in the future, we can use them to exchange for more food." Zhang San wiped the drool from his mouth and said, "I know these 2 beauties. Every time they pass by me, I almost can't help myself, ha. But how are we going to get into Building 7 now? There are zombies everywhere outside." Chen Zhengye pointed to the wall behind him and said, "Behind this wall is Building 7. Zhang San was surprised and asked, smashing the wall? Chen Zhengye took out 2 fire axes from the fire shed. Hollow bricks will break if you hit them. Hurry up and move. If you stay here, you will either starve to death or freeze to death. After great efforts, the 2 men finally smashed a hole at the back of the office that was big enough for people to crawl through and entered Building 7. Chen Zhengye paused for a moment and said, "Let's go to room 2202, where Huafian is." Boom boom boom. A knock on the door broke the silence in room 2202. Li Ming and Huafian looked towards the door at the same time. Who would come to knock on the door at this time? Boom boom boom. There was another knock on the door. "Hello, we are from the property management company. Considering this natural disaster, we have specially arranged some supplies for the owners. We hope that everyone can get through this disaster smoothly." Excuse me, is anyone here? Although the supplies are not much, they are a token of our gratitude. Please open the door and receive them. Hearing that it was the property management delivering supplies, Huafian, who was so hungry that she almost lost her mind, suddenly perked up. She wanted to respond to the person outside the door immediately, but she was afraid of Li Ming. Huafian pleaded in a low voice, "It was the property management staff who sent me the supplies. Can I open the door? These supplies are for me. I will open the door to take the supplies. I will not betray you." Li Ming said indifferently, "If you think they are trustworthy, you can open the door. I won't stop you." Li Ming didn't believe that there would be anyone stupid enough to take the initiative to send supplies to others at this time. The mineral water in the group was selling for 3,000 yuan a bottle. He would rather believe that he is Jesus than believe that outsiders would take the initiative to send supplies to others. He didn't believe that the 2 people outside the door had no bad intentions. But in Li Ming's opinion, the 2 people outside the door came at the right time. It was time for Huafian to see the evil nature of human nature and completely break down her psychological defenses. Seeing that Li Ming had no objection, Huafian quickly walked to the door. Although she was starving, it didn't mean that she had lost her ability to think. She didn't dare to fully believe someone sending her supplies at this time. She carefully looked out through the peephole on the door and observed what was happening outside. Chen Zhengye sensed that someone was observing them through the peephole, so he immediately took a step back so that Huafian could see his face clearly. "Look, I'm Chen Zhengye, the housekeeper of Building 7, and he's Zhang San, the security guard. You've lived here for so long, you should have an impression of us." Huafian took a look through the peephole and found that it was indeed the butler Chen Zhengye whom she usually contacted. The security guard Zhang San took the initiative to help her carry things upstairs several times, and Huafian was deeply impressed by him. In her impression, these 2 people are good people who are willing to help others. When I saw these 2 familiar faces, I immediately let down my guard. Click, the door opened. Chen Zhengye and Zhang San smiled coldly and looked at each other. "We've been fooled. Thank you for the supplies. You are such nice people. Our property management is great. The expensive property management fees we paid were not in vain." Huafian shouted excitedly. The next second, Huafian's heart was once again broken into pieces, and a fire axe was pressed coldly against her neck. "Miss Hua, as long as you are willing to obey us, we will not be willing to hurt you." Huafian couldn't help but tremble slightly when she saw Chen Zhengye's greedy and lustful eyes. This look was obviously different from Li Ming's. Huafian believed that these 2 people would really do something inappropriate to her. Zhang San walked into Huafian's house, with an expression of excitement and surprise on his face. "Butler Chen, please come in and take a look. Their house is so warm, there's not even a hint of cold at all." Chen Zhengye entered Huafian's home holding a fire axe and pushing Huafian against his will. "Phew, the warmth hits me on the face, so comfortable." Chen Zhengye looked Huafian up and down with lustful eyes. Miss Hua really knows how to enjoy life. She even installed a fireplace at home. That's great. This way, I won't feel cold when doing things here. Huafian said in horror, "Doing things? What do you want to do?" Chen Zhengye grabbed Huafian's neck with one hand. "What do you think?" "Ah!" Huafian screamed and pushed away Chen Zhengye's hand on her neck. Bang! Chen Zhengye slapped Huafian, who tried to resist, to the ground and said viciously, "I advise you to be more sensible. Otherwise, even if you are the one who drank the blood rain, we will not break the law if we kill you." Chapter 24, Let Go of One Thought and Be Free. Huafian, who was slapped to the ground by Chen Zhengye, immediately looked in the direction of Li Ming. "Hey, where is Li Ming?
He was sitting here reading a book just now. No wonder he was scared when he saw the two men holding fire axes and hid. Huofian also felt ridiculous. At this time, she was still praying that Li Ming would rescue her from Chen Zhengye. Chen Zhengye excitedly grabbed Huofian's hair and dragged her to the sofa in the living room like a dead dog. Zhang San, quickly close the door and go to her kitchen to see if there is anything to eat. It's so warm and comfortable here, let's do a tour right here, it's so cool, ha. Zhang San said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Butler Chen, you go first this time. The next one is Long Kei at 2803. I have to go first. I don't want to eat your leftovers every time. Chen Zhengye yelled angrily, can you be more capable? We'll work together from now on. We can have whatever we want. Listen to me and find the food and water first. After saying that, Chen Zhengye pressed Huofian under him and ripped off her coat. Huofian cried bitterly, clutching her clothes tightly, begging for mercy. Butler Chen, please don't do this. Please let me go. Snap. 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 Chen Zhengye slapped Huofian 3 times in a row and said with a grim look. If you dare to resist again, I will throw you out to feed the zombies. Butler Chen, who used to be kind, gentle, and polite to others, now seemed to have turned into a demon more terrifying than a zombie. The hungry and thirsty Huofian had already lost the strength to resist, and now she shed tears of despair as if she had accepted her fate. Ha, I never thought there would be a day when I could have your body. I'm so greedy. Before Chen Zhengye could finish his words, someone suddenly grabbed his hair from behind and pulled up his head, which was lying on Huofian's chest. Chen Zhengye subconsciously wanted to look back to see who it was. The next second, a cold dagger was pressed against his neck, cutting a gash on his neck like killing a chicken. Phew! Blood gushed out, splashing all over Huofian, and her face was covered with Chen Zhengye's blood. Chen Zhengye fell to the ground, holding his neck tightly, looking at Li Ming holding a dagger in horror, struggling desperately. Just now he appeared in front of Huofian as a hunter, but he didn't expect that in less than 2 minutes, he became a prey and was slaughtered. Li Ming sat next to Huofian and said calmly. You know, when a person's aorta is severed, they don't immediately lose consciousness or die. This is actually the time in their lives when they are most lucid and feel that time is the longest. They will watch their blood drain away, but they will be powerless to do anything. They could feel their bodies getting colder due to excessive blood loss. In the end, one can only die slowly in fear, despair, and resentment. Huofian looked at Chen Zhengye, who was struggling on the ground, blood gushing out from the wound on his neck. As more and more blood flowed out, Chen Zhengye's body began to twitch, and his pupils began to gradually dilate and become hollow. This was the first time that Qinan saw someone die. At this moment, she was so frightened that her whole body was shaking and shivering. Only after Chen Zhengye died completely did Li Ming stand up from the sofa and glance at Huofian. Why are you still standing there? Come and help throw their bodies out. Do you want to live with these 2 corpses from now on? Li Ming was not alone and did not have enough strength to clean up the bodies of these 2 people. The reason why Huofian was asked to help was to give her a more real sense of participation, so as to further break down her psychological defenses. After experiencing what happened just now, Huofian felt as if her whole body was numb and her mind was blank. Like a walking corpse, he assisted Li Ming in lifting Chen Zhengye's body and threw it out of the window. Bang! The body fell from the 22nd floor to the ground with a loud noise. The noise and smell of blood immediately attracted all the zombies nearby. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Zhengye's body was eaten by zombies and only bones were left. Then the 2 of them went to the kitchen and threw the body of Zhang San, whose aorta was also cut by Li Ming, out of the window. In less than 2 minutes, Zhang San's body was also eaten to the bone. This scene completely broke down Huofian's psychological defenses. After cleaning up the corpse, Huofian hid in the corner and cried like a helpless child. Just now, for a moment, she really wanted to jump out of the window and end her life. But when she saw the bodies of Chen Zhengye and Zhang San being bitten by zombies, she was scared and horrified. She didn't even have the courage to die. Li Ming simply cleaned up the blood splattered everywhere by the 2 men. Li Ming was already accustomed to this kind of thing and did not feel frightened or disgusted. In his previous life, Li Ming would have tried every means to collect this blood, because this blood is also a high-quality source of water and food. He has no shortage of food or water in this life, so he should just forget about this kind of thing. The things that tasted delicious in his previous life now always taste fishy and nauseating. After cleaning up all the bloodstains, Li Ming felt hungry, so he took out some beef, mutton, and fresh vegetables from the space, and ordered a pack of Haidilao spicy hot pot ingredients. Eating a delicious and spicy hot pot in such extremely cold weather is simply a delicacy. Huofian didn't know where Li Ming had hidden the materials this time. She had searched the entire house no less than 10 times. As a result, not even a grain of rice was found. But Li Ming can always come up with a variety of food. Looking back at the moment Li Ming occupied his house, it seemed that he had anticipated this disaster. He knew that zombies would come, so he occupied his house. Knowing the temperature would drop, she converted the decorative fireplace in her house into a real heating device. He even hid large amounts of food and water in unknown places. Maybe if he really wanted to survive, he could only rely on the big tree of Li Ming. After what happened to Chen Zhengye, she no longer dared to trust anyone else. In a natural disaster like this, any kindness, trust and morality are a luxury. On the contrary, the evil of mankind is reflected vividly. Let go of one thought and you will be free. After Huofian figured it out, she suddenly felt enlightened. It was as if all the invisible shackles piled on her were put down, and she felt extremely relaxed. With a determined look, she crawled weakly to Li Ming.
Li Ming, I agree to your request. I will willingly dedicate my body to you.
Although she had let it go, when she really said this, a seductive blush appeared on Huofian's face. Li Ming raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Very good, since you have come to your senses, go take a shower first.
Huofian stared at the hot pot on the table. Can you give me something to eat first?
I'll go take a shower. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days and 3 nights. Li Ming said in a cold tone, I don't like having dinner with a woman who is disheveled and unkempt.
Chapter 25, Chenu Maru.
Huofian hid in the quilt, as shy as a little wife. A lot of things happened in the past few days, and the most precious things were taken away by Li Ming. But she didn't feel sad at all, she was even a little excited. Li Ming half lying on the bed, lighting a cigarette.
Swallow and exhale, this is the feeling that men want. He quickly checked the system. Ding!
Complete the system task and achieve the second doubling. The space doubles in volume, 4,000 cubic meters. All storage materials in the space are doubled.
Physical attributes after doubling. Constitution, 20. Strength, 32. Speed, 28. Agility, 24. Spirit, 24. After completing the task, you will receive a special system reward, Zhongnu Pills X3.
Li Ming immediately checked the space excitedly. The original 2,000 cubic meters of space has now become 4,000 cubic meters.
All supplies stored in the space have also been successfully doubled.
The 800 cubic meters of stored water has now become 1,600 cubic meters.
80 bags of rice turned into 160 bags.
1,000 boxes of instant noodles became 2,000 boxes. The number of sickles, axes and hatchets also increased from 10 each to 20 each. Even the half watermelon that Li Ming had left had now turned into a whole watermelon. Li Ming checked and found that all the supplies had indeed doubled in price. What he cared about most was the special reward, the Chenu Maru.
Li Ming asked the system, what is this Zhongnu pill?
System, as the name suggests, anyone who takes the loyalty pill will become your slave. They will be 100% loyal to you for the rest of their lives and will not cheat, conceal, or even betray you. Those who take Zhongnu will have their physical attributes increased 10 times.
Hiss.
Physical attributes increased 10 times, simply amazing. Li Ming took a deep breath, his eyes lighting up.
This is a good stuff.
In the Doomsday, loyalty and integrity have become worthless.
A packet of instant noodles or a packet of biscuits can buy a person to work for you.
Similarly, people around you may sell out and betray you because of the temptation of interests, threats from family members, or even various other reasons. No matter who encounters this kind of thing, there is no way to completely prevent or solve it. Just like Huofian might obey him on the surface for the sake of survival, but if she really encountered a greater temptation, it would be difficult to guarantee that she would not betray him. Now as long as I have this Zhongnu pill in my hand, I can solve this problem completely. At least she should be around him often, especially a person like Huofian, who must be 100% loyal and obedient to him. Li Ming's mind moved, and a pill in the shape of a Malteser chocolate immediately appeared in his hand.
He handed it to Huofian. Eat it. Huofian blushed and said shyly, what is this?
Li Ming smiled and said, it's a tonic, it's good for you. Huofian thought that Li Ming was being gentle and considerate to her, so she said sweetly, I'm still young and don't need this kind of tonic. But you've worked so hard, so you should keep it for yourself. Li Ming felt that Huofian seemed to have misunderstood, and he was too lazy to explain, so he ordered. Just eat what you're told to eat, and stop talking nonsense. Huofian pouted, took the Zhengnu pill from Li Ming's hand, and swallowed it in one gulp.
Li Ming couldn't wait to ask, how?
It tastes good.
Who asked you about the taste? I asked you how your body felt after eating it.
Huofian looked at her body in confusion, and suddenly, she felt full of energy. My waist and legs no longer hurt, and I feel like I can kill a few tigers.
I feel like I am full of energy and spirit. I want to.
Huofian glanced at Li Ming shyly, her eyes full of burning passion.
Li Ming. Any other feelings?
Huofian stared at Li Ming's face, her complexion becoming even more rosy.
That's right, I think you've become very handsome. You've completely grown up to my taste. I've never seen a man as handsome as you.
And the scent emanating from your body simply makes me crazy.
I feel that every order you give is reasonable. I can't resist at all. I find everything you say and do so fascinating. I feel like I could die for you at any time. Li Ming.
Li Ming wanted to push away Huofian, who was leaning against his chest, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not move Huofian even a little bit. Li Ming smiled bitterly. Could it be that she has no idea that her strength has increased tenfold? The physical attributes of the one you bring with you this time are doubled, and the physical attributes are only 4 times the original. Huofian's ability improved 10 times in one go, even though her basic attributes might be slightly worse than his. But after increasing it 10 times, you can definitely control yourself easily. Fortunately, she is now a slave who is absolutely loyal to me, otherwise I might have been killed by her today. After his physical attributes doubled, Li Ming was also full of energy at this time, and all the strength in his body needed a way to vent.
Huofian still stared at Li Ming with a sense of unsatisfied feeling. Li Ming.
The sky gradually brightened, but the two still couldn't sleep. At this time, Huofian was still as vigorous as ever and full of energy. Li Ming lit up a cigarette to refresh himself, and took out his mobile phone to see if anyone had replied.
Today is the 3rd day since the apocalypse. If things develop normally, 70% of people should be experiencing water shortages by now.
Well, I believe that some beauties could no longer bear the torture of hunger and thirst and asked Li Ming for help. Upon seeing that there were more than 10 people who wanted to add him as a friend, Li Ming immediately became excited.
If he gets another top-notch beauty, he will have 8,000 cubic meters of space. As the supplies will also double, these spaces will be filled with supplies.
Brother, which building and room number are you from? You must have stockpiled a lot of food and water.
I am willing to buy them. Name your price. A man added him on WeChat and paid for it? I believed you. Why did he need to know my room number to pay for it? Sima Zhao's intentions are obvious. What's more, money is useless. It's just a pair of numbers and can't even be used to wipe your butt. Hello, in this doomsday, we neighbors should help each other.
Many elderly people and children in our community have no food to eat. I hope you will not be so selfish, give full play to the spirit of mutual help and friendship, and share the food you have stored with everyone.
We will thank you. Li Ming couldn't help but curse, damn it, it's the end of the world, and you're still thinking about moral blackmail, you must be crazy.
I still say that as long as I have no morals, no one can try to blackmail me morally.
They are not my elderly or children, so it's none of my business. Chapter 26 Internet Celebrity Long K.
Young man, I am Chang Suiying, the director of the neighborhood committee of the sub-district office. I am now going to collect the supplies from you on behalf of the government. Of course, we will leave you enough for your personal necessities. I hope you can actively cooperate with our work, otherwise after the disaster, the organization will liquidate you. Li Ming had a very clear memory of the neighborhood committee director, Chang Suiying, also known as Aunt Chang. He didn't expect that she also lived here.
The area where Li Ming rents the house is also under the management of this neighborhood committee.
When Li Ming was trying to get a residence permit, Aunt Chang gave him a lot of trouble. Just to get a simple residence permit, Li Ming made 10 trips to get it done. This is the typical kind of villain who uses the limited power in his hands to make things as difficult for others as possible. It's the end of the world, but Aunt Chang is still using her insignificant official title to scare people.
This is really like Aunt Chang.
Li Ming ignored her and moved on to the next one. Li Ming selected the friend requests from all the beauties asking for help and approved them all. Then they all sent, if you want food or drinks, please send your personal information and photos without makeup first.
Someone sent a message immediately. Chen Xiaoman, do you really have enough supplies? Do you have any French alpine spring water?
I am not used to other mineral waters.
I feel like vomiting after drinking them. If you have this brand of spring water, I can consider being with you, but you can only have me as your woman.
Li Ming was stunned. In this Doomsday, there actually existed such a gorgeous little fairy.
Li Ming replied directly, farewell, I want to see you off. Chen Xiaoman, how can you talk to a lady like that? Is that impolite?
Chen Xiaoman sent a message and found that she had been blocked by Li Ming.
The little fairy immediately cursed, how dare you block me? How many rich second generations dare not do this to me? Who do you think you are? Then she sent a message in the group, the man who collects top beauties is a liar, a pervert, and a scumbag. I hope all sisters will not be fooled. Bite. The second person sent a message.
Su Mengqian, hello, my parents and brother have discussed it together. Only if you can give us 10 bags of rice and 100 bags of mineral water, they will agree to let me be with you. But in the future, you have to give them 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 kilograms of rice every day.
What do you think?
Picture.
Ding. System detection does not meet the minimum requirements.
Su Mengqian's facial features are good, but her figure is so ugly. And she is a parent control freak and Voldemort fan.
This kind of woman is more difficult to deal with than a fairy. Li Ming replied, you don't meet my requirements. Su Mengqian immediately replied, my parents said that they can observe you first.
You can give them a bag of rice and 10 bottles of mineral water.
If you perform well, they can relax their requirements appropriately. Ha ha.
Funny, you still need to examine yourself. It's the end of the world and you're still thinking about asking for a high price for the bride price.
I guess you're crazy about selling your daughter.
Li Ming was too lazy to waste words with them and simply blocked them.
A few more people in the group started cursing at Li Ming, using very unpleasant words.
Li Ming then looked at the next one. Liang Yan, hello, I agree to follow you until the disaster is over, but you must treat my son well and make sure he has enough food and drink every day. My son is kind by nature, and I think he will treat you like his biological father when he grows up.
It's a blessing for you to have such a good son for free.
Picture.
Damn, don't they understand what the best means? Their son is already so big. There is no need for system testing.
You know it does not comply with the regulations and it is a waste of your time.
What's more, you're throwing something to me that even Dorgan couldn't handle? What do you mean? Block him decisively. Li Ming continued to look at the next person.
Long K, hello, I'm Long K.
Can the food you hoard only be traded through that kind of thing? Can you sell it? You can name the price.
Picture.
Wow.
This is a beautiful lady, and she looks familiar.
Bite. A blue system interface appeared next to Long K's photo. Name, Long K. Occupation, Internet celebrity. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 22. Body, 95 points. Force value, 6. Overall score, 90 points.
As expected, the beauty filter was used. I remember that the system judged Huofian's overall score to be 95 points, while Long K only scored 90 points. However, a beauty with a score of 90 can at least kill 99% of the girls in seconds.
Internet celebrity?
Li Ming suddenly remembered who she was. A super internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans, the crying dragon baby. After get off work, Li Ming also likes to watch her live broadcast. Although he has never given her any tips, he keeps liking her posts, so it can't be said that he is doing it for free. Li Ming suddenly remembered that Chen Zhengye and Zhang San had mentioned Long K, who seemed to live upstairs at 2803.
Yes, it works. Got it.
Li Ming replied, not for sale, only for exchange.
If you want, you can live with me and have no worries about food and drink. After a while, Long K replied, you have no evidence. Why should I believe you? At this time, Huofian had already prepared a sumptuous seafood breakfast. A 10-pound lobster, a king crab, salmon, abalone, etc. Who can afford to eat this kind of thing so early in the morning? It's a waste of money.
Huofian smiled happily and said, Brother Ming, I worked hard to prepare this for you.
I'll help you replenish your energy. Li Ming.
Li Ming took a few photos of the seafood feast and sent them to Long K. At this time, Long Kei, who was wrapped in bread and curled up on the bed, was hungry and cold. When she saw the big lobster in the photo, her saliva was flowing.
She couldn't help drooling. Long Kei swallowed and wiped the corners of her mouth.
Although she wanted to eat very much, she still remained rational. Because she knew that once she was deceived, she would not only lose her virginity, but she might also lose her life.
In the worst-case scenario, you may even become a plaything for men.
After all, now people can kill people openly without taking any responsibility.
So she had to be extra cautious. Long Kei, how do I know whether you took these photos in the past or downloaded them from the internet?
If you can't prove that these foods are what you own now, I can't believe you.
Li Ming thought, Long Kei is really cautious.
If another woman saw these foods, she probably wouldn't be able to control herself.
Li Ming replied, I want to explain it to you one by one, please look at the owners group.
Immediately, Li Ming took a few pictures of Huofian holding a 10-pound lobster and biting it, as well as a rich seafood breakfast on the table, and sent them to the group.
Picture.
Food and drinks included, full meals, plenty of water, pick up and drop off included, limited to beautiful women, private chat, limited to 5 people.
Free food and drinks, there is already one beauty, and there are only 4 places left.
If you are interested, hurry up, the places are limited and first come first served.
Chapter 27 Chaos begins.
Li Ming sent these photos to the group, and the group immediately exploded.
Fuck, isn't this Huofian, the stewardess in our neighborhood? Did she actually succumb to this guy who collects the best beauties?
No, my goddess, you are not that kind of person.
I was planning to confess my feelings to you in a few days. How could you be the kind of person who gives in so easily?
At free food and drinks, revenge for stealing my wife, I will never forgive you in this life.
Didn't someone just say that this guy is a liar? Come out and take a walk. What kind of conditions does he have?
We can't even afford to eat, but they actually have a seafood feast for breakfast.
It's too luxurious.
At all food and drinks included, please accept me.
I am willing to work like a cow or a horse for you. Just give me shrimp shells. Anchung from the neighborhood committee, at all food and drinks included, how come you don't have any sense of community? In times of disaster, everyone should help each other. How can there be people like you? Everyone is suffering from the disaster, but you are still thinking about that.
An Cheng from the neighborhood committee, as the director of the neighborhood committee, I order you to immediately take out the food you have stored and give it to me for safekeeping. We will distribute it to everyone according to their situation so that we can all get through this disaster together.
Li Ming smiled and said, if I don't provoke you, how dare you provoke me? Li Ming sent a message in the group at Resident Committee An Chang, you are absolutely right.
Since it is for everyone, as the director of the neighborhood committee, you should be the first to distribute the supplies in your hands to everyone. As long as you can set a good example, I will definitely follow you and distribute the supplies in my hands to everyone. Other owners also thought it made a lot of sense and sent out satisfied messages. Yes, since you are the leader of the neighborhood committee, you should set an example and be the first to distribute the supplies in your hands to us. People have said that as long as you distribute the supplies in your hands, he will also distribute the supplies to us. An Chang, please quickly distribute the supplies you have, so that he will share the supplies with us.
Don't delay our good life.
I think this An Chang just can't stand seeing others doing well. She wants to embezzle other people's materials by taking advantage of her position. She even has the nerve to say that she will keep them and distribute them to us as needed. She just wants to keep them for herself.
Get lost, you old woman.
Seeing that the firepower in the group was suddenly concentrated on her, An Chung decisively chose to lurk, but she did remember the grudge that Li Ming had openly confronted her.
Long Kei didn't care about what happened in the group later.
At this moment, she was staring at the picture of Huofian biting a big lobster. She also wants to have a bite of this big lobster.
Should I trust this person? Long Kei is now very conflicted. She knew Huofian.
The only person in Building 7 who could surpass her in beauty was the flight attendant Huofian. She also knew that Huofian came from a very good family and was a very proud person. Even a proud woman like Huofian has succumbed to that man, so he can't be a liar. I had been in a relationship with that man in the past.
Didn't that mean I was serving the same man as Huofian?
She couldn't accept this in her heart. The announcement issued by Li Ming said that there were only 5 places, and now Huofian has taken 1, leaving only 4 places. If she doesn't seize the opportunity and let other women get there first, she will really have no chance. Long K took out her cell phone again and sent a message to Li Ming.
Long K, don't you already have the beautiful Huafian? Will I still have a seat there?
After receiving the message from Long K, Li Ming handed the phone to Huafian.
Huafian smiled happily and said, how could I mind? As long as you are happy, I think it is worth it no matter what. Besides, how could a man as outstanding as you be with only me as your woman? I would rather you have 3,000 concubines and pass on your excellent genes.
Li Ming laughed. In that case, you reply to her.
One reply from you is more useful than 100 from me. Huafian took Li Ming's phone and pressed the voice message. Hello, I'm Huafian. Can I call you Sister K? Li Ming is a great and excellent person.
I sincerely hope that you can come and serve him with me.
Believe me, this will be your greatest honor. I definitely won't mind. If you can come, we will be good sisters. I believe we can get along well. After hearing Huafian's voice, Long K was completely confused. Are people nowadays so good at having fun?
Judging from the voice, this person is indeed Huafian. But in her impression, Huafian was a proud, reserved and precious goddess.
I didn't expect that people would be so open-minded. Could it be that Li Ming really has extraordinary abilities?
Although we know for sure that the person next to Li Ming is Huafian, the credibility of what Li Ming said about having a large amount of supplies is over 90%.
But Long K still hadn't made up her mind and was hesitant. Bang! Firecrackers?
No, more like gunshots. There were no people or vehicles on the streets anymore, and the whole world seemed particularly quiet. The sound of gunfire completely broke the tranquility of Binjiang No. 1 community and shattered the fantasy of most residents who were waiting for rescue. Everyone knew that the real looting and killing had officially begun with the sound of the gunshot. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the entire community. The weak people were trembling in fear, and the strong people were gradually starting to go crazy. Huafian frowned and said, Brother Ming, that was the sound of gunfire just now. Li Ming grinned and said, what is coming will eventually come. The era of chaos has officially begun. Long K, who was shivering in bed, hungry and cold, also heard that it was the sound of gunfire. She was terrified at this moment. If someone opened fire, it would prove that some powerful evil people had begun to steal goods and kill people. A single woman like her who lives alone and has a good appearance and figure will inevitably become the first target of robbery. There was no way she could win by fighting, and Long K knew that she didn't have much time left. She finally made up her mind and sent a message to Li Ming.
Long K, was that a gunshot? There are zombies all downstairs. I'm so scared. Can you come pick me up? My room number is 72803.
If she lived in another building, it would be a bit troublesome. The underground garage and the ground are now full of zombies. If you want to reach other buildings, it means you have to fight a bloody battle with the zombies. Although Li Ming has the experience and confidence to do it, he doesn't like taking risks. Fortunately, the second extremely beautiful woman who came to him also lived in the same building, number 7, as he did.
Yossi. The second top-notch beauty was successfully captured.
Li Ming was really grateful for the gunshot just now, which saved him a lot of trouble. Long K had just sent the message when someone in the building number 7 owners group posted a few bloody pictures. Picture. In the picture, a gangster with tattoos all over his neck is holding a pistol. There were 3 bloody bodies lying on the ground, and it was not difficult to tell that they were a family of 3. The second photo shows a group of 7 guys holding weapons such as kitchen knives, axes, and steel pipes.
These photos are obviously meant to warn everyone in Building 7.
Brother Haonan of the Hongxing Society, everyone in Building 7, listen up, my name is Zhang Haonan. From now on, Building 7 is officially under my control. Brother Haonan of the Hongxing Society, these people drank the blood rain because of hunger and thirst, regardless of the official announcement, and have been shot dead by us. Brother Haonan of Hongxing Society, for the safety of Building 7, I decided to take on the task of safety management of Building 7, and at the same time, to manage the materials of Building 7 in a unified manner. Brother Haonan of the Hongxing Society, today, our people will knock on every door. You must open the door and hand over the supplies immediately.
Otherwise, you will be the ones who have drunk the blood rain.
Brother Haonan of Hongxing Society, at collecting the best beauties, not just you. I know you have a lot of supplies, and you are now in Building 7. I hope you can take the initiative to hand over your supplies and don't force us to do anything to you.
Chapter 28. You're so shameless. In room 1503, Building 7.
At this time, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng were huddled in the quilt in the small house, shivering. It's not because their house is small, but because they can no longer live in their current master bedroom. Because the master bedroom is large, even if the air conditioner is turned on to 30 degrees, the indoor temperature is still below zero. I can only hide in this small room and turn the air conditioner to the highest setting so that the temperature can barely reach above 0 degrees. The gunshots in the neighborhood just now scared them so much that they dared not breathe, for fear that others would know they were hiding here.
They are not stupid. They are also aware of the current situation outside. If they fall into the hands of Zheng Haonan and his people, she can only become a plaything of those men.
At the same time, they had not had a drop of water for a whole day and night, because Luo Zijuan could not cook at all, so every meal was either takeout or eating out. They simply wouldn't store much food at home. In Luo Zijuan's eyes, instant noodles were the cheapest foods, not worthy of a noble woman like her. When she saw the seafood feast that Li Ming posted in the group, Luo Zijuan swallowed her dry throat immediately. At this point she couldn't even drool. As a veteran gold digger, Luo Zijuan recognized at a glance that what Huafian and the others were eating were top-quality lobsters imported from Australia, and all the seafood on the table were high-end goods. Staring at the seafood feast in the picture, she suddenly became extremely jealous. She also knew that Huafian lived in the same building as them, which made her feel even more unbalanced.
We all live in the same community, so why is there such a big difference? It's like two different worlds.
At this time, she was really hungry. She quietly clicked on the profile picture of collecting the most beautiful women, intending to send her nude photos to try her luck. Although her virginity was taken away by Li Ming a long time ago, she has been doing beauty treatments and working out every day in recent years.
Perhaps that man will really be attracted to her.
At that time, he could kick Guanfeng away and go with that man to have a seafood dinner. Luo Zijuan clicks on the avatar of collect the most beautiful women.
Huh, we are already friends?
The next second, her eyes widened and her face was full of surprise. She quickly shook Guanfeng beside her.
Guanfeng said impatiently, "What are you doing again? Don't move around. Save your energy, or you'll be even hungrier later. Honey, look quickly." Luo Zijuan excitedly handed the phone to Guanfeng.
The person who has been sending messages in the group these days offering free food and drinks to attract top beauties is actually Li Ming. Hearing this, Guanfeng quickly snatched Luo Zijuan's phone, and then a surprised smile appeared on his face.
Ah, it's really this guy. This bastard hid so many supplies without telling us. Luo Zijuan immediately stood up on the bed excitedly.
According to Li Ming's character, as long as I ask him for it, he will deliver it himself without us having to go get it. Finally, I don't have to go hungry anymore, my seafood feast.
Luo Zijuan couldn't wait to call Li Ming.
Li Ming looked at the caller ID and saw it was Luo Zijuan calling. These two people were too slow to react. In order to let them guess who he was as soon as possible, Li Ming deliberately kept his original WeChat avatar.
Any normal person should be able to guess it if they pay a little attention.
This also shows to what extent this pair of dogs usually ignores me. Not only did he not make any notes on his own WeChat, he didn't even follow his own profile picture. Li Ming answered the phone, and Luo Zijuan's excited voice came from the other end.
Li Ming, the one in the owner group who provides free food and drinks must be you. Li Ming replied unhappily, so what?
Luo Zijuan was stunned when she heard Li Ming's cold tone. Li Ming had never tried to speak to her in this tone before. But now is not the time to dwell on this, she continued. Li Ming, that day you asked us to stay at home as much as possible and not run around.
You knew that this disaster would come, right? So you stockpiled a lot of supplies, right? You're awesome.
Luo Zijuan couldn't hide her inner excitement in her words, and Li Ming almost felt that she was about to fly with joy. Hearing this, Li Ming raised a sarcastic smile. This green tea bitch still uses the same old tricks. When you beg her for help, she will first give you a candy, praise you, and then rip you off. Li Ming said lazily, if you have something to say, please tell me now.
If not, I will hang up.
At this time, Huafian had already washed a bunch of grapes and sat gently beside Li Ming. He took one and fed it into Li Ming's mouth. It was so sweet. Luo Zijuan on the other end of the phone was a little angry when she heard Li Ming's cold tone, but she immediately calmed down. Guanfeng and I have done so much for you over the years, and you have seen it all. A few days ago, you and others stole Guanfeng's tanker truck, and we won't bother with you.
You are the most important and precious person in my life. Now that we have encountered a disaster,
we should divide the supplies you have equally among the three of us. What do you think? It's already pretty good for you to have 1/3 of it to yourself. If you agree, you can send the supplies to me now. I never had the chance to tell you before that our room number is 71503, just downstairs from Huofian's house. Li Ming was stunned. How could she be so bold? She asked for 2/3 of it as soon as she opened her mouth. And he asked me to deliver it to her personally? Did I hear that correctly? But let's give her some hope first. Li Ming replied, but now we also have 2 people. Luo Zijuan said in a disappointed tone, Li Ming, you are still immature. It's obvious that Huofian is not a good person. If it was before the disaster, she probably wouldn't even look at you. She's willing to be with you only because of the supplies in your hands. Can't you see that? You should kick a lowly green tea bitch like her out of the house. What kind of person is she? Li Ming sneered, so you must leave 2/3 of the way? Luo Zijuan said, of course. It's best if you give us your copy for safekeeping. Otherwise, if a woman acts like a spoiled child in front of you one day, you will be fooled by her again. Li Ming felt that he had greatly underestimated how shameless Luo Zijuan was, as she even did not let go of the last 1/3. The reason is still so plausible. Li Ming was so angry that he laughed, okay, just wait for me. After saying that, Li Ming hung up the phone. Although Li Ming knew that Luo Zijuan and the others lived in Building 7, he did not know their room number. 1503, now I know where they are hiding. At this time, Huofian snuggled up to Li Ming's chest and stuffed another grape into Li Ming's mouth. Who is it? Li Ming put his arm around Huofian and said, they are just 2 lunatics. Luo Zijuan put down the phone and immediately jumped up excitedly. Great, it's done. Li Ming promised to deliver the supplies to us personally. I've already said that as long as I ask, Li Ming will obey. Guanfeng hugged Luo Zijuan with relief. Wife, you are really the best. Luo Zijuan laughed contemptuously and said, that idiot Li Ming actually knew that the disaster was coming, but he didn't even bother to tell us in advance. Otherwise, with our strength, we could have stockpiled more supplies. Guanfeng replied angrily, that's right. After the zombies arrived, they didn't come to us first, but actually dared to use our supplies to look for some top-notch beauty. Guanfeng was very angry. If these supplies had fallen into his hands earlier, Huofian would be lying in his arms now. The first time I saw Huofian in Binjiang No. 1 community, I was deeply attracted by her beauty. Guanfeng kept trying to talk to Huofian, but the arrogant Huofian never gave him a chance. He thought Huofian was so noble, but he didn't expect that she would be seduced away by Li Ming over a meal. Guanfeng was so angry. He secretly swore in his heart that after snatching Li Ming's supplies, he would pin Huofian under him and humiliate her. Guanfeng's words also made Luo Zijuan's teeth itch with hatred, and she cursed. You're right. This poor bastard Li Ming actually dared to use my supplies to feed other women, while we are here freezing, starving, and frightened. After I get his supplies, I'm going to throw him out to feed the zombies. Chapter 29 Space Skills, Teleportation. Ah! Help! Please, I beg you. I only have a little water and food left. Please leave some for us, or at least for the children. Please. Kid? You kid has drunk the blood rain. Officially, we must kill him immediately. No, he didn't drink the blood rain, absolutely not. We didn't go out these past few days, and the water we drank was all the leftover mineral water from before, which was definitely not the blood rain. I said he drank blood rain, and it was blood rain. You can take the food and water, please let my child go, please. Wow, Dad, save me, Dad. You beasts, you didn't even let go of a 5-year-old child. I'm going to fight you. Ah. 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 Don't come over here, help, someone save me. No. Oh. Ah. Ah, friends who understand will understand. Ha ha ha, how cool. This is what happens when you dare to resist us. The person who was speaking deliberately raised the volume to the highest level, trying to make sure everyone in the building could hear him. Zheng Haonan and his men began to take action, and anyone who tried to resist was killed one by one. The women they favored suffered even more miserable fates. In this quiet neighborhood, anyone speaking loudly can be heard clearly. At this time, everyone in Building 7 was hiding in their homes and trembling, fearing that Zhang Haonan and his men would suddenly break in violently. Long Kei hid in the room and heard clearly what was happening outside. although she didn't know which floor or room number Zhang Haonan and the others were in.
But judging from the sound, she should be not far away. She quickly sent a message to Li Ming. "Brother, are you here yet? Zhang Haonan and his gang seem to be getting closer and closer to me. If I am caught by them, I would rather die." Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door of Long Kei's house. The sudden knock made Long Kei tremble with fear. She couldn't hold the phone tightly in her hand and dropped it heavily to the ground. She covered her mouth tightly, fearing that the slightest sound would be discovered by the person outside the door.
Bite. Long Kei's cell phone rang with a message.
"Collect the most beautiful women, it's me, open the door." After seeing the message, Long Kei's heart finally settled down, but she still didn't dare to be careless.
She quietly walked to the door and looked out through the peephole.
I saw a handsome man in a slimmed-down jacket standing outside the door, and standing next to him was Huofian. At this time, Huofian was wearing a long red-down jacket and holding an axe in each hand, giving her a heroic feeling. Seeing that no one had opened the door for such a long time, Li Ming knocked on the door again hurriedly and urged.
"If you don't open the door, we'll have to leave."
Long Kei said quickly, No, don't go, I'll open the door." Before opening the door, Long Kei took care to tidy up her appearance. After all, she hadn't washed her hair or face for 3 days. She was afraid that Li Ming would see her current horrible appearance and turn around and leave. Click, the door lock was opened. Long Kei appeared in front of Li Ming, and Li Ming looked up and down at this internet celebrity who has tens of millions of fans. Although her face is very different from that during the live broadcast, she looks awkward without makeup, like a girl next door, and her facial features are very delicate. Unlike Huofian, who has a standard beauty face, Long Kei is more of a fresh type of beauty. Although his hair was greasy and unkempt at this time, it was estimated that he had not taken a bath since the water was cut off.
But the 90-point beauty judged by the system must be correct. Li Ming said concisely, "Let's go." Long Kei asked cautiously, "Where are we going?"
Huofian walked closer to Long Kei with a smile. "Don't worry, Sister Kei, we are just going to my house temporarily."
"My house is on the 22nd floor." Long Kei said in surprise. On the 22nd floor, Zhang Haonan and his gang are now smashing, looting and even killing people. Is it really okay for us to stay on the 22nd floor?
Huofian swung the hatchet in her hand twice and said confidently.
"We don't care about Zhang Haonan and his people. Just follow us without worry."
Long Kei was thinking, yes, Li Ming was able to stockpile such a large amount of supplies, so he must have stored a lot of weapons as well.
Even the house they live in is reinforced, just like something out of a Doomsday novel.
Thinking of this, Long Kei suddenly felt relieved and was glad that her first blood could be preserved until now. Although I don't know what kind of quirk Li Ming has that requires him to have top-notch beauties, it's still better than falling into the hands of Zhang Haonan and his people. Seeing that Li Ming had already walked far away, Huofian and Long Kei hurried to catch up. Zombies usually move around on floors below the 3rd floor, and very few will run as high as the 20th floor. On the way to pick up Long Kei, Li Ming did not encounter any zombies. Long Kei followed Li Ming and Huofian to the home of 2202. Long Kei felt everything in the house with surprise.
"It's so nice, it's really so nice. I never thought there is such a warm place in the world."
At this time, the temperature outside had stabilized at -50. In Long Kei's house, even though the air conditioner was turned to the maximum, the temperature was difficult to maintain above 0. The temperature of this house can actually be controlled at 24 degrees, which is the most comfortable for the human body. This surprised Long Kei greatly. Especially the fruits and snacks randomly placed on the coffee table, which made Long Kei, who had been hungry and thirsty for several days, couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Life is so comfortable these days, it's almost the same as before the disaster.
Long Kei was once again glad that she chose to believe Li Ming.
Li Ming looked at Long Kei with disdain. "Stop being in a daze and go wash yourself.
You stink." Long Kei's face was filled with embarrassment. Is this Li Ming a straight man who doesn't care about the appearance of beautiful women at all? Can't you speak a little more gently and tactfully? Do you have to embarrass others?
If someone had dared to speak to her like this in the past, Li Ming would have been on her blacklist.
Wait, take a shower? Water is so precious nowadays.
The price of mineral water in the group has been raised to 10,000 yuan per bottle.
Moreover, there is still no demand for the mineral water.
Even if you offer 100,000 yuan, no one will sell their mineral water.
Here in Li Ming, there is actually clean water for taking a bath?
Long Kei glanced at Li Ming shyly, her eyes flashing with excitement and joy.
This time she really made the right bet. Huofian came over with her pajamas.
Sister Kei, your body shape is similar to mine, so you should wear mine first. Long Kei took the pajamas and her face immediately flushed. Ding, complete the system task, achieve the third doubling. The space after doubling, 8,000 cubic meters. All storage materials in the space are doubled.
Physical attributes after doubling. Constitution, 40. Power, 64. Speed, 56. Agility, 48. Spirit, 48. Add a special system reward for Legion members, awakening the space ability teleportation. Li Ming's mouth opened into an O shape in surprise.
Compared to the doubling of space and supplies, what made him ecstatic was the awakening of the space skill teleportation. Li Ming immediately checked how to use the system teleportation.
System, splice the host's thoughts and move forward to the position designated by the host instantly.
Currently, the maximum distance the host can teleport is 100 meters.
Upgradable.
The number of times it can be used depends on the host's physical condition.
Instantly moving 100 meters, this skill is simply amazing.
On the battlefield, you can come and go freely. The distance between buildings in Binjiang No. 1 community is about 60 meters, which means that he can move back and forth between buildings in the entire community without worrying about being besieged by zombies.
Chapter 30. If there is something wrong, they will go.
After learning about the awakened teleportation skill, Li Ming continued to investigate the space and supplies. At this time, the water volume in the space has doubled from 1,600 cubic meters to 3,200 cubic meters.
160 bags of rice became 320 bags.
2,000 boxes of instant noodles have doubled to 4,000 boxes. Li Ming did not check the other supplies one by one, as doubling was inevitable. What made Li Ming most ecstatic was that the Zhongnu pills he received from Huofian's system as a special reward last time were also doubled. Huofian was given 1 pill before, and the remaining 2 were placed in the space, which had now doubled to 4. Li Ming didn't expect that even the system's special rewards could be doubled. This means that as he takes in more and more top-notch beauties, he will have more and more Zhongnu pills in his hands.
He can easily build an army that is absolutely loyal to him.
Moreover, the physical attributes of those who take the Chuna pill will immediately increase 10 times, making such an army simply invincible. Li Ming immediately took out a Zhongnu pill from the space and handed it to the exhausted Long Kei.
Eat it.
At this time, Long Kei was already exhausted.
Tired. Painful. She now somewhat understood why Huofian was so eager to let her join. They are all traps, big traps.
Long Kei weakly took the thing that looked like chocolate from Li Ming's hand. She dared to disobey Li Ming's words. Even if it was poison, she had no choice but to swallow it. After taking the Zhongnu pill, Long Kei suddenly found that Li Ming's every frown and smile was full of charm. She had never seen such a handsome man before, and she stared at Li Ming like an infatuated fan. Li Ming was very familiar with this look. This was the look Huofian gave him when she took the Zhongnu pill. Although Huofian and Long Kei are both beauties with a score of over 90, he is not the kind of man who only thinks about his lower body every day. He avoided Long Kei's burning gaze and called Huofian, who was waiting outside the hall, in. Hearing Li Ming's call, Huofian, who was wearing a lace suspender nightgown, immediately ran into the room in high spirits.
Brother Ming, do you want me and Sister Kei to serve you together? I'm ready. Long Kei. Li Ming. Ahem.
Li Ming moistened his throat and said, "Don't think about that all day long.
I'm not that kind of person.
You should be able to feel that after you take my pills, your bodies have become much stronger. To be honest, anyone who takes this pill will have their physical attributes improved tenfold. That is to say, your strength, speed, and agility are all 10 times greater than before."
Huofian and Long Kei looked at Li Ming in shock at the same time. They are all young men and women. Playing games on a daily basis is essential for them.
Of course, they understand the concept of improving physical attributes 10 times. They were surprised that Li Ming actually gave them such a powerful medicine. Now, Li Ming's image in their hearts became more glorious and greater. Long Kei shed tears of emotion and leaned against Li Ming's chest. "Brother Ming, you are the best for us.
I apologize for ever doubting you. Hit me. Hit me hard with your most powerful moves."
Li Ming waved his hand and said, "It's enough for you to know that I'm fine.
I didn't call you here for that. It has been 4 days since the end of the world.
The more time passes, the more chaotic the world will become.
Zheng Haonan in our building has already started to attack others.
It is only a matter of time before they attack us.
Although you have gained 10 times the attribute enhancement, your actual combat ability is actually 0. If you meet them, you may not be able to win.
After all, they still have guns in their hands. So, I decided to give you special training.
Huofian nodded sincerely and said seriously, indeed, if we don't become stronger, we won't be able to protect you, Brother Ming. We are willing to accept special training. Long Kei also said sincerely, Sister Fian is right. We will not allow anyone to hurt Brother Ming. Even if it means hellish special training, we must accept it. The corner of Li Ming's mouth twitched. Is the Zhengnu pill so potent? Okay, you don't have to be so passionate. Let's get started tonight while everyone else is asleep.
Huofian and Long Kei immediately stood at attention side by side, with their heads held high and their chests puffed out.
Obey Brother Ming's orders.
At this time, they were both wearing only lace suspender nightgowns, which looked so uncomfortable.
Oh. Forget it, business is more important.
There will be plenty of time in the future, and there will be more superb beauties, so let's just take it easy for now. Li Ming took out 2 sets of polar cold-proof suits, 2 sets of raincoats, hats, masks, and protective goggles from the space. He armed Huofian and Long Kei from head to toe.
Huofian asked, Brother Ming, where are we going? Li Ming said calmly, cut the zombies.
Long Kei and Huofian looked at each other, then looked at Li Ming in confusion.
Zombies are originally transformed from humans.
They are the same size as ordinary people, but they move slowly and have no strength. They are the best choice for you to practice fighting and improve your combat experience. Li Ming led the fully armed Huofian and Long Kei down the stairs and finally found 2 zombies on the 3rd floor stairs.
Although Huofian and Long Kei took the loyalty pills, they absolutely obeyed Li Ming's orders.
But they were just ordinary girls, and they would still feel scared when they saw the zombies with hideous faces, bared teeth, and covered in rotten flesh. Li Ming saw the 2 of them trembling with fear and asked, What's wrong?
Are you scared?
Huofian tried her best to control the fear in her body and said with a slight tremor.
No.
No, for Brother Ming, we are not afraid of anything.
Long Kei was also trembling with fear. Yes, we can't be afraid.
Li Ming took out weapons and asked them to choose a weapon that suits them.
Huofian still chose 2 axes.
Long Kei, on the other hand, chose an axe with an extended handle. Both of them held their weapons tightly, trying to gain a sense of security from them. Li Ming said to them seriously, remember, the only way to make a zombie completely immobile is to chop off its head. No matter how many times you cut it, and hide its hands and feet, it will still be able to pounce on you.
The most powerful attack of zombies is biting, followed by clawing. When you are hunting them, you must avoid their attacks. If you want to restrict its movements, cut off its legs first.
The last thing you must remember is that the zombie's claws, teeth, and blood all contain a large amount of zombie viruses.
Once you are infected, I can't save you.
Huofian and Long Kei were already extremely frightened at this time, but they still managed to hold back their fear and said, Got it, Brother Ming, we won't let you down. Li Ming has very high expectations for Huofian and Long Kei.
Because he has an ultimate goal.
That is, they would come to me when there was something to do, and they would come to me when there was nothing to do.
I just lived like this. Isn't such a life wonderful? Chapter 31 I am the man you will never get in this life.
Li Ming pointed at the 2 zombies in the stairwell and said,
There are 2 zombies in front of you. Each of you is responsible for killing one. Whoever kills it first will receive my special reward. Brother Ming's special reward?
This reward was so tempting that Huofian and Long Kei's eyes lit up immediately.
There will always be brave men when there is a big reward.
They suddenly felt that the zombies in front of them were not so scary, and even a little cute. Holding 2 knives, Huofian was the first to rush towards the zombies in the corridor. Although Huofian ran very fast, the sound of her running footsteps and human breath immediately attracted the attention of the 2 zombies.
Roar!
When the zombies saw the living humans, they immediately pounced on Huofian instinctively. When the zombie was less than 1 meter away from Huofian, Huofian still used her human instinct in fear and kicked the zombie. After Huofian's physical attributes were strengthened 10 times, she became extremely powerful and kicked the zombie several meters away with 1 kick.
The zombie only stopped after it hit the wall. Li Ming frowned and shouted seriously, Who told you to kick? What is the weapon in your hand for? Huofian said absent-mindedly, I'm sorry, Brother Ming. It pounced on me and I couldn't help but kick it when I got nervous. I must have chopped it off that time.
At this time, Long Kei also grasped the long-handled axe with both hands and rushed towards her target. With the lesson from Huofian, when the zombies pounced on her, she held the axe tightly and chopped them down.
Ah! So dirty!
Long Kei closed her eyes and screamed.
Long Kei obviously did not hit the zombie's neck, but instead split the zombie's chest.
The zombie's dark brown blood splattered all over Long Kei.
Li Ming yelled, "Idiot, why did you close your eyes? Don't you understand that you can't take your eyes off the target for even a moment when you're fighting?"
Fortunately, Li Ming woke up Long Kei in time. When she opened her eyes again, the zombie had opened its bloody mouth towards her.
Ah! Long Kei nervously kicked the zombie away.
Li Ming couldn't help but cover his forehead and shook his head. If these two people didn't have a 10-fold physical attribute bonus, their speed and strength would far exceed those zombies. They have long become food for the zombies. Let us look back at the battle situation on Huofian's side.
Oh!
I can't bear to look at it, the style of painting has completely changed. Why does it feel like a fight between shrews? Huofian, who was not far away, had already thrown away the hatchet in her hand and rushed forward to grab the zombie's hair.
Yes, it really is pulling hair.
Huofian was extremely powerful. At this moment, the zombie was being grabbed by the hair and swung back and forth by Huofian. The scene was extremely bloody and tragic. For a moment, Li Ming actually felt sympathy for the zombie.
If this zombie had thoughts, it would definitely curse and say, "Did I provoke you?"
He didn't know if it was Li Ming's illusion, but he really felt that the zombie seemed to have a hint of anger.
Let us look back at Long Kei. Why?
If the other party wasn't a zombie, Long Kei would probably want to bite it, not knowing who the zombie was. Huofian and Long Kei showed all the characteristics of a fight between girls, pinching feet, pulling clothes, and kicking crotches. Li Ming helplessly shouted to the two of them, "Both of you come back here first." Hearing Li Ming's order, Huofian and Long Kei immediately shook off the zombies beside them and quickly returned to Li Ming. Huofian smiled awkwardly, "Brother Ming, if you give me some more time, I will kill the zombie soon."
Long Kei said seriously, "That's right. That zombie won't last long. We can definitely kill it." Snap! Snap! Li Ming patted them on the head and said, "Did I ask you to kill it? I gave you weapons so that you can kill it by chopping off its neck. Do you understand? Now each of you is only fighting one zombie. What if there are 2 or 3 zombies? Would you still pull their hair? Kick them in the crotch?"
Li Ming snatched a hatchet from Huofian. "I'll demonstrate once, watch me carefully.
If you do this again next time, I will become the man you will never get in your life."
Huofian and Long Kei were immediately shocked.
This punishment was even more painful than killing them.
They both shouted at the same time.
"Brother Ming, please don't do that. We are wrong. We will definitely watch it carefully and learn well."
The two zombies that were knocked down by Huofian and Long Kei stood up again twistedly and rushed towards Li Ming and the other two. Li Ming's eyes instantly became murderous and he stared at the two zombies coldly.
Remember, when you fight the enemy, you must plan carefully before you act. Once you strike, you must be fast, ruthless, and accurate. Day.
Li Ming quickly ran towards the two zombies. When he was about to get close to the zombies, he quickly rolled over and came behind one of the zombies. The right hand holding the hatchet was still in front of the zombie's neck, and then he swung the hatchet towards the zombie's neck.
Phew! The zombie's head and body were separated in an instant. The next second, Li Ming appeared in front of another zombie. Li Ming swung the knife quickly. Phew!
The other zombie's head and body were also separated in an instant. In less than 5 seconds, Li Ming had successfully hacked the two zombies to death. Not even a drop of the brown-black blood splattered by the zombies got on him. At present, his physical attributes have been improved by 8 times, coupled with the combat skills he practiced hard in his previous life.
Hunting these two zombies is a piece of cake.
Huofian and Long Kei, who were watching from the side, looked at Li Ming with their mouths open, their eyes sparkling with stars. Just like the crazy fans of those popular stars before the end of the world, they screamed in shock.
"Huofian, ah! Brother Ming, you are so handsome, mua, kiss. Long Kei, ah! Brother Ming, you will always be my god, YYDS."
Li Ming returned the hatchet in his hand to Huofian.
"Okay, stop exaggerating. It's your turn next. Each of you must hunt 5 zombies tonight. Huofian and Long Kei nodded.
With Li Ming's personal demonstration and the intimidation of not being their men, the two of them became very positive in their subsequent actions. Although his movements are far from being as smooth as Li Ming's, he can still hunt zombies easily.
On the 7th floor, in a room.
A woman in the room was lying on the bed with empty eyes, looking hopeless and covered in scars.
Zheng Hanan walked out of the room with satisfaction. Life is even better now than before the apocalypse, haha.
From a while ago, the zombies in the underground garage seemed to be rioting abnormally. The screams were creepy.
Do you know what happened? A bald man walked up to Zhang Hanan in a flattering manner.
Someone must have risked being bitten by zombies to go to the underground garage to look for supplies. After all, before the apocalypse, many people would keep a box of water in their trunks when they woke up. This was a lot of supplies, but there were also a lot of zombies in the underground garage, so few people dared to go there.
Zhang Hanan smiled evilly and said, "Do you know who they are?"
"Wait until they move the supplies from the garage back, and then we can snatch them from them. It will save a lot of trouble."
The bald man immediately flattered him. "Brother Hanan, what a good plan. You are really smart.
The supplies they risked their lives to retrieve will only serve to benefit you, Brother Hanan."
Chapter 32 Car Model Chen Shanshan.
In the cold little room, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng ate another piece of biscuit and took a sip of water. They were running low on biscuits and water, and now they could only eat one biscuit per meal. "I can only drink half a bottle of water a day, which is barely enough to sustain my life."
Guanfeng cursed weakly, "That bitch Li Ming, why hasn't he sent us any supplies yet? He doesn't want to live anymore." Speaking of Li Ming, Luo Zijuan's listless eyes suddenly lit up with fire.
From last night till now, Luo Zijuan has sent hundreds of messages to Li Ming and made more than 100 calls. He didn't answer the phone or reply to messages.
This is something Luo Zijuan cannot tolerate at all.
In Luo Zijuan's mind, Li Ming is her dog. As long as she calls him, Li Ming must immediately appear in front of her with his head shaking. Just like yesterday when she asked Li Ming for 2/3 of the supplies, Li Ming did not dare to complain at all and threatened to deliver them to them personally. They had been waiting in the cold all night, but still hadn't seen Li Ming, let alone any supplies. Luo Zijuan called Li Ming again, but still no one answered. Luo Zijuan slammed her phone down fiercely. It must be that bitch Huofian who instigated Li Ming not to send us supplies.
Doesn't she know that these supplies are ours?
If I catch this bitch, I will tear her mouth to pieces and let her eat so much of our food.
Li Ming is a coward.
He just gave in after this bitch whispered a few words in his ear.
He is not a man.
Guanfeng's face turned sinister. "Li Ming, don't blame me for being unjust if you are unkind."
Luo Zijuan looked at Guanfeng in confusion. "What are you going to do?" Guanfeng snorted coldly. "Others can rob, but we can't? Others can kill, but we can't kill?
Besides, it was Li Ming who embezzled our supplies, so we resorted to this desperate measure. It's not our fault."
Luo Zijuan instantly understood Guanfeng's meaning and said excitedly, "This is a good idea.
We are planning to sell him to northern Myanmar anyway, so why not just do it ourselves?" Luo Zijuan thought for a while and continued.
"But what if they resist? Li Ming is very strong. I've experienced it myself. You may not be able to beat him." Guanfeng's face was filled with black lines. Did this bitch have to say that? Guanfeng went to the kitchen and found 2 kitchen knives, and said viciously, "Then you can trick him into opening the door.
The moment he opens the door, I will quickly slash and attack him. With his trust in you, he will not be on guard." Luo Zijuan felt happy thinking that she would be able to enjoy hot pot and seafood feast soon.
"Let's do it. We've already given Li Ming the chance. He didn't know how to cherish it. It's not our fault." Ding! Ding! Ding!
Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng's cell phones rang at the same time.
Luo Zijuan quickly picked up the phone. Could it be that Li Ming replied?
As soon as she saw the message on her phone, her face suddenly turned dark and she exuded murderous aura.
The message consisted of 3 photos and a paragraph of text that Li Ming sent to the group.
Picture, picture, picture. In the picture, Li Ming is hugging Huofian and Long Kei on his left and right. Huofian peeled the lobster herself and fed it to Li Ming's mouth, while Long Kei held a beer, ready to serve Li Ming at any time. The table was also filled with various barbecues. Free food and drinks, hosting beautiful women, full meals, plenty of water, free pickup and drop off. If you are willing, please attach a full body photo without makeup, private chat, limited to 5 people.
Free food and drinks, only 3 seats left. Beauties who are eligible should seize the opportunity and contact us quickly. If you miss this opportunity, you will live in hell forever. The group of owners, which had been silent, exploded again. Fuck, isn't that Long K, the online anchor with millions of fans in our community? Even she got on that guy's boat? How lucky he is to have 2 beauties, Wafian and Long K, at the same time. He is so lucky that others will be astonished. In this situation, you still have the conditions to eat crayfish and drink beer. Can't you consider the feelings of your neighbors? Why must you have top-notch beauties? This is clearly discrimination against women like us. I want to file a complaint against you. Please save my child. He hasn't had a drop of water in 3 days. You obviously have so many supplies, why are you not willing to help us? At free food and drinks, you are a selfish scum. You can't finish all the food, so what's wrong with sharing some with us? Didn't you receive 9 years of compulsory education? Brother Haonan of Hongxing Society, at Bao Chi Bao Drink Boy, don't be too arrogant. I know you are in Building 7. If you can hand over the supplies in your hands to me, maybe I can let you be my little brother. Chen Guiying, director of the neighborhood committee, at Free Food and Drinks, you have no sense of the collective, and you have no regard for the organization. One day, the organization will settle accounts with you. At the same time, Li Ming received a large number of friend requests. Tianhai San Xiao, brother, I have a Lamborghini worth more than 5 million, which was just delivered last month. I just want a box of mineral water and a box of instant noodles. If you are interested, add me as a friend and chat in detail. Mingshang Jewelry, hello, I know you are not interested in money. I have a lot of gold and silver jewelry. Can I buy some supplies from you? In addition, although I am not a top beauty, I am also quite pretty. We can talk in detail. Most of them wanted to buy supplies from Li Ming, but Li Ming simply ignored them all. Only beautiful women's WeChat accounts were selected to accept friend requests. When the beauties saw that Li Ming had accepted their friend requests, they couldn't wait to send messages to Li Ming. At first, they all thought that Li Ming was just a scumbag and a liar, so they ignored any news about Li Ming. After Li Ming posted the photo of Huafian yesterday, although they believed what Li Ming said was true, they had maintained their chastity for so many years, how could they just give it to others? Until today, only 3 of the 5 seats mentioned by Li Ming were left, and they finally became anxious. They were really afraid that, as Li Ming said, they would have to live in hell forever. The tone of the beauties who sent messages this time was much nicer than before. She was just like a young girl who was just entering the society for a job interview, cautious and very nervous. Hello, I'm Chen Jiai from Building 9, I'm 19 years old. Below are my photos without makeup. Please check them carefully. If you have any news, please notify me as soon as possible. Picture. Ding, the target does not meet the minimum requirements. Alas. What a pity. Li Ming still replied to her message, you don't meet the requirements. After receiving the message, Chen Jiai immediately burst into tears. Why? Please tell me clearly where I don't meet your requirements. I can change it. Li Ming kept scrolling down, and he felt like vomiting. Although the people who sent the photos are still alive, most of them look like dinosaurs, pig chops, and ugly monsters. There were dozens of people, but there was no one he liked. He also knew that these people would definitely not meet the requirements, so he simply passed them. Byte. A blue system interface appears next to a photo. Name, Chen Shanshan. Occupation, car model. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 24. Body, 95 points. Force value, 7. Overall score, 95 points. Chapter 33 Lawyer Ji Yun. It was like a ray of hope after a dark period, and I really pulled out a pearl from the crowd. Li Ming quickly looked at Chen Shanshan's information and data. Hello, my name is Chen Shanshan. I know you are in Building 7, but I am currently in Building 6. Can you really come and pick me up? You took us in, these top beauties. Besides having sex with us, what else do you need to do? If I don't feel comfortable with it, can I leave? Chen Shanshan, who is 172 centimeters tall, is very tall, with slender legs, a sweet smile and 2 dimples on her face. This kind of model is considered top-notch even in the car model world. Li Ming replied, leave your real room number and I will pick you up. We will discuss other matters in person. Chen Shanshan jumped up excitedly when she received Li Ming's message.
Saixia, look, that person replied to my message and said he would come to pick me up, which proves that I have been selected. Chen Shanshan's expression was even more excited than when she was admitted to her favorite university in the college entrance examination.
Getting admitted to the university of your choice is just about fulfilling your college dream and getting a good future.
But now that Li Ming has recovered, it means that we can escape from this sea of suffering and live a happy life. You can imagine how valuable it is. Chen Shanshan and her best friend Lin Saixia are both car models and have just moved into this neighborhood. I didn't expect that this natural disaster would strike less than a month after I moved into this community. At first, they fantasized about official rescue. But they had been waiting for days, and their food and water were running out. Still no official rescue news. Moreover, the community is becoming increasingly unstable, and looting and smashing have become the norm.
Lin Saixia has complained more than once.
Therefore, she and Lin Saixia placed all their hopes on the man in the group named Collecting the Most Beautiful Beauties. When Lin Saixia found out that Chen Shanshan had received a reply from Li Ming but she had not, she looked extremely depressed. There was even a hint of jealousy and hatred in her eyes. Chen Shanshan, who was in an excited state, didn't notice the jealousy in Lin Saixia's eyes at all.
Chen Shanshan sent a message to Li Ming. I'm at 6:13:03. Can I bring my best friend with me?
She's also a beautiful lady. She also sent you a message.
Her name is Lin Saixia. Please keep an eye on her.
Li Ming specifically looked for a woman named Lin Saixia. At first glance, she is indeed a great beauty, but with systematic testing, there is no way she could deceive Li Ming.
Ding. The target does not meet the system requirements.
Reason, all technology and hard work.
Li Ming replied, she doesn't meet my requirements.
This is not a refugee shelter.
I only accept people who meet my requirements.
When Lin Saixia saw Li Ming's message, her heart instantly turned cold.
Chen Shanshan quickly comforted. Saixia, I will definitely leave you behind.
If that person doesn't like you, I will definitely find a way to get supplies from him and give them to you.
At this moment, the jealousy in Lin Saixia's eyes became even more intense. Why?
She thinks she is better than Chen Shanshan in terms of figure and appearance.
Why can Chen Shanshan do it but she can't?
Lin Saixia was unwilling and unconvinced. She immediately said to Chen Shanshan, Shanshan, I advise you not to trust this person.
I always feel that this man has ill intentions. Just think about it, is it really possible for him to store so many supplies? He really has so much stored. Where is he storing it now? He must need a lot of people to guard it.
With so many people guarding his supplies, he is considered a big force in the community.
But so far we haven't heard from anyone else. I suspect it's a setup.
Huofian and Long Kei are both his people. They teamed up to deceive us. His goal is to make us come to him and become his slaves.
There are so many of them, and if they do it once a day, can you bear it?
So, I advise you not to go.
Chen Shanshan frowned and said, but you didn't say that before.
You were the one who asked me to send the message before. Lin Saixia argued, it's all my fault for not thinking it through before.
Now the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. Frightened by Lin Saixia, Chen Shanshan hesitated again. I have already told him the room number, what should we do if he comes? Lin Saixia said stubbornly, we will never go with him, can he force you?
After fooling Chen Shanshan, Lin Saixia couldn't wait to send Li Ming more than 10 treasured photos in her mobile phone. Li Ming couldn't help but frown after looking at these photos.
Bah, how shameless.
Then I picked up my phone and checked it more than 10 times from various angles.
Lin Saixia attached a paragraph of text, brother, my sister is like this, don't you consider me?
I am both sensible and playful, I promise I won't let you down. After replying to Chen Shanshan's message, Li Ming continued to dig deeper.
Ding. A system blue interface appears next to a photo. Name, Ji Yun. Occupation, lawyer. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 30. Body, 90 points. Force value, 6. Overall score, 85 points. Yo-ho!
She is actually an older single woman, over 30 years old.
It is really not easy for a woman with this figure and appearance to maintain such good condition. Li Ming quickly checked Ji Yun's information. Hello, my name is Ji Yun. I will agree to be with you as long as you can meet one request of mine.
Li Ming looked at her pictures. Different from Huofian and Long Kei, Ji Yun looks particularly capable with her shoulder-length hair.
She also exudes the aura of a mature woman, giving off a royal sister vibe.
Li Ming thought to himself, good guy, he really is worthy of being a lawyer, he puts forward conditions right from the start.
Okay, let me ask what the conditions are first. Li Ming replied, please tell me your requirements first. Ji Yun replied, I currently live with my family. I have parents and a younger brother.
I hope that after I get along with you, you can provide them with enough supplies regularly to ensure that they can survive in the apocalypse. Li Ming read Ji Yun's message and realized that everyone has a few family members that they cannot abandon, so he could understand. But this is enough material, it is difficult to define.
Li Ming replied, how do you define sufficient supplies?
A pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water a day can sustain their lives.
3 seafood meals a day, and unlimited alcohol, they won't think it's too much. Ji Yun's brother Ji Xiaochun snatched Ji Yun's phone and cursed. Of course I eat seafood 3 times a day. Who would eat instant noodles every day?
He wants to marry my sister with just a few packs of instant noodles and a few bottles of water.
He is just dreaming.
Ji Yun's mother Chen Xiu said with a grin, Xiao Chang is right.
You will definitely enjoy a good life if you go there. Do you want your brother to eat instant noodles every day? I won't agree.
Ji Yun crossed her arms and said coldly, even if they are willing to give it to you, they have to have it.
Don't you know what the situation is now? It's already very good to have instant noodles to eat.
Anyway, I have already sent a message to them as you requested, and they have responded.
You can decide what conditions to set. I don't care.
I suggest you ask for more supplies at once, otherwise I might find out that the man is a pervert who cuts off everything, or I might end up hitting my head and dying. Over the years, she has had enough of their family's endless exploitation. She is such an excellent person, but she has this mother and this brother who suck her blood endlessly. Her previous boyfriends left her because they couldn't stand the fact that she had a vampire mother and brother. As a result, she is still single at the age of 30. I didn't expect that this body would come in handy today.
Chapter 34 Who is this beggar?
Thank you, Brother Bang Yi, for giving me the big plane. The crying dragon baby specially sings a song for Brother Bang Yi.
I hope Brother Bang Yi will be very popular in the future.
Long K specially organized a one-on-one live broadcast service for Li Ming at home. Although they had experienced a night of zombie hunting training, the two women were still very energetic and did not feel tired at all. Hua Fian, wearing a stewardess uniform and holding a tray of water, came to Li Ming with a sweet smile.
Dear customer, technician number 88 is now serving you. Please remember to give me a 5-star rating.
After saying that, she knelt in front of Li Ming and gently placed Li Ming's feet in the warm water.
Oh. So refreshing. It really feels a bit like that. It's a pity that there are only Long K and Hua Fian now. If there could be 2 more girls who could give me massages from both sides, that would be a great pleasure in life. When other owners have trouble getting food and water, they are living such a comfortable life. Will they feel psychologically unbalanced?
No, there must be a live broadcast before the power goes out.
If for no other reason, I just want to ask them if I'm annoying, if I deserve a beating. Chen Shanchan and Ji Yun must be brought over as soon as possible. After obtaining them, one's physical attributes can be increased to 32 times the original. This strength is enough to walk sideways in the community. Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door. Hua Fian and Long K immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Li Ming.
Who is it? Could it be that Zhang Haonan and the others are here? Li Ming ate a grape. Will Zhang Haonan and the others knock on the door so gently? Long K shook her head and said, definitely not. Then who is it? Who is it?
Li Ming has already guessed 90% of it.
Fei Yan, go and take a look. Be careful of their ambush.
Hua Fian immediately stood up, nodded, and put the 2 axes on her waist.
Now she is becoming more and more adept at using the 2 axes.
Hua Fian came to the door and looked out through the peephole carefully. Brother Ming, there is only one woman outside, and she is slovenly.
A woman? It was Luo Zijuan.
Since Luo Zijuan is here, Guan Feng must be lying in ambush around her. Judging from the character of this couple, they probably want to kill me and take away all my supplies this time. Li Ming smiled evilly at Hua Fian and Long K. You killed so many zombies last night, so today I'll let you practice beating people.
Hua Fian and Long K immediately became interested. Kill them? Li Ming waved his hand. No, don't let them die.
Let them slowly die in despair and torture.
This is to teach you how to control your body strength. I know you are very strong, but strength alone is not the solution to problems. Go ahead, and remember, don't kill yourself. Huofian and Long Kei looked at each other. They were very curious about who could make their brother Ming hate them so much. Huofian and Long Kei said with a smile, "Don't worry, brother Ming, we will not let them die." Bang bang bang. The gentle knock on the door just now turned into a loud banging, and the person outside was obviously getting impatient. Luo Zijuan's voice came from outside the door. "Li Ming, I know you are in there, don't try to be a coward, open the door for me quickly." When they heard the woman outside calling Li Ming a coward, Huofian and Long Kei suddenly exploded in anger. This provocation is undoubtedly more intense than digging up their ancestral graves. Huofian quickly opened the door. Snap! Snap! 2 slaps landed on Luo Zijuan's face. "You stinky bitch, you dare to insult our brother Ming? If you insult me again, I'll tear your mouth to pieces." Huofian obviously did not control the strength well with these 2 blows and pulled out 2 of Luo Zijuan's dentures. Luo Zijuan, whose 2 dentures were taken out, was stunned. She never expected that the person inside would slap her twice as soon as he opened the door. At this time, Luo Zijuan's mouth was full of blood, and she pointed at Huofian angrily. You vixen." Bang! Another slap hit Luo Zijuan's face. Huofian looked at her coldly. "Keep your mouth shut." Everything happened too fast. Guanfeng, who was lying in ambush nearby, had no time to react. Luo Zijuan had already been spanked 3 times by the beautiful woman Huofian in front of him. Guanfeng didn't expect Huofian to have such a tough personality, and he started to attack without saying a word. Luo Zijuan stared at Huofian with resentment in a crying voice. "Guanfeng, what are you waiting for? Hurry and chop this vixen to pieces." Guanfeng was also a little confused. In his imagination, the person who opened the door must be Li Ming. As long as he killed Li Ming, Huofian would naturally obey him. With Huofian and Long Kei, they can kick out Luo Zijuan whenever they are tired of playing with her. He didn't expect that the person who opened the door was Huofian. Guanfeng couldn't care less about so many things. Supplies were more important, so he could only subdue Huofian first and then kill Li Ming. Guanfeng immediately raised the kitchen knife in his hand and rushed towards Huofian. Just as he was about to slash his sword, Long Kei suddenly flashed out from the door and grabbed Guanfeng's wrist. "What do you want to do with a kitchen knife?" Long Kei's voice was cold and her hands were extremely powerful. Guanfeng's wrist was crackling because of Long Kei's grip. Ah! The severe pain caused Guanfeng to loosen his hands, and the kitchen knife fell to the ground. Guanfeng tried to break free from Long Kei's hand and stood up to resist. However, his wrist seemed to be clamped by iron and he could not move at all. Long Kei turned around, went behind Guanfeng, and grabbed Guanfeng's wrist. Bang! An over-the-shoulder throw. Ah! Guanfeng's screams were extremely miserable, and I don't know if his ribs were broken. When Luo Zijuan saw that Guanfeng, a big man, was easily subdued by Long Kei, her face suddenly became extremely ugly and her body began to tremble slightly. We are here to look for Li Ming. Are we his friends?" Bang! Huofian slapped Luo Zijuan in the face again. Although Luo Zijuan was mentally prepared this time, Huofian's movements were too fast. She had no time to react and the slap had already hit her in the face. Huofian snorted coldly, "Friends? Do you all like to go to your friends' houses with kitchen knives to play?" Luo Zijuan covered her red and swollen face and cried, "Emancipating Tishan, you are going too far." At this time, Li Ming slowly walked out of the room. When Luo Zijuan saw Li Ming coming out, she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and they flowed down. Although Li Ming knew that Luo Zijuan's acting skills were excellent, his tears this time were real. That beauty-loving woman would not feel wronged even if her face was beaten into a pig's head. Luo Zijuan cried and said in a coquettish voice, "Li Ming, you finally came out. You didn't care about these 2 bitches and just came up to beat me." Li Ming saw Luo Zijuan, who was covered in filth, disheveled, and beaten like a pig by Huofian, and couldn't help laughing. "Who is this beggar? Do I know him?" Chapter 35, Golden Foot Bath. After calming down, Luo Zijuan noticed what Li Ming, Huofian, and Long Kei were wearing. "It's so refreshing." Li Ming was only wearing a set of massage clothes and slippers that he got from Yao Chi Club. Huofian was also only wearing a stewardess uniform. Not to mention Long Kei, her thighs were exposed. The clothes these 3 people are wearing are too cool. The temperature outside is -50 degrees Celsius.
Even with the air conditioner on at home, the temperature is still around 0 degrees. Luo Zijuan's gaze passed over Li Ming and Huofian and looked inside the house. Only then did she realize why the temperature in Li Ming's house was so comfortable.
Not to mention it's not cold at all, it's even a little hot.
Looking in from the door, you can see the coffee table filled with a variety of fresh fruits and snacks.
Luo Zijuan's eyes were filled with surprise and envy. Isn't this the fairy-like life she longed for?
Luo Zijuan glanced at Huofian and Long Kei. There is no way I can beat him by fighting, so I can only talk to Li Ming about reason.
And in her mind, wouldn't it only take a few minutes to control Li Ming? Humph.
Luo Zijuan cleared her throat. Li Ming, we agreed that Guanfeng and I will take 2/3 of the supplies you stockpiled, and you have to raise these 2 foxes. Luo Zijuan immediately noticed Huofian's cold eyes and was afraid that she would be beaten again if she said something wrong. She swallowed the word Jing that was about to come out of her mouth.
It's your business if you want to support a woman.
Guanfeng and I are only taking back the supplies that belong to us. Luo Zijuan raised her chin proudly in front of Huofian, because she knew that Li Ming would definitely agree to her request. It is even possible that he would punish Huofian and Long Kei for attacking him. Li Ming snorted coldly. It seems that her mind is still a little confused.
She keeps talking nonsense. Fian, wake her up. After receiving Li Ming's order, Huofian's face was filled with a happy smile. Snap. 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 3 slaps were given to Luo Zijuan's face in succession.
Although Huofian was afraid that Li Ming would blame her if she beat someone to death, she tried her best to hold back her strength.
But these 3 slaps still made Luo Zijuan dizzy.
Seeing Luo Zijuan being beaten again, Guanfeng struggled to get up from the ground.
He seemed to have figured out that the people with the highest martial power here were Huofian and Long Kei in front of him. As long as he can get them by his side, it will be easy to deal with Li Ming.
He covered his chest and said to Huofian and Long Kei, "My 2 beauties, don't be fooled by this poor bastard Li Ming. He is just a courier."
"No, he is not even as good as a courier.
He is the one who pumps manure for my family.
He is a liar.
All the supplies in his hands belong to me.
Don't be fooled by him.
I swear, as long as you help me get the supplies back from him, I will definitely not treat you unfairly.
If you want, you can stay by my side. To be honest, my father is a big leader in Tianhai City.
Official help will come sooner or later.
As long as you follow me, I guarantee you will have a good life. It's better than following this liar."
When talking about his father being a big leader, Guanfeng even showed a look of pride. He also believed that Huofian and Long Kei would definitely choose him between him and Li Ming.
Just like Luo Zijuan back then. Indeed, if Guanfeng had revealed his father's name before the end of the world, who in Tianhai City would dare not give him some face? Guanfeng believes that the current disaster is only temporary.
As long as the Chinese government provides rescue, he can once again become a superior person by relying on his father's connections.
Pooh.
Long Kei grabbed his arm and threw him over his shoulder again. Long Kei's voice was extremely cold. "Who the hell are you calling a liar? If you dare to insult our brother Ming again, even if brother Ming orders not to kill you, I can guarantee that your hands and feet will never be able to be used again."
Huofian nodded in agreement.
Seeing that the situation was not good, Luo Zijuan immediately raised her voice and tried to go forward and hold Li Ming's arm. As soon as she took a step, she was stopped by Huofian.
At Huofian's look, Luo Zijuan took 2 steps back in fear.
Luo Zijuan couldn't get close to Li Ming at all, so she had no choice but to perform from a distance. She covered her mouth and sobbed, tears rolling down her cheeks like an abandoned young wife.
"Li Ming, you said you would treat me well and be responsible for me forever. Wu, have you forgotten everything? The good times we had in the past. Have you forgotten? I am your first woman. I know you have some resentment in your heart that I followed Guanfeng, but putting aside the facts, aren't you wrong? If it weren't for your incompetence and weakness, we wouldn't have gotten to where we are today. Now I'm just here to take back what belongs to me. Is that wrong? Please, I don't want all your supplies, just half, really half. Besides, you know I'm afraid of cold weather, so can you please tell them to give me the house? You can let them live in my house. I don't mind."
Li Ming also cut his butt with a knife and his eyes opened. How could he have listened to and obeyed such a shameless person so wholeheartedly? It is true that those in power are often the most confused. Li Ming came back to his senses and found that Huofian and Long Kei's eyes were filled with blazing fire.
Did Luo Zijuan touch their sore spot in some way? Huofian gnashed her teeth and stared at Luo Zijuan, the first woman. Is it you, a shameless woman, who took away our brother Ming's virginity? Long Kei stared at Luo Zijuan with the same look. Damn it, this is unforgivable. Luo Zijuan looked at the furious Huofian and Long Kei in horror, her face completely bewildered. How did I offend these two evil spirits again? Ah! 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 A sound like slaughtering a pig was heard at the scene. Huofian and Long Kei started punching and kicking Luo Zijuan. Guanfeng, who was lying next to him, saw this and dared not move, just pretending to be dead. He was afraid that Huofian and Long Kei would remember him during the beating and he would be beaten again. Until Luo Zijuan was dying, Huofian grabbed her hair. You should be grateful for our brother Ming's compassion, otherwise I would have thrown you down here to feed the zombies. Luo Zijuan, whose face was bruised and swollen from being beaten, lay weakly on the ground. Li Ming, you can't do this to me. I'm so thirsty and hungry. Please give me some food and water. Please. Li Ming smiled evilly and said, Look at you, it would be better if you had this attitude early in the morning. It's not like I don't want to give it to you. Li Ming pointed to the foot washing water that Huofian used to wash his feet. That's my golden soup for washing feet. I'll give it to you guys for free today. Wash your feet with water? Luo Zijuan looked at the basin in Huofian's hand in horror. Crash! Huofian gave them a chill. Chapter 36 Abalone is not fresh. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng fled in panic under the attack of the golden foot bath. Li Ming at home was listening to music and enjoying the service of Huofian and Long Kei. Huofian pinched Li Ming's thigh and said, Brother Ming, isn't it a bad idea to just let those two go? Even though they are not that bad, I am worried that they will expose our position and allow others to deal with us. Long Kei, who was pressing Li Ming's head, also had the same doubts. They should have been killed then. Li Ming closed his eyes and rested. Why, are you scared? Huofian and Long Kei said in unison, Don't be afraid. Li Ming opened his eyes lazily and said, Since you are not afraid, then why should we worry about anything? But humans are not zombies. In the apocalypse, humans are often scarier than zombies. Although zombies are not afraid of pain or fear, they have no brains and only act on instinct. Human malice is endless. Cunning, vicious, cruel, and vicious are all common. Some people are even better at scheming, making it hard for you to guard against them. So when you deal with enemies, you have to be more cautious than zombies. Huofian and Long Kei stood at attention and replied in a resounding voice, Brother Ming, I understand. If they really encounter a situation where they are defeated, Li Ming can use teleportation to take them away. But this is really too embarrassing. I have obtained the system, but I am still being chased and running away? Li Ming cannot let this happen and must become stronger as soon as possible. Lin Saixia paced back and forth angrily with her cell phone in her hand, her eyes full of murderous intent. She shamelessly sent Li Ming her private photos that made her blush. Li Ming only replied with one sentence, isn't it shameful? What a shame. After all, she is one of the top models in the car model industry, and there are many rich second generations and big stars vying to be with her. Today, I gave myself to others, but was actually despised. This was intolerable. Lin Saixia now developed a strong desire to kill Li Ming. That's right, Li Ming has a lot of supplies in his hands, so I don't have to beg him for help. From another perspective, as long as he can kill him, his supplies will also fall into his hands. Thinking of this, Lin Saixia suddenly became enlightened. Considering that I am a weak woman and might be killed by Li Ming, I must find help. She thought of the two muscular gym coaches, Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue, who lived downstairs from her house. Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue would always look at her and Chen Shanshan with lustful eyes, and even shook their proud muscles in front of them many times. It doesn't matter who you give it to, and those two muscular men look quite capable. In the end times, having such people around you will greatly increase your sense of security. Lin Saixia did what she said. She immediately put on her thick down jacket and walked towards the muscular man's house. At this time, Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue were eating protein powder at home to satisfy their hunger. Chen Hao took a few bites and couldn't swallow it anymore. It was too dry and choking. Brother Zhou, I really can't eat anymore. Although I'm very hungry, I'll be thirstier after eating. If we keep eating like this, we will die of dehydration if we don't starve to death. Zhou Dazue held a bucket of protein powder and shook his head painfully. No, water, we must find water.
Chen Hao put down the protein powder in his hand and poured the dried-up water bottle into his mouth, trying to get a drop of water out of the bottle. The next second, Chen Hao angrily crumpled the plastic bottle into a ball and threw it against the wall.
Nothing.
Brother Zhou, let's go to other houses and grab some water while we still have strength.
Otherwise, we really won't be able to survive.
Zhou Dazue put down the protein powder in his hand and said, that's what I mean. If we don't grab it, others will have gone crazy for it. Chen Hao stood up excitedly, since we have robbed them, let's find a chance to do the sisters upstairs. Anyway, no one cares if someone is beaten to death, so robbing them is no big deal. Zhou Dazue hesitated for a moment, his expression gradually becoming fierce. Let's do it, let's go to them first, they may still have water. After making the decision, the two immediately put on their heavy down jackets and found some handy tools for knocking on the door. After opening the door and taking 2 steps, they happened to meet Lin Saixia, who came to look for them. The moment the 3 of them met, everyone looked confused. Lin Saixia noticed the tools in Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue's hands and asked cautiously,
"Two brothers, where are you going?" Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue looked at each other and thought, they're offering it to me on their own initiative? Is there such a good thing? Chen Hao quickly stepped forward and put a knife on Lin Saixia's neck, swallowing his dry throat. "I'm not going anywhere. I just want to borrow some supplies from you and your sisters, and then play some poker." Lin Saixia was not panicked at all. She had already made all preparations to come here. She showed a charming smile to the 2 people in front of her, and said in a coquettish voice, "Brothers, please talk about what you want to say. I didn't say no, so don't scare people with a knife." After saying that, she reached out and pushed the kitchen knife on her neck. Her reaction was a little beyond Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue's expectations. Every time he saw them in the past, he would put on a cold and contemptuous face, but this time he actually took the initiative to tease them. It seems that the sisters have run out of supplies and come to them for help. Although Lin Saixia hadn't taken a shower for several days and had been eating instant noodles these days, her complexion looked a little sallow. But that tall stature and delicate artificial facial features still have a great killing power on Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue. Zhou Dazue and Chen Hao hurried forward, lifted Lin Saixia up and dragged her into their house. "Hey, why are you guys so anxious? Can't I still run away?" Lin Saixia looked around and saw that Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue's house was full of protein powder cans and empty mineral water bottles. "It seems that you 2 brothers have run out of supplies. If this continues, we will all starve to death. I do have a good idea that can help me get a lot of supplies, but I need your help." Upon hearing that they could obtain a large amount of supplies, Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue stopped what they were doing. Zhou Dazue asked doubtfully, "A large amount of supplies? What are we going to do?" Lin Saixia tidied her clothes and whispered, "Do you know the collection of top beauties in the group?" Chen Hao immediately showed his indignation. "Of course I know this grandson. I asked him in the group to borrow some supplies, but he ignored me. If I knew which room he was in, I would kill him." Lin Saixia's face suddenly showed a shrewd look. "This guy, collecting the most beautiful women, has taken a fancy to my sister. He should come to my place to pick her up today. We can take this opportunity to ambush him in advance. As soon as he enters my house, you can immediately control him. At that time, as long as we use severe torture on him, are we still afraid that he will not hand over the supplies in his hands?" Chapter 37. You can't fight Muay Thai now. After a fierce game of landlord, Lin Saixia brought Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue to her home. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Saixia's messy hair and said in horror, "Saixia, did they bully you?" She pulled Lin Saixia over to protect her behind her and murmured, "Saixia, don't worry, I'm here. Get out of my house right now, or I'll be rude to you." Chen Hao smiled obscenely and said, "You're welcome? Then just shout louder. The louder you shout, the more excited I will be." The next second, Lin Saixia suddenly restrained Chen Shanshan tightly with both hands from behind. "Why are you still standing there? Come over here and tie her up." Hearing Lin Saixia's call, Zhou Dazue and Chen Hao immediately stepped forward. Chen Shanshan then realized that Lin Saixia was in cahoots with them, and said in horror, "Saixia, what are you doing? Let me go quickly." While shouting, he twisted his body and kicked his hands and feet, trying to break free from Lin Saixia's restraints. Chen Shanshan's strength was no less than Lin Saixia's, and she almost broke free a few times. Zhou Dazue walked quickly forward, grabbed Chen Shanshan's hair and slapped her hard in the face. Chen Shanshan, who was already hungry and weak, was hit hard by Zhou Dazue, causing her eyes to turn black and she fell to the ground dizzy. Zhou Dazue snorted coldly. Does it take so much trouble to deal with her? It can be done with just a slap.
Chen Hao quickly took out the rope he had prepared in advance and tied up Chen Shanshan. Brother Zhou, please be gentle, or you'll break our game before we even start playing. Chen Shanshan was cold all over at this moment, and looked at Lin Saixia in despair.
Saixia, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to me?
Lin Saixia said bitterly. Shanshan, if you want to blame someone, blame that collector of the most beautiful women.
How am I inferior to you? How dare you say that I don't meet his standards? And you dare to say that I am black? Chen Shanshan was confused. He said you were black? Did you blacken him?
Lin Saixia's face suddenly turned red.
How could she say such embarrassing words? Doesn't she have any shame? Does he really think he's the only man in the world? Brother Zhou and Brother Chen are very good. I have tried and they can definitely protect me in this apocalypse.
We don't need the sympathy of that man called collecting top beauty. As long as we catch him, the supplies in his hands will be ours sooner or later. After tying up Chen Shanshan tightly, Lin Saixia said to Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue. That person should be here soon, so you can ambush behind the sofa and in the kitchen respectively.
As soon as he comes in, I will use my beauty to confuse him.
Even though he doesn't like my photos, I am much prettier in person than in photos.
I don't believe he won't be tempted.
When the time comes, you must rush out suddenly and never give him a chance to resist.
Chen Hao nodded. Can you confirm how many people will come? Do they have weapons?
Lin Saixia shook her head. She just wanted to kill Li Ming as soon as possible, vent her anger and get Li Ming's supplies. She really didn't consider other things.
Zhou Dazue looked at the bound Chen Shanshan with lustful eyes and said obscenely.
I don't care how many of them come. I'll kill as many of these little karami as come. Don't forget that I am the runner-up of the national Muay Thai boxing. I have no pressure at all to fight against 10 ordinary people. Chen Hao flattered him. Brother Zhou is so powerful, let's get ready quickly and try to kill them with one strike.
Wow, one Thai boxing player can beat 10 people? That's even more powerful than IP Man.
A strange voice sounded from behind them. Li Ming had long expected that someone would use the news of the top beauties to lure him out, and then set up an ambush with a large number of people. Based on people's habitual thinking, most of them believed that if Li Ming wanted to walk from Building 7 to Building 6, he would definitely pass through the underground garage or the first floor garden. At this time, the garden on the first floor was completely covered with snow, so the only way Li Ming could go was to the underground garage.
Although they didn't know how Li Ming could avoid the zombies in the garage.
But as long as Li Ming could come, a large number of people who had ambushed in advance would subdue him and force him to hand over the supplies.
Now that he already knew, how could Li Ming easily take the ordinary path?
With his teleportation skill, the distance between buildings less than 100 meters is just a small gap for him and he can pass it easily. The balconies of most houses in Binjiang No. 1 community are enclosed, and like Huofian's house, they are installed with huge floor-to-ceiling glass.
However, in each apartment, there is a living balcony outside the kitchen, which is basically open.
Li Ming made a quick observation and found that the living balcony of Huofian's house was right opposite to the living balcony of Chen Shanshan's house.
That's easy.
With a quick teleportation, Li Ming appeared on the living balcony of room 1303, building 6. Due to the cold weather, the doors and windows of the living balcony were closed.
Fortunately, they just closed them and did not lock them.
But even if it is locked, it is not a big problem.
It can just be unlocked with a hammer. Li Ming easily entered Chen Shanshan's kitchen from the living balcony, and then entered the living room.
However, Lin Saixia, Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue were busy tying up Chen Shanshan at that time and did not notice Li Ming coming out of the kitchen at all. When Li Ming heard that Lin Saixia wanted to capture him alive and steal his supplies, he couldn't help but laugh.
You think you can subdue me with just one black-hearted abalone and 2 weaklings who look strong on the outside but are actually weak?
How much they despise themselves. Hearing this, Li Ming couldn't help but remind them.
Wow, a Thai boxing match where one person beats 10? That's even better than Ip Man.
The sudden sound made their hearts tremble suddenly, and they looked at Li Ming in horror.
Lin Saixia said to Li Ming in shock, "Who are you? How come you are in my house? Haha, weren't you just discussing how to deal with me?"
Li Ming sneered.
Zhou Dazue and Chen Hao's faces darkened. They were just discussing how to deal with the other party. Who knew that someone had been waiting here for a long time? Chen Hao raised the big iron rod in his hand, pointed at Li Ming and said, "Are you the one who collects the most beautiful women?" Don't you think I look like him?
Li Ming said, spreading his hands. Zhou Dazue and Chen Hao looked Li Ming up and down and felt relieved instantly. Although Li Ming was of good height and handsome, his frail body that made him look like a bookworm made him no match for them. Although no one knew how Li Ming suddenly appeared behind them, it might be that Chen Shanshan let him in early in the morning. Zhou Dazue pointed at Li Ming with contempt and said, "Boy, you are so obsessed with beautiful women that you dare to come here alone."
I'm here, so what do you want? Capture me according to your plan?
Li Ming said with a smile. "Since you have heard what we said, if you know what's best for you, just surrender.
Otherwise." Zhou Dazue hadn't finished speaking yet. Phew.
Zhou Dazue was pointing at Li Ming's hand, which, along with the entire arm, had already been separated from his body. Blood spurted everywhere.
Phew.
Before Zhou Dazue could even cry out in pain, the other arm was torn away from his body. The two arms that separated from Zhou Dazue's body fell to the ground almost at the same time.
Ah!
The severe pain made Zhou Dazue scream like a pig being slaughtered.
Li Ming laughed and said, "Now you can never practice Muay Thai again." Chapter 38. Don't get my clothes dirty. What exactly happened between Chen Hao and Lin Saixia?
In the previous second, Zhou Dazue was pointing at Li Ming and muttering something in an arrogant manner.
The next second, Zhou Dazue's arms miraculously separated from his body.
The gushing blood even splashed on their faces. But in their eyes, Li Ming's position clearly did not move at all.
Is this something that humans can do? Demon, witchcraft? Could it be that witchcraft is used here?
Lin Saixia and Chen Hao looked at Li Ming in front of them in horror, as if they had seen the god of death, and were so frightened that they could not speak.
Li Ming looked at Chen Hao. "He knows Muay Thai, what about you? What's your most powerful move?" Chen Hao said tremblingly, I know Taekwondo. Black belt, 10th degree. Puff. Chen Hao's legs were chopped off in an instant. Ah!
The house was instantly filled with the howling sounds of Zhou Dazue and Chen Hao. Li Ming said coldly, "Our Chinese martial arts are profound and extensive, but you don't want to learn them, but go to learn those fancy moves from the Koreans?" Lin Saixia was so frightened that her whole body became numb.
It took less than a minute for this to happen.
A minute ago, she believed that she would win and fantasized about the wonderful life after getting the supplies. In less than a minute, Zhou Dazue and Chen Hao, whom she thought were her strong backers, were knocked down. She quickly knelt down in front of Li Ming, rubbed her artificial face, which she had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on, against Li Ming's thigh and cried.
"They forced me to do this. You know, I wanted to be with you the most. You've seen all the photos I sent."
Li Ming kicked Lin Saixia away. "Don't dirty my clothes, you are not only black, but also disgusting." Then he stretched out the hatchet in his hand and cut the rope that bound Chen Shanshan with one stroke.
"You must be Chen Shanshan, are you okay?"
Chen Shanshan stared at Li Ming in front of her without blinking, her eyes filled with endless admiration. Li Ming was very familiar with this kind of look, but he had not yet used the Zhongnu pill on Chen Shanshan. Sure enough, she had been conquered by her own personal charm. It took a long time for Chen Shanshan to recover from her shock.
I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay."
Li Ming handed the hatchet in his hand to Chen Shanshan and pointed at Zhou Dazue, who had lost both arms.
"The man on the ground is too noisy, finish him off." Chen Shanshan took the hatchet from Li Ming with trembling hands.
Thinking back to the humiliation she had just suffered, she really wanted to rush up and kill Zhou Dazue with one blow. But at this time, she held the hatchet tightly in both hands and still did not have the courage to take a step forward. Everyone here is a good kid who grew up in a peaceful era and received 9 years of compulsory education. Normally, seeing people getting hurt, dying, or bloody scenes would make them feel frightened and terrified. Not to mention killing someone with your own hands. Even though Zhou Dazue and Chen Hao kept bragging about how powerful and ruthless they were.
If it really comes to this, they may not be able to bring themselves to kill anyone.
At this time, Zhou Dazue and Chen Hao were shrouded in the fear of death. They were so scared that they endured the pain and dared not make any screams. Chen Hao was so frightened that he knelt down. "Brother, we know we are wrong, please give us a way out. It's all this bitch's fault. She seduced us and made us do this."
Chen Hao cried while crawling on the ground.
Li Ming ignored the two people's pleas for mercy and said to Chen Shanshan seriously,
"These are the people who betrayed you, sold you out, and even tried to humiliate you. Go and get rid of them all. From now on, you will be mine. If you can't do it, then you can destroy yourself."
"I can't even bring myself to kill someone who betrays me."
I don't need someone like that.
Chen Shanshan staggered to her feet. She has seen Li Ming's strength, and she believes that in this doomsday, only Li Ming can keep her alive. Moreover, she had had enough of the days of hunger and cold, and having no idea where to eat next. She wanted to leave here with Li Ming, she must leave here. She gritted her teeth, raised the hatchet in her hand, and chopped it down. Zhou Dazue, who had lost both arms and was unable to struggle, fell completely silent, without a trace of breath. Lin Saixia and Chen Hao didn't expect that Chen Shanshan could really do this. At this moment, their whole bodies were shaking with fear. Chen Hao crawled desperately on the ground, using both hands to crawl towards the door, hoping to leave the house and go outside to ask for help. After killing Zhou Dazue, Chen Shanshan felt much relieved psychologically, and the tension and guilt in her heart disappeared instantly. She quickly caught up with the crawling Chen Hao and slashed at his neck with the knife.
Know Chen Hao's life thoroughly.
Lin Saixia was so frightened that she stepped back repeatedly, and urine kept flowing down her pants.
Isn't it said that I'm already dehydrated? How can I still have so much urine that my pants are soaked?
Lin Saixia cried and begged Chen Shanshan on her knees, Shanshan, please don't do that.
Have you forgotten? We are best friends. Chen Shanshan said coldly. Best friend? My best friend treats me like this?
It was you who asked me to contact Li Ming, and it was you who was jealous of me getting Li Ming's recognition.
Don't think I don't know anything.
I just thought that was your unwillingness. I still fantasized that one day I would get the supplies, and I would deliver them to you no matter what.
I will treat you as an important person in my life. Lin Saixia quickly knelt down and crawled over, grabbing Chen Shanshan's trouser legs. Shanshan, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time.
If you let me go, I promise that I will never appear in front of you again. Chen Shanshan slowly put down the knife in her hand.
Faced with this best friend of many years, she still hesitated and couldn't make up her mind.
Lin Saixia seized the opportunity, stood up suddenly from the ground, took out a fruit knife from her thick down jacket, and put it against Chen Shanshan's neck. Chen Shanshan was stunned for a moment, and her eyes were filled with disappointment. Her best friend has become so strange, she doesn't recognize her at all.
Is this still the Lin Saixia she knows?
Lin Saixia frantically shouted to Li Ming, Li Ming, you quickly hand over the supplies to me, or I will kill her.
Li Ming burst into laughter. Ha, you want to kill her, why should I be afraid? It's not like I must have her. Lin Saixia laughed wildly. Do you really think I'm stupid? You search the world for the most beautiful women. If these women are not useful to you, would you use any means to find them? Although I don't know what you will use them for, they are definitely important to you. Li Ming covered his forehead and said, Oh. What a pity. You are a smart person, but unfortunately, you have been blinded by jealousy. The next second, Li Ming disappeared from Lin Saixia's sight. When Lin Saixia came to her senses again, there was a big gap on her neck and blood was gushing out. Lin Saixia fell in a pool of blood, staring at Chen Shanshan and Li Ming with unwilling and resentful eyes. Chapter 39, Supernatural Fruit.
Li Ming picked up Chen Shanshan and teleported back to Huofian's home.
Chen Shanshan was shocked by Li Ming's method of movement.
Although she had seen Li Ming's strength, she knew that nothing that happened to this man was worth being surprised about. Huofian and Long Kei shouted loudly when they saw Li Ming returning with Chen Shanshan in his arms.
Brother Ming, you're back.
Thank you for your hard work. Brother Ming, technician number 88 is ready and can be deployed at any time. Li Ming put Chen Shanshan down and said to Huofian, we don't need number 88 today. Take her to wash first. Huofian pouted in disappointment, turned to look at Chen Shanshan, and said enthusiastically, Sister Shanshan, let me take you to take a bath first. Brother Ming doesn't like to stay with sloppy people. Chen Shanshan was completely at a loss. She was very surprised by Huofian and Long Kei's attitudes. Tai thought that with her arrival, these two people would definitely become jealous and exclude her. I didn't expect it to be so enthusiastic. What surprised her even more was that there was water here for bathing. In her and Lin Saixia's home, let alone taking a bath, even the amount of water they drink cannot exceed 500 milliliters per day. Sometimes, in order to reduce water loss, we are reluctant to even urinate for fear of wasting water. Is it really like what Li Ming said, with all you can eat and all you can drink here? Seeing Chen Shanshan's surprised expression, Long Kei also thought of when she first came here. She also had the expression of a country bumpkin leaving the city. Under the guidance of Huofian, Chen Shanshan took a comfortable warm bath in the bathtub filled with warm water. She seemed to have returned to the time before the end of the world. After experiencing these few days of apocalypse, she realized that all this was hard-earned. She secretly swore in her heart that she would serve Li Ming well.
After bathing, Huofian asked Chen Shanshan to put on Li Ming's favorite clothes.
Chen Shanshan is a little taller than Huofian. Of course, her facial features are not as delicate as Huofian's, but she has a curvy figure without any extra fat. Li Ming was fascinated by it. It was another top-notch product. Ding, complete the system task, achieve the fourth doubling. The space after doubling, 16,000 cubic meters. All storage materials in the space are doubled.
Physical attributes after doubling. Constitution, 80. Power, 128. Speed, 112. Agility, 96. Spirit, 96.
After completing the task, you will receive a special system reward, Awakening of a Level Superpowers Thunder.
Upgradable.
Congratulations to the host for triggering the random reward for the mission and obtaining Supernatural Fruit, Mythical Beast Species Phoenix Form.
Cannot be doubled. Holy shit, Awaken Superpower Thunder?
This ability surprised Li Ming. This time, a random reward was actually triggered. Awesome. Li Ming immediately stretched out his right hand and concentrated his mind. Then, tiny streaks of lightning appeared in the palm of his right hand like thin threads.
Awesome.
His space and teleportation before had no killing power at all. This thundering ability just makes up for Li Ming's current shortcoming of insufficient output capacity.
The power of thunder combined with teleportation can definitely kill most enemies and zombies instantly.
The current ability level of this ability is a level, and the system prompts that it can be upgraded.
Does that mean there are higher levels above a level?
System, the levels of superpowers can be divided into D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, and SS level. Li Ming was very satisfied. According to the classification of this ability level, the thundering ability was already considered to be at an upper middle level. Moreover, it can be upgraded in the future to reach S level or even SS level.
But how to upgrade?
System, the host's skill level will increase as the host's own ability level increases. The host's current ability level is a level.
Is the current ability level only a level?
It seems that I have to find a few more top beauties as soon as possible to raise my ability level to S level so that I can ensure my own safety. After experiencing his previous life, Li Ming knew that a very small number of people would not turn into zombies after being infected with the zombie virus, but would instead defeat the zombie virus and then awaken to become powerful mutants.
Among these powerful psychics, there are many A level and even S level psychics.
Although we know that being infected with the zombie virus may awaken superpowers, the probability is still very low.
Who would be willing to try it?
Now with the supernatural fruit rewarded by the system, Li Ming can help people around him gain supernatural powers with zero risk.
Unfortunately, the system marked the ability to double. That was the only meaning.
Otherwise, if he put it in space, it wouldn't take long for him to have an army of phoenixes.
But it doesn't matter.
As long as we continue to look for more top beauties, it is only a matter of time before we build a legion of supernatural beings.
Moreover, the superpowers in these superpower legions are 100% loyal to themselves.
Li Ming checked again and found the reward, Supernatural Fruit, Mythical Beast Phoenix Form.
Since it is a fruit, it can be given to anyone to eat. What about me? Can I also absorb this phoenix form?
System, of course, the host can use all rewards triggered by the system.
Oh yeah.
That means that not only does he have the ability to make thunder, he also gained the form of a phoenix, making him simply invincible. Li Ming thought about it again and felt that something was not right. The phoenix form didn't seem to be suitable for him.
Although I really want to obtain the power of the phoenix, isn't it a bit too feminine and not quite suitable for my image? How could a handsome man like me turn into a phoenix?
No, you must not use this ability yourself. Phoenix form, power of flying. Li Ming's eyes lit up. This ability is especially suitable for Huofian. She is a flight attendant herself, so she must be afraid of heights when flying. Li Ming casually checked the other supplies again, and found that their prices would all be doubled, so there was nothing interesting to see.
After Zongnuan Long K81, there were 3 left, which had doubled to 6. The number is increasing.
The water source has become 6,400 cubic meters. The sales of instant noodles also increased from 4,000 boxes to 8,000 boxes.
All other supplies are doubled. It can't be used up. It can never be used up.
Li Ming was thinking that in the future, he would have to use these supplies to recruit soldiers and build his own power.
Whenever something happens in the future, they will be the first to rush forward.
I stayed at the back, which was more in line with my stable character. Li Ming took out a loyalty pill from the space and handed it to Chen Shanshan to take. Chen Shanshan's eyes turned even hotter as she looked at Li Ming. The degree of burning was even far greater than that of Huofian and Long Kei.
Chen Shanshan herself has a very high sense of identification with Li Ming.
After taking the Zhengnu pills, Chen Shanshan felt that Li Ming was her god, a god who could not be offended by anyone. Every word and every order from Li Ming was like a divine will in Chen Shanshan's mind.
Li Ming was dumbfounded, it was too enthusiastic. The service here is incomparable to that of any ordinary club. It was simply heaven on earth back then.
Li Ming quickly called Huofian in. Huofian was still wearing a stewardess uniform at this time. As soon as she came in, she performed a unique etiquette gesture of a stewardess to Li Ming.
"Hello sir, do you need technician number 88 to help you?" Li Ming. Chapter 40 I have a mount.
Li Ming took out the phoenix-shaped supernatural fruit from the space. Huofian and Chen Shanshan looked at the orange-red fruit in Li Ming's hand with great curiosity, which looked like a dragon fruit. Li Ming handed the phoenix fruit to Huofian. "Fian, this is a reward for technician number 88, eat it." Huofian held the orange-red dragon fruit in both hands as if she had found a treasure, her eyes filled with excitement. The reward given to her by Brother Ming was a recognition of her service as technician number 88. Even if the reward was a bunch of defense papers, she would cherish it very much. Huofian stared at the fruit in her hand curiously and asked,
"Brother Ming, what kind of fruit is this? I have flown all over the world and have never seen this kind of fruit."
Li Ming was too lazy to explain to her and directly ordered, "Don't ask, just eat quickly." After receiving Li Ming's order, Huofian did not dare to neglect it at all, nor did she care about her image.
She picked up the phoenix fruit and started to eat it.
After seeing Huofian eat all the phoenix fruit, Li Ming couldn't wait to ask,
"How is it? How do you feel?"
Huofian stuck out her tongue in pain.
It tastes so bad." Li Ming said coldly, "I'm asking how your body feels after eating it."
Huofian closed her eyes and felt her body.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, orange-red flames appeared in many parts of Huofian's body. Huofian was startled by the flames on her body and said in surprise,
"Ah! Brother Ming, what happened to me?"
Li Ming stared at the orange-red flame on Huofian's body.
"Is this the phoenix flame?"
The temperature of the orange-red flame in the phoenix form is not high, it is even very warm. It was quite comfortable to stand around. Li Ming stood up and slowly approached Huofian.
"Fei Yan, what I'm giving you is the supernatural fruit, the mythical beast species, the phoenix form. If you eat it, you will gain the supernatural power of the phoenix." "Ha?" Huofian was shocked. "So, that means I have obtained the phoenix power now?"
Huofian also likes to read comics and watch animations on weekdays, so she has some understanding of superpowers. Moreover, her wish since childhood was to obtain the supernatural powers of the phoenix, to be beautiful and heroic, and to be able to fly in the sky.
This supernatural fruit must be very precious.
Brother Ming was the first one to think of giving it to himself.
Huofian's face flushed, and her gaze towards Li Ming became even more scorching. "Thank you, Brother Ming, mua, mua."
Li Ming felt something was wrong when he felt the burning, affectionate look in Huofian's eyes.
"Is this silly girl thinking about something unhealthy again?" Li Ming asked urgently, "Is your phoenix flame only capable of this temperature?"
Huofian stretched out her hand, and a phoenix flame instantly rose from her palm. "Of course not, I'm just afraid it might hurt you, Brother Ming, so I've been keeping its temperature within a comfortable range. I can control its temperature freely. If I raise it to the highest temperature, I estimate that even fine steel can be turned into molten steel in an instant." Long Kei and Chen Shanshan both looked at Huofian with envy when they saw her body covered in orange-red flames. Long Kei said charmingly, "Brother Ming, the power of the phoenix is so cool and powerful, I want it too. Don't worry, as long as you behave well, I will reward you with the supernatural fruit that suits you in the future." Long Kei and Chen Shanshan simultaneously held Li Ming's arms on both sides and said excitedly,
"Brother Ming, we will definitely perform well in the future and will definitely satisfy you."
Li Ming took Huofian's hand and said, "Fian, let's try outside.
You should be able to fly in the sky. Come out to the open living balcony."
Li Ming said expectantly, "Fei Yan, try to transform into the complete form of phoenix." Huofian nodded, and an idea moved her mind, and the orange-red flames on her body instantly burned fiercely. The orange-red flames gradually enveloped Huofian's entire body, forming the shape of feathers. Huofian's hands also began to change, gradually transforming into wings wrapped in flaming feathers. Its feet gradually turned into sharp claws, and its eyes became large and bright, as sharp as an eagle's eyes. Her whole body gradually became larger, and the small living balcony could hardly accommodate Huofian's phoenix-like body. Huofian also became extremely confident, as if she was born with the instinct to fly. She flapped her wings and soared into the sky. Huofian, in the form of a phoenix, was flying in the sky, and the space seemed to be torn open with a shining hole, which was extremely dazzling. The light is mixed with colorful halos, like a rainbow. Every time she flapped her wings, countless light particles were scattered, and her flight path left a long and brilliant light band. Clang clang. Huofian made 2 phoenix calls in the air, which were crisp, pleasant, high-pitched and loud. In the night sky, the flying phoenix appears extremely dazzling. It even alarmed the entire neighborhood, and people flocked to their balconies to look up at the sky and watch this miracle. The owners of the community started to comment in the group. Everyone, look, what is flying outside? It's so beautiful. It's a phoenix, a real phoenix, everyone come and look at the sky outside. The phoenix portends auspiciousness, peace, and a peaceful world. Is it here to save us? It is the God from heaven who has come to save us. God, please save us. Most of the survivors in the community are now kneeling on their balconies, praying to the phoenix soaring in the sky. Huofian, who had been flying in the sky for a few circles, was in a very happy mood. Brother Ming, thank you. It's really great. Li Ming suddenly thought of a good idea and shouted to Huofian. Fei Yan, come here, stay closer to me. After receiving Li Ming's order, Huofian immediately circled in the air and gradually approached Building 7 of the community. When Huofian was less than 100 meters away from him, Li Ming teleported in the direction of Huofian. Whoosh! Li Ming stood on Huofian's back, which was wrapped in phoenix flame. Huofian's wingspan in phoenix form is 20 meters wide, and her back is also very broad. There is no problem with 3 or 5 people standing at the same time. Li Ming stood on the back of the phoenix, surrounded by the blazing orange-red flames. The temperature in the sky was even lower than that on the ground, reaching -60, and there was a strong wind, but Li Ming did not feel the slightest bit of cold. Yes, it is just warmth and comfort, and even the fatigue of the whole day is all eliminated in this phoenix flame. Brother Ming, my phoenix flame can not only eliminate fatigue, but also has a healing effect. Let me stay by your side from now on. I can heal you anytime, Brother Ming. Li Ming covered his head and laughed wildly. Tai pants are hot. This was exactly the mount he had always dreamed of. I have a mount. She is my mount during the day and at night. With Huofian as his flying mount, it would be much more convenient for him to go out in the future. You can completely ignore the zombies on the ground and go wherever you want. Li Ming laughed wildly. Fei Yan, fly farther. Just now in the room, I was afraid of breaking things at home, so I didn't dare to try out my thunder-making ability. Huofian instantly adjusted the flight speed to the highest. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they were already more than 1 kilometer away from Binjiang No. 1 community. Li Ming quickly put his palms together and then slowly opened them. Sizzle! The power of thunder and lightning connected between his palms, and a dazzling blue-white light instantly emerged. Boom boom boom! Immediately afterwards, deafening thunder came like a galloping horse. Li. Following a low roar from Li Ming, brilliant blue-white electric light came down from the sky with devastating force. Crackling. Thick smoke rose from the ground, and wherever the thunder passed, all the zombies on the ground turned to ashes. Huofian shouted in surprise, Brother Ming, what are you doing? You are so handsome. Li Ming smiled with satisfaction and said, my new ability, Thunder. After a night of testing, Huofian's maximum flying speed could reach a terrifying 500 kilometers per hour. But if she maintains this speed for a long time, Huofian will soon run out of energy and the flying distance will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Huofian's flying speed is generally around 300 kilometers per hour, which is similar to a high-speed train running at full speed. Chapter 41 I'm not interested in rotten fields. After returning home, Luo Zijuan wrapped herself in the quilt, trembling all over. She had already wrapped herself in 3 quilts, but was still feeling very cold. Maybe standing up and walking around would help, but the more you move, the hungrier you'll get. They didn't have much food left, and the water source had long been exhausted. She secretly glanced at Guanfeng, who was lying half dead on the bed, to make sure his eyes were not on her. She secretly took out a solid piece of ice from her bosom and put it into her mouth. This was the golden foot-washing soup that Li Ming poured for them in front of his house yesterday. In the corridor with a temperature of -50 degrees Celsius, the water that spilled on the ground instantly froze into ice. Without anyone noticing, Luo Zijuan quietly hid a few cubes of ice solidified from the golden foot bath soup in her arms. Although it has a strong smell, it is at least a source of water that does not contain the zombie virus. If these ice cubes were sold outside, they would be worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. There is even no demand for it. Moreover, the ice cubes have a salty taste, which can replenish the salt lost by the body. The nutritional value is extremely high. Luo Zijuan had a golden soup ice cube in her mouth and a mobile phone in her hand, praying that Li Ming would reply to her message as soon as possible. Since last night, she has sent hundreds of messages to Li Ming. Li Ming, I apologize for hurting you. Believe me, I mean it sincerely. Can you give me a chance to apologize to you in person? Ming Ming, do you miss me? I miss you, let's make peace, I know you still have me in your heart. I abandoned you and chose to be with Guanfeng because he forced me to do it. I just didn't want you to worry, so I never explained it to you. You know Guanfeng's parents are big leaders in the city. If I don't want to follow him, he will do something to my parents and my brother who is still in school. When you failed in your business, I didn't want to drag you down by my side, so I left you. I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts. After going through hardships, I realized that you are the person who treats me best, and you are also the person I love most in my heart. You've changed. You weren't like this before. You said before that no matter what I did wrong, you would forgive me. Can't you forgive me this time? I really know I was wrong. Please, give me another chance, let's start over, let me accompany you. In the last days, we should depend on each other for life and death, and never leave each other. Li Ming was immersed in the joy of obtaining the thunder ability in Huofian's phoenix form the whole night, so he had no time to look at his phone. What's more, the eyes of Huofian, Long Kei and the newcomer Chen Shanshan were looking at him with increasingly burning passion. He was so tired. It was not until the morning that Li Ming had time to take out his cell phone and saw more than 100 messages from Luo Zijuan asking for forgiveness. Li Ming couldn't help but shook his head. He actually gave everything for a woman like this in his previous life. A woman like Luo Zijuan only loves herself the most, and she will even use any means to make herself live a good life. Before she got on board with Guanfeng, she had been showing off her affection in the circle of friends all the time, and even indirectly ridiculed her own faults. Now, with the end of the world less than a week away, she can't wait to abandon Guanfeng and throw herself into his arms. She was able to put aside her dignity and arrogance because she had the supplies that made her live comfortably. Li Ming replied with a photo, which showed 3 beauties serving him enthusiastically. I need you to accompany me? You are so lowly, why are you pretending to be noble? Don't I know about your relationship with Guanfeng? Luo Zijuan was confused. How did they become 3 beauties? Are all these women so high-ranking now? Just one night had passed, and how come there was another beauty? And judging from Chen Shanshan's appearance and figure, she was much more beautiful than herself. Luo Zijuan immediately sent a voice message to question, forget about Huofian and Long Kei, who is this vixen? One more person means one more mouth to feed. Li Ming replied, it's none of your business. I prefer good farmland and have no interest in bad farmland. After reading Li Ming's reply, Luo Zijuan immediately threw the phone away in anger. You were the one who was most active in opening up the new land at that time. It is said that men are heartless animals who refuse to admit their mistakes once they have pulled up their trousers. After being thrown over the shoulder twice by Long Kei, Guanfeng, who was lying on the bed seriously injured, saw Luo Zijuan so irritable and said unhappily, why are you so mad again? Can't you just move less and save some energy? Luo Zijuan picked up a pillow and threw it at Guanfeng. It's all your fault, useless piece of shit. You can't even beat 2 women. What else can I expect from you? Guanfeng, who was already seriously injured, groaned continuously after being thrown by Luo Zijuan's pillow. Ah! Ah! Gently, 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 it hurts so much. I feel like my ribs were broken by that crazy woman. Can you help me find a doctor? Luo Zijuan snorted coldly, doctor? You're still thinking about the doctor? Even if you're cured, you'll still be a cripple, a waste. None of you men are good. Since you can't be relied upon, don't blame me.
Especially Li Ming, you dare to say that I am a bad person. I will make you pay the price.
The more Luo Zijuan thought about it, the more unwilling he became, and his eyes were filled with cruelty and viciousness. Since we can't beat him, and we can't join him, then we'll sell his information to someone who can beat him. This Zheng Haonan has a gun in his hand. I don't believe that those two crazy women in Li Ming's family can be more powerful than a gun. So she picked up her mobile phone from the ground and quickly found Zheng Haonan's WeChat.
Hello, brother Haonan. I want to sell you a piece of information. All the information about collecting the most beautiful women. Are you interested?
Luo Zijuan soon received a message from Zheng Haonan.
Tell me, how do you want to sell it?
Luo Zijuan, I will tell you all the information about him.
After you get the supplies from him, we will split them equally. I will take 50%. Mark Chang, you really dare to ask for so much. If I give you 50%, can you hold on to it?
Luo Zijuan saw the message and thought about it calmly. Indeed, even if she really got 50% of Li Ming's supplies, a weak woman like herself would not be able to keep them. Because of these 50% of supplies, they even became the target of everyone's grabbing. At that time, these supplies will no longer be supplies, but instead become hot potatoes.
Guan Feng definitely can't be trusted given his sickly appearance.
She must find another strong supporter who can protect her well.
Mark Chang, is that you in your circle of friends? Moments? Did Mark Chang see his own photos in his own moments? Yes, this Zheng Haonan is a strong thigh.
He not only has many younger brothers, but also has guns in his hands. As long as you capture him, not only 50% of the supplies, but all the supplies will belong to you.
Controlling men is her greatest skill. Luo Zijuan is very confident that Zheng Haonan will soon fall in love with her. Luo Zijuan, of course, these photos are all of me without makeup. Do I look good?
Sister, I especially admire capable men like you.
Can we meet and talk? Chapter 42. Am I annoying? Am I annoying? Do I deserve a beating?
Luo Zijuan used up all her remaining resources, dressed herself up, and came to Zheng Haonan's residence alone.
As soon as Luo Zijuan entered the room, she looked around.
Zheng Haonan was sitting on the sofa in the living room, surrounded by several burly men. In the corner of the restaurant, there were several young women squatting, wearing thin clothes and wrapped in quilts. Luo Zijuan recognized one of them as her neighbor who lived downstairs from her. It seems that even if I don't come to find Zheng Haonan today, he will come to my house.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
A woman's miserable screams continued to be heard from the room.
Zheng Haonan couldn't help but curse, Huang Mao, it's broad daylight, can't you take it easy? Is this 40-year-old woman so fun? Brother Haonan, you don't understand the taste of a mature woman.
I have been craving for this woman for how long? An obscene voice came from the room. Seeing the pile of mineral water in the corner, Luo Zijuan subconsciously licked her dry lips.
Zheng Haonan's bald younger brother saw Luo Zijuan coming alone and laughed. Wow, brother Haonan, this woman really didn't lie, she's such a beauty. The ones I've been playing with these days are all in their 30s and 40s, I'm tired of them. Besides, this woman is really brave.
Other women would avoid us when they see us, but she actually dared to come to us on her own initiative.
After saying that, the bald man stepped forward and pulled Luo Zijuan's clothes. Bang! Luo Zijuan slapped the bald man on the face and said arrogantly and contemptuously, "Can you touch me?" She has studied the preferences of every type of man. For a gangster like Zheng Haonan, relying on acting cute and coquettish may only arouse his temporary interest. To completely control a man like him, you have to be more ruthless and more cool than him. This is why the big brothers in the underworld are afraid of their sisters-in-law. If she wants to do it, she must be the eldest sister-in-law, rather than a woman who was played around with and abandoned by others. The bald man who was slapped suddenly became furious. He pulled Luo Zijuan's hair with one hand and raised his big hand. "You stinky bitch, you dare to touch me? Baldy, stop it."
Zheng Haonan, who was lying on the sofa, spoke slowly.
"Boss, she actually dared to hit me," said the bald man unconvinced. "Get out of the way." Zheng Haonan shouted loudly. After being scolded by Zheng Haonan, the bald man was immediately discouraged and stepped aside to rub his face. Zheng Haonan stared at Luo Zijuan coldly, looking her up and down. "You came here and hit my people. If you don't give me an explanation, you won't be able to leave today."
Luo Zijuan twisted her hips and came to Zhang Haonan, just about to sit down next to him.
Zhang Haonan took out a gun and pointed it at Luo Zijuan. "Don't move. If you come any closer, I'll make a hole in your head." At the end of the world, Zhang Haonan didn't dare to let anyone get close to him. What's more, he has robbed and killed so many people in the past 2 days. It is not ruled out that someone deliberately used this method to get close to him in order to seek revenge. "Take off all your clothes." Luo Zijuan seemed to have anticipated that Zhang Haonan would do this, and took off her 2 thick down jackets. There is nothing under the down jacket. Although Luo Zijuan's overall score was judged by the system to be 80 points, she has been doing beauty treatments and fitness every day in recent years. Her figure and appearance are very well maintained. Zhang Haonan was moved by her hot body. Seeing Zhang Haonan's wandering eyes, Luo Zijuan knew that this man had taken the bait. He endured the near zero temperature in the room and the gazes of many younger brothers, including Baldi. Luo Zijuan slowly sat down next to Zhang Haonan, put her arms around his neck, blew softly into his ear and said, "Brother Haonan, do you want to come to the room with me to discuss this in depth?" Zhang Haonan immediately laughed heartily. "You are really a coward, but I like it." Zhang Haonan picked up the empty-handed Luo Zijuan and walked into the room in full view of everyone. The bald man said enviously, "Brother Haonan is so lucky. In Building 7, apart from Huafian and Long Kei, I'm afraid it's her turn." The yellow-haired guy next to the bald guy swallowed and said, "Do you think the boss will let us experience it after he finishes playing?" The bald man rubbed his burning face and shook his head. "Don't think about it. This woman is not simple." 5 minutes later, Zhang Haonan lit up a cigarette. "Is your intelligence accurate? Are there really only 4 of them? Are there other weapons?" Zhang Haonan was really tempted by Li Ming's supplies. "Although we have robbed many people in the past few days, the supplies we obtained are very limited. He has to support so many subordinates, and all he asks for is supplies." But he didn't know Li Ming's true strength, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Luo Zijuan drank a bottle of mineral water and replenished a lot of energy from Zhang Haonan. "The breath is much better now," she said confidently. "I am 100% sure. I know that bastard Li Ming. He used to be a courier and has no fighting ability. On the other hand, Huafian and Long Kei are both very strong." Zhang Haonan laughed happily. "Strong? How strong can 2 women be? Besides, we have guns. I thought that since Li Ming had hoarded so many supplies, he must have a large number of people and weapons to guard them. It has made us afraid to take action against them in the short term. In this case, we will not be polite. Once you successfully obtain his supplies, I will give you 20%. Luo Zijuan lay shyly in Zhang Haonan's arms. "Brother Haonan, as long as you help me kill Li Ming, I don't need all the supplies." Zhang Haonan looked at Luo Zijuan in surprise. "Is the grudge between you 2 so big?" Luo Zijuan told Zhang Haonan about the grudge between herself and Li Ming. Of course, the version that Luo Zijuan told was how Li Ming used a treacherous scheme to steal her and Guan Feng's supplies. How could he forget their past friendship and instigate Huafian and Long Kei to beat them up? In short, in Luo Zijuan's words, Li Ming is a bastard and a scumbag. After hearing this, Zhang Haonan felt indignant for Luo Zijuan. "Don't worry, Zijuan. I will definitely help you tear apart that scumbag Li Ming." "Listen," he called out Zijuan so quickly. "It turns out that men just like to be heroes saving beauties, and helping the weak and punishing the strong. Whenever men hear that a woman has a father who is addicted to gambling, a seriously ill mother, or a brother who has no ambition to make progress, they can't help but give them more care and love." Seeing Zhang Haonan taking the bait, Luo Zijuan smiled with satisfaction. "Humph, you want to get rid of me by giving me 20%. Not to mention the supplies in Li Ming's house, even the supplies that you, Zhang Haonan, take from anywhere in the future, all belong to me." In addition to Zhang Haonan, the bald guy who was slapped by her just now seems to be quite strong. She can seduce him when she has time. In the end times, more men mean more ways to survive. She understands this truth very well. At this time, the entire community and even several surrounding communities were in turmoil. Binjiang #1's free food and drinks live broadcast has started. The live show was a suckling pig in one bite and a bottle of 1982 Lafite in one sip. If it was released before the end of the world, most people would probably think it was too greasy and not worth watching. But this is the end of the world. Many people haven't had a bite of meat for many days. Not to mention red wine, they currently have to drink even water by the drop,
and even one more drop is a luxury. In the video, Li Ming is sitting in front of a large dining table. Long Kei and Chen Shanshan stood on his left and right and massaged him. Huofian held the fresh ingredients in her hands and fed them to Li Ming's mouth personally. Li Ming chewed 2 bites of the 2-head premium dried abalone.
Vomit. Too tough, not rotten enough. Chen Shanshan quickly knelt down. I'm sorry, Brother Ming, I will pay more attention next time.
I chewed 2 bites of the high-quality Wagyu beef imported from the island country.
Vomit. How dare you put food from an island country that has been contaminated by nuclear radiation into my mouth? Chen Shanshan thanked him again. Brother Ming, I was wrong. I deserve to die.
From now on, things from the island country will never appear in front of you.
Li Ming saw the top-quality imported French foie gras and didn't even have the heart to chew it. He just took it to the window and threw it out. How can a country that can't even host the opening ceremony of the Olympics produce any good food? They are here to make fun of us. Every time Li Ming spat out a mouthful of food, the comments in the live broadcast room exploded. Fuck, so ruthless, weren't there only Huofian and Long Kei before? How come even Chen Shanshan from Building 6 ran over there? You, boy, you will be punished by God for wasting food like this. Unless you let me have a bite. It must be fake, it must be fake. He would have swallowed the real thing a long time ago. It must be fake food made of wax. Don't vomit, if you don't want to eat it, let me eat it, please, I don't mind even if you vomit it. Dad, you are my real dad, I am your long-lost son, please come and claim me. Brother, do you need a pet? I'm looking for a 30-year-old dog. I'll just eat your vomit. Huofian and Long Kei, let go of the boy in your hands and let me take over. Chapter 43 Walking Experience Pack. Ajin fell in love with Aqiang on a starry night. Li Ming sang shamelessly in the live broadcast room. As soon as Li Ming started singing, Huofian and the other 2 immediately screamed like crazy fans. Ah! Brother Ming, your singing is so beautiful that my ears are pregnant. Brother Ming, we will be together forever, yyds, mua. Who else? Who else in this world can compare to our brother Ming, oh. Zheng Haonan was furious when he saw Li Ming, who looked despicable in the live broadcast room. Damn it, this Li Ming is really a scumbag, a bastard. He suddenly felt like he had become a messenger of justice, and he was determined to punish evil for Luo Zijuan. After being a villain for decades, this was the first time he felt like he was robbing someone for justice. Brothers, grab your weapons. Come with me and chop this beast into pieces. After 2 days of looting and smashing, Zheng Haonan's team has grown to 12 people. Moreover, each of them is a burly, ferocious, and ruthless guy. Zheng Haonan's selection criteria are very strict, you can't just join if you want to. If a slacker makes no contribution to the team, it is impossible for him to join Zheng Haonan's team. After all, in the end times, there is only so much food, and one more person means one more mouth to feed and one more expense. When they heard that Li Ming was going to be chopped to pieces while he was live streaming, everyone immediately became excited. Everyone knows that the food Li Ming has hidden may be more than the entire community combined. What's more, there are 3 stunning beauties around him, which makes me feel so happy just thinking about it. The bald man said obscenely, "Boss, after you chop this guy off, can you give one of the 3 beauties in his family to the brothers to share? Otherwise, everyone's enthusiasm will not be high." Zheng Haonan waved his hand and said generously, "I already have your sister-in-law. Those 3 women belong to all the brothers. Will these people follow me if there is no benefit?" Zheng Haonan understands better than anyone that these people cannot be mobilized by just making big promises, and they must be shown tangible benefits. They are just a few women. If necessary, even Luo Zijuan can be given to them for their enjoyment. Hearing that the 3 women around Li Ming belonged to all the brothers, Zheng Haonan's brothers' desires reached their peak. They could only look at these 3 women with envy and dared not even think about them in the past. Today I actually have the opportunity to experience them all, and I can't wait. Li Ming was singing loudly and passionately. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was Guan Feng calling. I have never seen such a thing in my life. Guan Feng actually calls me. Li Ming left the live broadcast room and answered the phone. "If you have to fart, do it now." At this time, Guan Feng didn't care about his dignity at all, and said humbly, "Li Ming, I have some important information to sell to you, are you interested?" "Not interested." Li Ming hung up the phone. The phone rang again, but the answer was still off. What kind of information could Guanfeng have that he still wants to bargain with me?
I'll just listen to what he says. Li Ming picked up the phone again and said unhappily.
I'll give you another chance to get to the point.
Guanfeng was afraid that Li Ming would hang up again and he would have no chance, so he cried and said,
That bitch Luo Zijuan went to join Zhang Haonan and even abandoned me.
Li Ming sneered, that's it?
Isn't this the normal operation of this woman?
Guanfeng couldn't help crying. She left, but she didn't even give me a pack of noodles or a bottle of water when I asked her for it.
Do you know how much time and money I spent on her to snatch her away from you?
Now when I ask her for a bottle of water, this bitch won't even give me one. Li Ming didn't want to listen to him crying here.
It was all his own fault. What did it have to do with him? If you keep telling me this, I'm going to hang up. No.
Guanfeng said hurriedly. I'm about to tell you that Luo Zijuan has already convinced Zhang Haonan, and they will come to your place today and break into your home to steal your supplies and women.
Li Ming, oh. Got it. Guanfeng suddenly didn't know what it meant to say, oh, I see.
This Li Ming doesn't play by the rules at all.
Shouldn't you be nervous? Shouldn't you be panicking and asking me what to do? Shouldn't I ask myself how many people and weapons Zhang Haonan has, and when they will set off?
Li Ming's calmness was completely beyond his expectations, and all the lines he had prepared before were no longer useful. Originally, he planned to use this information to blackmail Li Ming.
Li Ming, anything else? If not, don't bother me. No. Guanfeng said in a crying voice, Li Ming, in consideration of the information I told you about Luo Zijuan, can you give me some medicine, food, and water?
That woman of yours may have really broken my ribs. I'm in so much pain now.
I'm almost dying.
Li Ming, no, you're asking for too much.
Guanfeng was surprised.
If he thought it was too much, he could just ask for less. Li Ming was still willing to give it to him.
Guanfeng hesitated for a moment, then give me some water and food.
Li Ming, no, it's still too much.
Guanfeng, then give me a little water, please. Li Ming, no, even one drop of water is too much. Li Ming hung up the phone. Guanfeng. Humph, you still want to get supplies from me? You are just dreaming.
But Li Ming was happy to see him and Luo Zijuan fighting each other.
Isn't it just a little Zhang Haonan? Is there any need to panic?
At best, they are walking experience bags, easy to control.
Their arrival would allow Huafian and Long Kei to gain some practical experience in dealing with the enemy.
I just hope that Zhang Haonan and his gang can be more powerful and not be so vulnerable. Chen Shanshan, forget it, she has not received special training in chopping zombies. Even though she is particularly loyal and admires Li Ming, she cannot change her previous timid habits.
She will have to take it slow in the future.
As soon as Li Ming put down his phone, Huafian excitedly came to Li Ming with her own phone and handed it to Li Ming.
Brother Ming, look at this.
Li Ming took Huafian's phone curiously, and a newly created group appeared on the screen.
Mark Chang versus Li Mingchuan. Oh. The news that Zhang Haonan was going to cause trouble for me spread so quickly? A new group was set up to discuss this matter? Are there professional paparazzi around here?
Obviously, Huafian was also pulled into this group by the group owner. No wonder, although Huafian is also the owner of this place, she rarely speaks in the group on weekdays.
Few people know this nickname, the sheep counting master, which is Huafian herself.
Li Ming joined the group with great interest.
You don't know until you see it. It's shocking.
This group of people have installed pinhole cameras throughout the corridor on the 22nd floor of Building 7, and can actually provide 360-degree high-definition live broadcast without blind spots. Even Li Ming didn't know when this group of people installed it. It turns out that there are masters everywhere among the Chinese people, especially when it comes to watching plays and enjoying the melons. No matter how dangerous or difficult it is, they can handle it. And everyone pays to watch this live broadcast.
No need for a box of water or a bottle of water.
Each person only needs the price of a glass of water, and can watch the showdown between the strongest kings in our Building 7 without leaving home.
The corner of Li Ming's mouth twitched. This group of people are really talented. They can actually think of such a way to make money. Sure enough, in the end times, everyone has a way to survive. Li Ming was very curious about how he would collect a glass of water from each person. The owners in the group began to comment. I wonder who will win between them.
I personally prefer Zhang Haonan. After all, he has a strong army and a gun in his hand.
I also think Zhang Haonan will be better.
Li Ming, that kid, obviously had so many resources at the beginning, but he didn't make progress, didn't recruit soldiers, and just thought about women every day, and he had to get the best ones.
He deserves to fail. Doesn't he know that in the end times, only people with weapons can live comfortably? How stupid.
Li Ming silently remembered these people who didn't think highly of him.
I don't think so. Can Li Ming stockpile so many supplies by himself?
There must be some unknown background behind him.
Maybe Zhang Haonan will hit a wall this time.
I hope Li Ming really has the ability to kill Zhang Haonan. Although Li Ming is very selfish and mean, at least he has never hurt anyone. Zhang Haonan has killed countless people in the past few days. As for this person, Li Ming directly took out paper and pen to write it down to prevent himself from forgetting it one day. If he gets the chance, he will personally ask this person where he is selfish and where he is mean.
If you ask me, these two people are not good people.
It would be best if they fight each other and both lose.
Yes, yes, yes.
If both of them lose, the supplies that Li Ming has stockpiled will belong to all of us owners.
Li Ming just laughed.
The materials belong to all the owners.
These people were too naive. Don't they understand that even if one Zhang Haonan falls, there are still thousands of Zhang Haonans?
As long as you are not ruthless enough and your methods are not cruel enough, you are just that little lamb, whether before or after the apocalypse.
Chapter 44, It's a free gift, why not? Here they come, Zhang Haonan and his gang have appeared in the camera area. It's over. Li Ming is finished this time. Zhang Haonan's troops are getting stronger and stronger.
Including Zhang Haonan himself, there are 13 of them, and they are all strong and powerful.
There is no suspense.
The difference in strength is too big, and Zhang Haonan has a gun in his hand.
How can we fight? Alas!
What a pity for these two beauties Huofian and Long Kei.
They will soon become playthings for Zhang Haonan and his gang. Are they still hiring?
I also want to join their team, not for anything else, just to experience these two women.
If you become a duck, maybe one of them will consider you. Hey, isn't that Luo Zijuan? How did this woman get mixed up with Zhang Haonan?
Humph, I've long seen that this woman is not a good person.
She looks like a fickle person. Zhang Haonan led all the brothers up the stairs to the 22nd floor.
Luo Zijuan pointed at the door of room 2202 proudly.
Brother Haonan, this is it. Can you feel it?
The air leaking out from the crack in the door is warm. They had opened the door before and it was a comfortable temperature inside, at least 25 degrees. When the people in the group heard that the temperature in Li Ming's room was over 25 degrees, they were instantly shocked.
Everyone, did you hear that? The temperature in Li Ming's house is 25 degrees. This guy is really extravagant.
He lives so comfortably by himself, but he doesn't even consider us neighbors. He deserves to be targeted by Zhang Haonan.
Go to hell, come.
That's right, forget about the men, at least take care of us fairies. If you take good care of us, it's not impossible for us to be his girlfriend for a day or a half. Zhang Haonan and his group felt the warm air leaking out from the gap in the door of room 2202 and immediately became excited.
They should live in room 2202.
Damn it, this guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Even the corridor in front of his house is more comfortable than our room. The bald man showed a greedy look, as if everything in the house would belong to them immediately.
Fuck, starting today, we're going to live here too. It's so comfortable.
Brothers, be gentle when you break the door later.
Don't break anything inside.
These younger brothers raised their weapons and shouted.
Brothers, smash it for me.
There is endless food and water inside, as well as 3 stunning beauties.
I must get Huofian.
When I was riding in the elevator with her before, I would get a reaction just by smelling her scent.
Long Kei belongs to me.
You don't know how much money I spent on her live streaming, but in the end I can't even say a word to her. I heard that Chen Shanshan is also a car model, how cool.
I guess Li Ming is hiding inside and trembling, about to kneel down and beg for mercy. Ha ha. Get started, all of you, old gay.
It's over, Zhang Haonan and the others are really going to take action. How long do you think Li Ming and the others can hold out?
I guess 10 minutes at most.
Although their door lock looks good, it definitely won't last more than 10 minutes in front of those strong men like Zhang Haonan.
I have a new Rolls-Royce Phantom. I bet on Mark Cheng to win. Is there anyone who dares to bet against me?
I have a Patek Philippe watch worth millions, and I'm also betting on Zhang Haonan to win.
Is there anyone who dares to take it?
I have an antique that has been passed down from my family, and it is estimated to be worth over 100 million.
I bet on Zhang Haonan to win. Who will take it?
I have 20 LV women's bags. I bet on Zhang Haonan to win. Everyone in the group was betting on Zhang Haonan to win, and no one was optimistic about Li Ming.
Li Ming also laughed.
Although these things did not have much value in the end times, there was no reason not to accept them if they were given to him for free.
Sheep counting master, I bet on Li Ming to win. I'll take all your bets.
Sheep counting expert, Rolls-Royce Phantom, 3 boxes of mineral water, Patek Philippe watch, a box of mineral water, antique, a bottle of mineral water, 20 LV bags, 20 bottles of mineral water.
Dude, my Rolls-Royce Phantom is worth more than 8 million yuan, but you only give me 3 boxes of mineral water. Why don't you go and rob it?
Damn, my family heirloom is valued at over 100 million, and you only gave me a bottle of mineral water.
That's really bullying. All my LV bags are limited editions. I have hardly used them. I only buy 1 bag for a bottle of mineral water. Get lost.
Sheep counting master, this is the price of your things.
If you don't want to gamble, get out.
Bet, it would be strange if you don't bet on something that's given for free.
I don't believe that Li Ming can beat Zhang Haonan and his people.
That's right, you are doomed to lose. I'm afraid that if you lose, there won't be enough water for us. If you lose, all the people in the group will need at least 20 boxes of mineral water.
Do you have it?
Sheep counting expert, photo, boxes of mineral water are stacked together, and it seems there are at least 50 boxes. It turns out to be the eldest brother. I am so sorry.
Fuck, another big dog owner.
Amid the cheers of Zhang Haonan's men, 2 of them holding large hammers raised their hammers and were about to smash the door lock.
Snap. The door lock is open. The scene became quiet in an instant. What happened? The person inside opened the door and walked out automatically?
This had never happened in their 2 days of snatching. When faced with their vandalism, everyone else hid in their rooms, trembling in fear, or even knelt down and begged for mercy. The door was opened, and the person who appeared in front of everyone was Huofian, followed closely by Long K. Huofian's quiet and dignified face, waist-length wavy hair, and tall and charming figure stunned everyone. Including Zhang Haonan, he originally thought that Luo Zijuan was pretty enough. Who would have thought that in front of Huofian and Long K, Luo Zijuan was like a down-and-out pheasant? At this time, he already regretted the promise he made to his brothers. Promised to share Li Ming as 3 women with all the brothers.
A woman of this beauty should be enjoyed alone. The group immediately exploded. Fuck, what are they doing?
I thought they could last at least 5 minutes, but they were gone in seconds. When they saw Zhang Haonan and his men, each of them was burly and fierce, they were probably frightened silly.
Ah, he is not a real man.
The little widow living alone downstairs can hold on for half an hour, but he is better.
Go to hell.
It's a pity for the 2 beautiful women Huofian and Long K to follow a man like Li Ming, who would be the first to sell them out when they encounter danger. If I had known that Li Ming was so cowardly, I would have brought 2 people to intimidate him. Huofian and Long K would have belonged to me long ago. At counting sheep master, ha, you sucker, prepare some mineral water to compensate us.
You want to take away my heirloom with just a bottle of mineral water? Dream on.
At counting sheep master thanks the boss for the 3 boxes of mineral water. The bald man looked at Huofian and Long K, who opened the door and said with a lewd smile.
Ha, the 2 beauties are really smart.
They knew that Li Ming was about to become unreliable, so they took the initiative to open the door and surrender.
Don't worry, our brothers will take good care of you. We are definitely much better than Li Ming.
Huofian showed murderous intent and said in a cold voice.
You want to break down my door? Can you afford to pay for it if it breaks?
The bald man rubbed his hands and the smile on his face became even more obscene.
Compensation? Even your people will be ours soon. How about I use my body to compensate you? Ha ha.
Huofian raised her lips and smiled. Are you sure you want to compensate me with your body? The bald man twisted his fat body in an obscene manner and put his greasy round face in front of Huofian. I am sure and certain that my body is at your disposal as long as you want.
Long K asked everyone outside the door with an innocent smile. What about you? Are you willing to give me your bodies as compensation?
More than 10 people outside the door immediately started to make a fuss.
I am willing. You can have my body anytime you want. Wow. I'd even die if you asked me to. With so many of us coming at the same time, can you handle it? Ha ha. Huofian and Long Kei's eyes suddenly turned cold, then we won't be polite. Puff.
Huofian instantly took out a hatchet from her waist and chopped it down. The bald man was jumping for joy in the last second, but in the next second, the head on his neck had been separated from his body.
There seemed to be consciousness in his eyes. Hey, why is my body out of my control? Boom, boom, boom.
The bald, round head fell to the ground.
The eyes in the head even blinked in disbelief. The scene instantly became silent again.
Everyone looked at the bald man's body being torn apart in horror, unable to believe what they were seeing.
During the looting in these few days, some stubborn people will rise up to resist. However, their means of resistance are mostly limited to intimidation.
Even if they are given a kitchen knife, they dare not really chop people. Not to mention someone like Huofian, who goes straight for the vital points with her first strike, leaving no chance at all. Seeing the bald man's head being chopped off in an instant, everyone was frightened and took a few steps back by Huofian's ferocity. Even ruthless gangsters like them would feel fear if they were confronted by someone more ruthless than themselves.
That's human nature.
Zheng Haonan, who had just woken up from his shock, immediately raised the pistol in his hand and pointed it at Huofian.
Damn it, you bitch, you actually dared to attack my brother. Put down the knife in your hand immediately, or I will shoot you in the head. Huofian shook off the blood on the knife. What? He himself said he would give me his body as compensation. Also, if you want to shoot, just go ahead. You sound like I'm afraid you'll shoot me. Chapter 45. I like his gun.
The sudden bloody scene caused the group to explode again.
Fuck, what's going on? Is this really reality and not a movie? Huofian chopped off the bald man's head with a knife? Is this bald guy stupid? He just sticks his head out to be chopped off. Is there something wrong with his intelligence?
Huofian is really capable of killing people. This is not just killing chickens or ducks, this is killing people.
Ah.
He was probably pushed out by Li Ming first, and he was so disheartened and desperate that he planned to die together with Zheng Haonan and the others.
It's all Li Ming's fault.
He didn't have the ability to protect such a good woman and broke her heart.
Bah, you cheap bastard, you scumbag, go to hell, come on, brother Haonan, kill this guy.
Zheng Haonan had also seen big scenes before, so when faced with something like this, he quickly calmed down. He thought Huofian was just pretending to be calm, but she was actually very panicked inside. In this world, he has never seen anyone who was not afraid of guns. The reason why the bald man was killed by her was entirely because he was careless and was successfully attacked by her. Zheng Haonan's finger lightly touched the trigger of the pistol. If you dare to move again, I will shoot you in the head immediately, believe it or not. Why are you so long-winded? She has already told you that you can shoot if you want. Li Ming walked out of the house slowly and said calmly. Chen Shanshan followed closely behind Li Ming, carrying a huge boss chair in her hands. When she came to the corridor, Chen Shanshan quickly stepped forward, put the boss chair on the ground, and gently wiped the dust off the chair.
Brother Ming, please sit down.
Li Ming sat on the boss chair like a king and crossed his legs. Chen Shanshan took out a fruit plate from somewhere, knelt on one knee on the left side of Li Ming, and picked up a fresh lychee.
Brother Ming, please eat. Huofian and Long Kei stood in front of Li Ming like bodyguards to prevent anyone from making a sneak attack on Li Ming.
Li Ming's appearance immediately infuriated the group, and the anger of the group members reached its peak.
Who does Li Ming think he is? He even asked Chen Shanshan to kneel down and feed him fruit? Bah, a man obsessed with sex, a phoenix man.
I have never seen such a pretentious person. He is about to die, but he still dares to act pretentious here.
Will he die if he pretends to be less?
How can there be such a shameless person in this world, hiding behind 3 women, despicable?
You really bring shame to men. How come soft rice tastes good? Is it extra sweet?
Hee, luckily I'm smart and I know that this scumbag who looks for women in the group is definitely not a good guy, so I won't fall for his trick. Please, someone help me tear his face apart.
I really can't stop it. How can there be such a person who deserves a beating in the world? Come on, Zheng Haonan. Everyone in the community supports you.
These people seem to have forgotten the evil things Zheng Haonan had done in the past 2 days and were cheering for him crazily.
Zheng Haonan and his gang stared at Li Ming in amazement. What kind of imperial service was this?
Even before the end of the world, they had never enjoyed this kind of service.
We are all living in the end times, and we even live in the same community in the same building, so why is there such a big gap? This guy Li Ming is living an even more carefree life than before the end of the world. I am so envious and hate him so much. Li Ming thrust out a lychee pit, and Chen Shanshan quickly reached out to catch it. The audience has entered, you can start your performance. Li Ming said expectantly. Zheng Haonan stared at Li Ming viciously. Li Ming, isn't this too arrogant? A show? Are you treating us like monkeys? Li Ming smiled calmly. How can a piece of trash like you compare to a monkey? Monkeys are so cute. How dare you say I'm trash? Zheng Haonan said angrily.
Li Ming laughed and said, no, don't get me wrong.
I'm not saying you are trash.
I'm saying all of you are trash.
Help!
Someone come and take this pretentious dog out and kill him.
Oh my god, I can't stand it anymore. Don't let me see this face again.
I'm afraid I won't be able to help but slap him to death.
How could such a person live to this day? This shouldn't be the case. Being mocked by Li Ming, Zheng Haonan was immediately furious and his face turned red, his hands couldn't help but tremble. Brothers, chop him up for me.
I want him to regret coming into this world. The four sturdy men standing in the front immediately raised their fire axes and machetes and chopped at Huofian and Long Kei. Huofian immediately took out the axe from her waist and turned around gracefully.
Break! Break! 2 quick swings of the knife.
The arms of the 2 strong men closest to her holding weapons were instantly disarmed.
Break! Break!
With 2 smooth cuts, the other arm of the 2 men was also removed.
The
2 strong men roared in pain.
Puff!
The painful roars of the 2 strong men suddenly disappeared because their heads were completely separated from their bodies.
No more sound could be made.
All of Huofian's movements were done in one go, smooth and seamless, just like a dance. Li Ming knew that Huofian used the method he taught her to chop zombies on the enemy. You know, the psychological pressure of killing zombies and killing enemies is completely different. Killing zombies is just like killing monsters, without any sense of guilt.
It's the same with killing enemies. Since we all live through peacetime, many people cannot get rid of the heavy sense of guilt and are unable to do it.
Li Ming didn't expect Huofian to adapt so quickly. It seemed that she would soon become his #1 fighter. At the same time, Long Kei also raised her long-handled axe and rushed forward. Long Kei's movements were very wild, with large movements in opening and closing, without any of the silky and smooth feeling of Huofian. It does have the flavor of a berserker. Long Kei jumped up with an axe in both hands and chopped down at the enemy in front of her.
The giant in front of him reacted very quickly and realized that Long Kei's move was not simple.
He immediately held the iron fire axe horizontally above his head, trying to block Long Kei's fierce attack.
Bang!
The iron fire axe was actually chopped off by Long Kei's extraordinary strength. Although the fire axe offset most of the force of Long Kei's attack, the axe still fell heavily on the sturdy man's head.
Puff!
The sturdy man was cut in half from top to bottom by the sharp axe. The intestines and organs were all over the floor, it was horrible. Seeing this, another strong man was stunned and looked at Long Kei in horror. Obviously this face is so pure and beautiful, why does it look so scary like a devil when looking at her at this moment?
Weird, monster, mom, I want to go home, I don't want to play anymore.
As soon as the sturdy man finished speaking, Long Kei held the axe in both hands and chopped it horizontally.
Phew!
This strong man was cut in half, literally cut in half. The strong man who was cut in half did not lose consciousness immediately, but screamed miserably.
Help! Big brother, come and save me, I don't want to die. I want to go home. Bang!
The strong man's head was smashed by a hammer. Blood and flesh splattered all over the wall. Because Long Kei was not using the sharp side of the axe, but the iron block on the back of the axe.
In less than 10 seconds, the 4 younger brothers of Zheng Haonan were brutally killed by Huofian and Long Kei. Cruel, bloody, tragic. Everything happened so fast that no one had time to react.
There was silence at the scene and in the group. Li Ming ate a grape that Chen Shanshan fed him and said calmly. Fei Yan, Kei, it took you a full 10 seconds to take care of the 4 little camis. You still need to improve. Huofian and Long Kei did not take their eyes off Zheng Haonan and his group, and said to Li Ming behind their backs.
Brother Ming, I'm sorry. We will practice more in the future and won't let you down again. After hearing their conversation, the people in the group reacted in shock. Group owner, are you sure this isn't a sci-fi movie you recorded in advance? OMG, are Huafian and Long K still considered human? The men they hacked to death could easily fight 5 men each. It's not true, it's absolutely not true. How could Huafian and her friends kill these burly men like chickens? Li Ming is a phoenix man. Huafian and Long K have been working so hard, but he still thinks they are too slow? He is so good, why doesn't he do it himself? He just hides behind women and talks nonsense. I hate men like this the most. Huafian and Long K are so cool. They are exactly like the Valkyries in my mind. What a pity, they actually followed a coward like Li Ming just for a few supplies. Zheng Haonan and the remaining 7 brothers looked at the messy limbs and organs on the ground. My stomach suddenly started churning. The sense of observing in a video is completely different from that of being in person. Although Zheng Haonan and his friends had witnessed the horror of zombies, they had also gotten used to killing people in the past 2 days. But seeing the bloody and horrifying scene, they couldn't help but feel nauseous and vomit. Huang Ma was vomiting non-stop and was shaking with fear all over. They are demons, they are monsters, run, run. Bang! Huang Ma was knocked to the ground by Zheng Haonan's punch and cursed. You useless bastard, aren't you usually very boastful? Are you scared by this bitch? Huang Mao covered his swollen face and said, Brother Haonan, but they are really too scary. Zheng Haonan pretended to be calm. Coward, those people underestimated the enemy just now. No matter how fast they are, can they be as fast as my gun? No matter how powerful they are, can they withstand the bullets? Li Ming spoke in a calm voice again. Fian. I like his gun. Chapter 46 Valkyrie. It's terrible. It seems that Li Ming has set his sights on the gun in Zheng Haonan's hand. Why do I feel a little sympathetic towards Zheng Haonan? He is being targeted by Li Ming, the gigolo. How pitiful. Doesn't he have any idea of his strength? Without Huafian and Long K, Zheng Haonan would have chopped him into pieces long ago. He still shamelessly wants someone else's gun. Do you think Huafian and her friends won just by killing a few people? Zheng Haonan and his friends still have 9 people in total. Although Luo Zijuan, that bitch, is useless. Ah! Someone please send this Li Ming to his death. I can't stand his mean behavior. Brother Ming, don't worry. I will hand the gun in his hand to you personally. Huafian said devoutly. Huafian's eyes were as sharp as a falcon's eyes on its prey, staring at Zheng Haonan's figure. The corners of Zheng Haonan's mouth twitched involuntarily. What the hell was going on? It was obvious that he had brought his men here to rob their supplies. Why do I feel like a prey being snatched now? Zheng Haonan remembered the information Luo Zijuan gave him, which said that these 2 women were extremely strong. He now wants to beat Luo Zijuan to death. How can this be called strength? This is simply a Valkyrie. Zheng Haonan changed his mind and thought that if he could recruit these 2 women under his command, he would be able to walk around this community with ease in the future. So Zheng Haonan tried to talk peaceably. 2 beauties, if we continue to fight like this, both of us will suffer, and in the end, others will benefit. I have a proposal. I formally invite you to join our team and work together to achieve a win-win situation. As long as you are willing to join us, I guarantee that you will have the highest rights besides me. From now on, we will have the first priority to use all supplies. And no one will force you to do anything you don't want to do. In the end times, the only way we can survive is by sticking together. If you like that pretty boy Li Ming, you can keep him as your own. I won't interfere with you. Well, think about it carefully. Huafian and Long K's faces turned gloomy in an instant, and an extremely terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. Huafian held 2 swords in her hands and said angrily and coldly. Old bastard, who do you say is the pretty boy? Zheng Haonan was frightened by the sudden terrifying aura of Huafian and Long K. Oh my god, there's no need to be so angry even if you don't agree. I'm just making a suggestion. Huafian said with cold eyes, K, cover me. I'm going to kill this old thief. Got it, go ahead and don't worry. Huafian stared at Zheng Haonan with her cold eyes. Although Zheng Haonan had a gun in his hand at this time, he was still very panicked. These 2 female villains are not ordinary people. Looking at the messy pile of organs on the ground, is that something a human would do? Zheng Haonan couldn't help but feel terrified.
Zheng Haonan yelled in fear, "Men, come on, whoever can kill them will be my second in command. You can have any of you guys have sex with Luo Zijuan." If Luo Zijuan was there, she would definitely scream, "What does this have to do with me? Don't take me with you." Huo Fian stomped on the ground suddenly and rushed towards Zheng Haonan quickly. Bang! In panic, Zheng Haonan immediately fired a shot at Huo Fian's figure. However, Huo Fian's figure had disappeared from his eyes. Zheng Haonan looked up and found that Huo Fian was hanging upside down on the 3-meter-high ceiling like a bat. Li Ming stood up excitedly, "Nice! What a feint! Fian's internship experience is really getting richer and richer." Li Ming thinks that the day when he can lie down and rest is not far away. Huo Fian, who was hanging upside down on the ceiling, pushed hard towards the ceiling, and her body moved as nimble as a flying swallow, quickly coming to Zheng Haonan. Huo Fian held 2 knives and chopped towards Zheng Haonan's vital points. Phew! Zheng Haonan's right hand holding the gun was chopped off. Zheng Haonan was indeed a man who had experienced many hardships. Under Huo Fian's fierce attack, he quickly moved his body and avoided the vital points. He completely ignored the severe pain of his right hand being chopped off, and immediately stabbed Huo Fian's abdomen with his left hand using the dagger that he had prepared long ago. Huo Fian reacted very quickly. She dodged Zheng Haonan's attack by gently turning sideways and kicked him in the chest. After Zheng Haonan flew a few meters away, he rolled a few times on the ground and rolled down the stairs. Luo Zijuan was horrified when she saw Zheng Haonan chopped off his right hand. But she forced herself to calm down, and while Huo Fian and Long Kei were still fighting with other younger brothers, she walked to the stairwell and escaped in shame. Li Ming naturally saw this scene, but it was not the time to kill her yet, so Li Ming let her go. Huo Fian was about to rush into the stairs to catch up when she heard Li Ming's voice from behind. "Fei Yan, stop chasing him, he won't survive." Huo Fian turned around and saw that Zheng Haonan's men had basically been wiped out by Long Kei, leaving only the yellow-haired man. No way, Huo Fian and Long Kei alone could really drive Zheng Haonan away? Brothers, did you see that? Huo Fian seems to have jumped onto the ceiling. Yes, I saw it too. Is this something a human can do? And the time she jumped from the ceiling to Zheng Haonan's side, it was a full 5 meters away. Even an Olympic champion can't do this kind of jumping ability. And Long Kei, the 7 people behind were all chopped in half by her axe, right? Are they still human? As expected, Huo Fian and Long Kei are the Valkyries in my mind. It's a pity that God made them blind and they actually followed a bastard like Li Ming. But they did a good thing by taking down Zheng Haonan and his men. At least for now, we don't have to worry about Zheng Haonan coming to steal our supplies. I am so angry. I was taken advantage of by that scumbag Li Ming. At this time, the yellow-haired man was trembling all over, curled up in the corner with a machete in his hand, and golden liquid slowly flowed out of his crotch. Help! Don't come over here, please, I'm so scared. We have many women, yes, many women, all of whom are the most beautiful women in the community. As long as you let me go, all the women will belong to you. Li Ming pointed at Huo Fian and Long Kei and said, "Are you stupid? I already have them, why do I need those women?" While the yellow-haired man was howling, he was desperately thinking about what trump card he had that could save his life. Yes, Li Ming, aren't you always looking for the most beautiful women in the group? I have. We have a very beautiful woman in our hands. Baldy and I caught her and hid her together. We haven't had time to enjoy it yet. If you let me go, I will tell you where she is hiding. At this time, Huo Fian had already handed the gun in Zheng Haonan's hand to Li Ming. Li Ming played with the pistol seriously. This was the first time Li Ming touched a real gun. When he heard the yellow-haired man talking about the most beautiful woman, he immediately pointed the gun in his hand at the yellow-haired man's head. Where? Huang Mao said cautiously, "I will only tell you her location if you promise to let me go." Bang! Li Ming shrank his neck, frowned and rubbed his ears. Fuck. This thing is so loud, it scared me. Ah! The yellow-haired guy who was hit in the thigh by a bullet immediately let out a miserable cry. Li Ming continued to point the gun at the yellow-haired man's head. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? You just answer whatever I ask you. Do you understand? Huang Mao tightly covered his injured thigh and gritted his teeth and said, "Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, you will never get her whereabouts from me. I will take her with me when I die." Ha! If you have the guts, I'll satisfy you right away. Li Mingle said with a smile, "Fei Yan, do you know how to do Ling Qi?" Cut off his flesh piece by piece, don't let him die so easily.
Huo Fian nodded happily.
Li Ming didn't understand why she was so happy.
Was this woman born bloodthirsty?
Long Kei immediately took out a rope and tied up Huang Mao to prevent him from committing suicide. Then a piece of rag was stuffed into his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide.
You little bastard, I can't control you. Ugh. %@. %%%.
Huo Fian cut his thigh 10 times in a row.
Li Ming asked Xiang Huangmao, how is it, are you willing to tell it? Ugh. Add %. Ugh.
Li Ming gave a thumbs up, good job, you are a real man.
Ugh. Add %.
Huo Fian cut his other thigh 10 more times.
Huang Mao was in so much pain that sweat beads all over his head and tears were streaming down his face. Li Ming asked Xiang Huangmao again, how is it, are you willing to tell it? Ugh. %.
The yellow-haired boy kept twisting his body and making grunting sounds.
Li Ming looked at Huang Mao with admiration, hey. He's really a tough guy. Quite interesting.
At this time, Chen Shanshan came to Li Ming and whispered,
Brother Ming, is it possible that he can't speak because his mouth is blocked? Li Ming glared at Long Kei guiltily, look at what you have done. Everyone's face suddenly became gloomy, it's a good thing you did.
Huang Mao immediately said impatiently, 903, in the closet of the master bedroom of room 903 in building 7, please stop cutting, please.
Li Ming smiled innocently, wouldn't it be better if we did this earlier?
Then he picked up the gun and pointed it at the yellow-haired man's head. Chen Shanshan immediately reached out and covered Li Ming's ears.
Bang! Chapter 47 Tutor Yi Jiechi. Why is Li Ming pretending to be so arrogant?
Huang Mai had already confessed, but he still killed him.
Is he sick? Some people like to find a sense of existence in this way.
Just now when Zhang Haonan came up, he was hiding behind a few women like a quail. Now there is only a weak yellow-haired man left, and he is in high spirits to kill. These people seem to have forgotten how many people this yellow-haired guy killed in the community 2 days ago, how many women he raped, and how much supplies he stole.
Can you really become a Buddha right away if you put down your butcher knife? Ridiculous.
Huo Fian and Long Kei were really blind to believe in such a man. This Li Ming is simply the #1 gigolo in our neighborhood, and he still wants to live off his wife, which is really embarrassing for us men. Li Ming used Huo Fian's account to send a video in the group. In the video, Li Ming said with a smirk,
thank you all for the gifts from the bosses. Please prepare the lost items. I will come to collect them at any time. Everyone knows my address. It would be best if you could deliver it in person. Boom! The group exploded again. Oh my god, this sheep counting expert is actually Li Ming? Group leader, how did you do things? You even dragged Li Ming and Ben Ming into this. Group owner, I am innocent.
I didn't know this WeChat ID was Li Ming, and its profile clearly shows that it is a female.
It's over, it's over. We just said bad things about him in the group. Will he bear a grudge?
I heard that he is a particularly stingy man.
Tisk, he's just a gigolo.
Without Huo Fian and Long Kei, he's nothing.
Don't be afraid. Can he kill us? He is not Zhang Haonan, what are you afraid of him doing?
I protest, Black Whistle, insider trading. Li Ming knew the strength of Huo Fian and Long Kei from the beginning, so he dared to gamble with all of us.
I protest.
Li Ming ignored the insults and protests from the people in the group and went to room 903 with Huo Fian. The gate had been destroyed by Zhang Haonan's men, and Li Ming and his men entered the house effortlessly. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the body of a little boy about 10 years old, who was frozen hard. There was no sign of decay at all, and his face was even purple, his eyes were wide open, and he looked like he had died with his eyes open, which was very creepy.
Huo Fian turned her head away reluctantly. After all, she was a woman and was sentimental.
Seeing these children who died in such a tragic way, she still couldn't bear it. According to Huang Mao's last words, Li Ming and Huo Fian came to the closet in the master bedroom.
The people inside seemed to hear the sound of people moving outside.
Perhaps she thought that the bald man and the yellow-haired man who had captured her had come, so she kicked the wardrobe panels in fear, making a bang-bang sound. Huo Fian opened the wardrobe and immediately saw a young woman with her hands and feet tied and her mouth sealed with tape. Li Ming carefully observed the college student in front of him. He was disheveled, with stains all over his face. His face was slightly swollen, probably because he was beaten by the bald man and the yellow-haired man. He had straight hair, but it was very messy at this time. He curled up and couldn't see his figure at all.
Ding! A blue system interface appeared above the woman's head. Name, Yi Jiechi. Occupation, college student. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 19. Body, 90 points. Force value, 5. Overall score, 88 points. Frog fun. A youthful and invincible college student? Li Ming was pleasantly surprised.
If Li Ming saw a woman like this at ordinary times, he would most likely mistake her for a crazy woman. Fortunately, there is a system that can reveal her hidden true face. At this time, Yi Jiechi was terrified, desperate, and helpless, looking at Li Ming and Huofian with tears in her eyes. Huofian stepped forward and cut the ropes that bound her hands and feet, and tore off the tape on her mouth. After regaining her freedom, Yi Jiechi didn't dare to move at all. She curled up in the corner of the closet, trembling all over.
Woo woo! Who are you? Can you let me go? I'm so scared and hungry. Woo woo!
Li Ming said coldly, "Don't worry, the people who brought you here have been killed by us." Hearing this, Yi Jiechi relaxed a little, and gradually looked at Li Ming, and asked cautiously,
Are the bald guy and the yellow-haired guy really dead? Are you the police? Are you here to save me? Do you have any water or food? I'm so hungry and thirsty.
Yi Jiechi was looking forward to Li Ming's answer, hoping that someone could rescue her from this hell.
Li Ming sneered at the doctor. What kind of world is this out there? Don't even think that the police will come to save you.
Yi Jiechi's clear eyes suddenly became lost again, and she asked tremblingly and vigilantly.
So, who are you? What do you want?
Li Ming said with a little pride, Do you know what free food and drinks means?
I am one of them.
Yi Jiechi looked at Li Ming in confusion. Free food and drinks is your name? Why is your name so strange? Li Ming was surprised that there was someone in this community who didn't know him. He had been hanging around these past few days and everyone in the community wanted to beat him to death.
Huofian asked, You are not from our community? You don't have our community's WeChat group, right?
Yi Jiechi nodded slightly and said in a low voice.
I don't live in this community. I'm here as a tutor.
When the bloody rain fell, I was helping the child of this family with their summer homework. At that time, the student's father happened to be out, so only my student, his mother, and I were at home. At the beginning, we were not too anxious because Sister Zhang is the student's mother.
I usually call her Sister Zhang.
Because Sister Zhang likes cooking, she usually stocks a lot of ingredients at home. After receiving the official notice, Sister Zhang immediately used all her equipment to stockpile a large amount of tap water. Originally, these supplies were enough for us to survive for a month, so we could wait for official rescue with peace of mind.
But the official announcement disrupted everything. In order to prevent more people from becoming zombies, killing people became justified. It's ridiculous.
Sure enough, we waited here peacefully for 2 days, and then a fat bald man and a man with yellow hair broke in. In order to survive, Sister Zhang has already taken the initiative to give them the food and water she had stored. But these two beasts were not satisfied and even set their sights on me and Sister Zhang. We fought back, but these two beasts killed Xiaotian and even said they would give Sister Zhang to their boss. As for me, they didn't want to share me with their boss, so they hid me away, saying they would come and get me when they had time. No wonder I only saw the body of a child when I came in just now. But I guess his mother is also in danger. Li Ming thought, I didn't expect that the greed and selfishness of the bald man and the yellow-haired man did a good thing and left me with an excellent result. However, the plan to acquire the most beautiful women must be accelerated. As time goes by, there will be more and more people like Yi Jiechi who lose their virginity due to the collapse of order and morality. In other words, the further you go in the future, the smaller the probability of finding a top-notch beauty who meets your requirements. Li Ming looked at the pink snow outside the window, which had already submerged the second floor of the building. The originally beautiful world has become riddled with holes and zombies are rampant.
Li Ming said calmly, We are not good people. If you want us to rescue you from here, you have to accept our conditions. Chapter 48, Calm and Peaceful.
Ding, complete the system task, achieve the 5th doubling. Doubled space, 32,000 cubic meters. All storage materials in the space are doubled.
Physical attributes after doubling. Physique, 160. Power, 256. Speed, 224. Agility, 192. Spirit, 192.
After completing the task, you will receive a special system reward, Awakening of a Level Superpowers Calm and Composed.
Upgradable. How can she survive in this apocalypse?
She is a college student and she still has some social common sense. If Li Ming and the others left, there would be many people like Baldy and Yellow-Haired who would be eyeing her body.
Rather than letting those people get away with it, it's better to agree to Li Ming now.
What's more, Li Ming seems to be more reasonable than those people, at least he won't force himself. He is quite handsome and has a great body, but the only thing missing is some emotion. The end of the world has only been here for a week, and the girls are much more willing to volunteer. Thinking back to how much effort he had put in to break down Huofian's psychological defenses.
Is there any point in holding on to something that you will lose sooner or later? If this can be exchanged for water and food, most of them will definitely be willing to do it.
After smoking a cigarette, Li Ming checked the system reward this time.
A level superpower calm and composed?
System, the ability to be calm and relaxed can keep the host in a state of calm and relaxed for a long time, reducing daily energy waste. In this state, the host's own supernatural aura will be suppressed to that of a B-level supernatural.
Outsiders cannot detect the host's true strength through instruments. The host can use his own thoughts to cancel the state of calm and tranquility.
Li Ming smiled bitterly.
How could there be such a useless supernatural power?
Suppressing one's own supernatural aura to the level of B-level supernatural power, although it can occasionally play the pig and eat the tiger, but it is of no help to combat power. The tactic of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger can only be used once against the same enemy.
The second time, everyone knows his true strength. Is there any need to pretend?
System, the host can also use his special ability to calm down and enter a state of invisibility. When in stealth mode, the host's scent and breath are all reduced to 0.
Even if the opponent has the ability to detect, they will not be able to detect it. Stealth can last up to 2 hours, and the skill cooldown is 2 hours. You cannot use other abilities while in stealth mode.
Li Ming opened his mouth and was able to enter invisible mode, with his breath and body odor returning to 0.
That is equivalent to the state of nothingness.
What's more important is that even if the other party has special detection abilities, it cannot be detected.
This is really outrageous. It's really outrageous.
This means that whenever Li Ming encounters any opponent in the future, he can directly enter the state of nothingness. At the moment of lifting the invisibility, use the thunder ability to deal a fatal blow to the enemy when the enemy is off guard.
Who can withstand this silent and invisible attack?
Moreover, when encountering a powerful and invincible opponent, you can directly enter the nothingness state and leave easily. This is definitely a great skill for stealth assassination and escape. If it was before the end of the world, this skill would have a greater effect.
He.
After learning about the skill of being calm and composed, Li Ming continued to explore other stored supplies. The 800 cubic meters of water originally stored has now become 12,800 cubic meters. With this amount of water resources, the water used on a daily basis is not worth mentioning at all. So far, the amount of water in Li Ming's space has decreased by less than 10 cubic meters. The quantity of instant noodles also increased from 1,000 boxes to 16,000 boxes. There are more and better foods in Li Ming's space. Who would want to eat this instant noodles? So far, the consumption of instant noodles has been 0.
Li Ming has not eaten a single pack. After Qin Shanshan used them, there were 5 Zhongnu pills left, and now there are 10.
Following the usual procedure, Li Ming took out one of the 10 Zhongnu pills and handed it to Yi Zheqi. Yi Zheqi took the Zhongnu pill from Li Ming's hand. Although she didn't know what it was, she had no way to refuse Li Ming's words, so she could only put it in her mouth and swallow it. Under Yi Zheqi's gradually burning gaze, Li Ming's body instantly entered stealth mode with just a thought.
He, scare you girls to death. Chapter 49, Tian is a real talent.
Huofian, Long Kei, Chen Shanshan, and Yi Zheqi finally got together to play mahjong. Li Ming stood alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the thick snow outside.
He felt tired mentally and even more tired physically. Today's blizzard finally stopped.
The snow has accumulated to a depth of more than 5 meters. Buildings on the first and second floors are basically covered by heavy snow, including the zombies on the streets, which are also covered by thick snow. But this is the most dangerous thing. If you think that the zombies outside have been frozen to death and go out boldly, you will not live long.
The danger you can't see is the real danger.
These zombies are extremely cold resistant.
They usually ambush under the snow.
Once prey appears, they will immediately jump out of the snow and tear the prey to pieces.
Boom, boom, boom.
Suddenly, I remembered the sound of knocking on the door.
Li Ming couldn't help but frown. After yesterday's massacre, is there anyone who dares to openly cause trouble for them?
The 4 people at the mahjong table also stopped what they were doing because of the knock on the door, but they did not look nervous, instead they seemed calm. The 4 of them looked at Li Ming by the window at the same time, expecting Li Ming to give the next instructions.
Fei Yan, go see who it is first. Hua Fian walked to the door and looked through the peephole.
Brother Ming is a tall, thin man wearing glasses.
He looks very weak. One person?
Yes, there should be only one person. Open the door and ask him what he wants.
If he comes here to cause trouble, don't keep him. Hua Fian nodded and opened the door.
The man outside the door had a thin face, a pair of black framed glasses on his nose, and looked very scholarly. Even though he was wearing a thick down jacket, it was not difficult to see his tall and thin figure and his weak limbs. When the man saw Hua Fian opening the door and Long Kei holding an axe behind her, he immediately showed admiration and worship.
Valkyrie Hua Fian, Berserker Long Kei, I'm so glad to see you. My name is Xiao Yu.
Hua Fian looked at the unkempt, thin man with confusion.
What Valkyrie Berserker? What do you want from us?
Xiao Yu laughed innocently, this is the name I gave you. Your battle yesterday was so cool, just like the characters from anime.
Long Kei shouted impatiently, let's talk business.
After being yelled at by Long Kei, Xiao Yu suddenly became nervous.
He said tremblingly, I want to cooperate with you. Can I communicate with Mr. Li Ming?
Li Ming walked out of the house and said coldly, what ability do you have that can make us cooperate with you? Seeing Li Ming coming out, Xiao Yu didn't understand why he suddenly felt fear in his heart.
He took a few steps back tremblingly and almost fell to the ground.
It can't be called cooperation. I just provide you with the intelligence and services you need, and you just need to give me some daily necessities.
Xiao Yang added nervously, I am thin and don't eat much.
A pack of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water a day is enough to sustain my life.
Mineral water and instant noodles?
Li Ming thought, the instant noodles and mineral water in his space are still unopened. Tell me, what can you do to make us give you a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water every day? Xiao Yu said nervously and awkwardly, hey, I created the group for yesterday's live broadcast, and I also installed the surveillance. Li Ming looked up and down at the thin man with glasses and smiled sinisterly.
Oh. So it's you, kid. I didn't expect you to come to my house. When did you install surveillance cameras in front of our house? Seeing Li Ming's sinister smile, Xiao Yu became even more nervous, and his voice trembled.
It was installed a few days ago, but I'm not monitoring you guys according to this surveillance, really. Not only on the 22nd floor, but also on the entire Building 7 and even the entire community, I have installed surveillance cameras. Of course, the surveillance is concentrated in Building 7.
The surveillance in other buildings is far less intensive than that in Building 7.
Li Ming was surprised to see the thin man in front of him.
He had installed surveillance cameras in even the regular residential areas? Who is this guy? Li Ming asked curiously, did you install these surveillance cameras before the end of the world?
Xiao Yu glanced at Li Ming nervously. No, it was installed after the end of the world when Zhang Haonan and his group started snatching them away.
I installed these surveillance cameras mainly to guard against Zhang Haonan and his people.
After all, they are brutal and have guns in their hands. If no one can stop them, it's only a matter of time before they find me.
Since I can't beat them, can't I just hide? I installed these surveillance cameras so that I can always know their movements. If they come, I will run. I know exactly where the safest place is in the entire building. I will come back after they run away.
There were a few times when they all went out to rob others, and I even sneaked into his house to steal some supplies.
But I was afraid they would find out, so I didn't dare take too much.
Li Ming looked at Xiao Yu in front of him with a sneer. He was truly a talented person.
He even broke into Zhang Haonan's house when no one was at home. Xiao Yu actually knew whether there was anyone at Zhang Haonan's house at any time?
Li Ming quickly realized the problem.
So you also installed surveillance cameras at Zhang Haonan's house?
Luo Zijuan went to find Zhang Haonan and asked him to steal my supplies.
Did you know about it the first time? No wonder Zhang Haonan and his team haven't set off yet.
Everyone in the building knew about this immediately, and even the live broadcast room was arranged immediately. Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly. I just want to take the opportunity to earn some supplies from my neighbors. The tickets for a glass of water per person add up to a lot. He is really a talented person. He can think of such an idea. Li Ming asked curiously, then how did you charge each of them a glass of water? Li Ming thought that such a genius must have ways that he could not think of to collect other people's tickets. Xiaoyu's expression instantly became lost, and he said awkwardly, what else can we do? We can just go door to door and ask for it. Li Ming's mouth opened into an O shape. Is this a genius idea? How many tickets did you get? Xiaoyu shook the empty water bottle in his hand awkwardly. Not a drop of water. Ha ha ha. Li Ming pointed at Xiaoyu and laughed. They say there's only a fine line between genius and idiocy. Today I've seen it for myself. This Xiaoyu might really be a rare talent in terms of technology, but he is like an idiot when it comes to the ways of the world. After laughing wildly for a while, Li Ming continued to ask, then why did you come to me now? Wouldn't it be better to just stay like this forever? Xiaoyu glanced at Li Ming carefully and continued. You were in the live broadcast room yesterday, and my identity has been exposed. Even if I don't come to find you today, you will definitely not let me go. If you really come to find me, I will have no chance. Besides, since you killed Zhang Haonan and the others, I have nowhere to steal supplies to survive. I don't think I can even survive for a week. Xiaoyu really thinks things through. He is indeed thinking about finding this person today. It is very dangerous to leave unattended a person who can be monitored silently from the doorstep of his own home without being noticed. Chapter 50 Hacker. These surveillance cameras of yours are indeed quite interesting. I can buy them all out at once. Just name your price. Li Ming said seriously. With these surveillance cameras, he can monitor every move of everyone in the entire building. It's not that they're afraid that someone might do something bad to them, they just want to keep an eye on them. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, looking embarrassed, and said hesitantly, Mr. Li Ming, I don't want to do a one-time deal with you, or you can treat me as your employee, your subordinate. It's a one-time sale, and the supplies will eventually run out. Besides, I may not be able to keep the supplies even if I get them. If he handed over the management authority of these surveillance cameras, Xiaoyu would not be able to know the movements of everyone in the building. With his small body, he may not even be able to beat a middle-aged woman, and he really can't keep the supplies. Li Ming said seriously, if you want to become my subordinate, you can't just rely on these surveillance cameras. At this moment, Xiaoyu looked like an interviewer who was trying hard to sell himself. Mr. Li Ming, network engineer is just my superficial identity. I also have another identity, an excellent hacker. Li Ming was surprised and said, hacker? You? Xiaoyu nodded seriously. Yes, my partner and I once tried to hack into the White House server and stayed inside for 5 minutes. If I am given enough time, I can complete this task independently. Mr. Li Ming, you also know how important the intelligence system is. Accurate and timely intelligence can often determine the positive development of things. Most of the intelligence in the city and even the country's security network is as easy as taking something out of a bag for me. As long as you can hire me, Mr. Li Ming, I will use all my abilities and knowledge to serve you. Of course, Li Ming knew the importance of the intelligence system. Otherwise, why would major powers send all kinds of spies to gather intelligence on enemy countries at all costs? The importance of this is self-evident. Li Ming once again looked up and down in surprise at the thin, unkempt man with glasses in front of him. Awesome! They even hacked into the White House server? Isn't that a true god-level hacker? If what Xiaoyu said was true, Li Ming really had found a treasure. Seeing that Li Ming remained silent, Xiaoyu thought that Li Ming still did not believe in his abilities. He immediately took out a pre-prepared computer from his backpack and sat on the floor to start the demonstration. His fingertips tapped the keyboard quickly, and strings of green codes flashed quickly on the screen. Li Ming and Huofian couldn't see it either. They just watched Xiaoyu operate silently, looking like he was very awesome. After a while, Xiaoyu stood up and moved the computer screen in front of Li Ming. Mr. Li Ming, look, this is the community's management system. It contains the information of all the owners. It is clear who lives in which household just by looking at this information. Then Xiaoyu opened another interface. This is the city's Uncle Hat's management system, which can find detailed information about anyone in the city. Jin Wu opened one of the pages. This is your personal information, Mr. Li Ming.
Take a look and see if it's correct.
Li Ming stared at the personal information displayed on the screen. All his personal information is clearly written on it, including family members, household registration information, educational experience, etc.
Li Ming said excitedly, "Can everyone check it?"
Seeing Li Ming's recognition of his ability, Xiaoyu also smiled.
As long as they are Chinese, anyone can find out unless it is an absolute secret.
Li Ming didn't know whether Xiaoyu was exaggerating or not, but he did have the ability.
Li Ming smiled and said, "Fei Yan, search him.
If there is nothing dangerous, let him come home to talk." After standing at the door for most of the day, Li Ming, wearing only his home clothes, was almost freezing to death. At the same time, he also thought that it was time to recruit 2 more male guards. From now on, body searches should not be done by the women around him. After all, there are differences between men and women. After being searched several times by Huafian, Xiaoyu followed Li Ming's footsteps into the house.
It was so warm and comfortable.
He had never felt such a comfortable temperature since the end of the world. The fresh fruits and snacks on the table made him swallow a few times and his stomach rumbled. Chen Shanshan came out of the kitchen with a bowl of hot noodles.
There was even a piece of luncheon meat and an egg on top of the noodles. Too rich, too luxurious.
Xiaoyu thought this was Li Ming's lunch. But Chen Shanshan put the noodles directly in front of him.
Li Ming said generously, "Eat. My subordinates, Li Ming, must not go hungry.
As long as you can provide me with enough value, I promise that you will be able to eat and drink as much as you want like them in the future." Xiaoyu picked up the bowl of noodles carefully. It smelled so good and tempting. Seeing that Li Ming and others did not stop him, Xiaoyu knew that this bowl of hot noodles was indeed for him. He did not dare to burn his mouth and gobbled it up. In less than 10 seconds, he finished eating a bowl of noodles along with the soup. After Xiao Yuxuan finished the bowl of noodles, he wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeve. He immediately knelt down in front of Li Ming and said with tears in his eyes,
"Thank you, boss. I thought I would never be able to eat a bowl of hot noodles again in my life. I will do my best to serve you, boss. I will do whatever you ask me to do. It is said that man is iron and food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will feel hungry." No one can maintain their former pride after being hungry for a week, and they may even give up their dignity and decency.
Li Ming said unhappily, "Come and work when you're full."
Li Ming asked Xiaoyu to project the surveillance footage of the entire community onto his 100-inch TV screen.
Xiaoyu's 17-inch computer screen was cut into dozens of tiny screens, which made him feel very uncomfortable. After Xiaoyu's quick operation, Li Ming was able to clearly see every corner of the floor on the huge TV screen and even hear the sounds on the scene. Li Ming looked at the screen that was divided into dozens of small screens and asked slowly,
"You have been watching the surveillance video. Do you know where Zhang Haonan and Luo Zijuan went?"
Xiaoyu immediately switched the screen to one of the surveillance cameras, and the location shown on the monitor was outside an electrical well room in the corridor on the 8th floor. After Zhang Haonan was injured, he hid in this electrical well room. He has not been seen coming out yet.
"I wonder if he died in there,"
Li Ming said in a deep voice. "Post his location to the group.
He has killed so many people.
His enemies know his location, and naturally someone will go and take care of him."
Xiao Wu nodded immediately. "Got it, boss."
Then Xiaoyu switched the scene to Zhang Haonan's home.
"Luo Zijuan is here."
After Zhang Haonan and his men were defeated by you, Luo Zijuan couldn't wait to return to Zhang Haonan's house and move the supplies away.
But Luo Zijuan is not the only one who thinks of Zhang Haonan's supplies first.
The moment it was confirmed that Zhang Haonan had lost, some people immediately thought of the batch of supplies and rushed to Zhang Haonan's home. These people just happened to run into Luo Zijuan, so they tied him up. Everyone knew from the live broadcast that Luo Zijuan was Zhang Haonan's girlfriend.
Some people whose families were killed by Zhang Haonan were furious and tortured Luo Zijuan.
She is not in a good condition at the moment. Li Ming was in a good mood when he heard that Luo Zijuan was not in good condition. In the surveillance footage, more than 10 bodies were lying on the floor of Zhang Haonan's house.
These people obviously had a fierce fight for the supplies left by Zhang Haonan. Although the incident has been settled, the survivors were all injured.
At this time, Luo Zijuan was tied to a chair like a plucked chicken. He was covered with bruises and swollen face. It was a horrible sight. She murmured, "Brother, please stop calling me.
I am really Li Ming's girlfriend. Can you please let me call Li Ming?"
The leading man said disdainfully.
"If you were Li Ming's girlfriend, I would still be the Emperor of Bath. Chapter 51 Building-Wide Surveillance. After Xiaoyu sent Zhang Haonan's hiding location to the group. Not long after, 5 middle-aged women holding kitchen knives appeared in front of the power well room on the 8th floor. One of the women clasped her hands together and said to the sky devoutly, "Husband, son, I will kill this beast right now and avenge you. When I avenge you, I will come down to reunite with you as soon as possible. Our family will be together forever." The other 4 women did the same thing, then suddenly opened the door of the power well room and rushed in. After a while, the 5 women came out, each holding a piece of freshly cut meat. In Li Ming's heart, Zhang Haonan was just like a mosquito biting his skin on a daily basis. Even if you slap someone to death, you won't feel anything. Li Ming kept switching the surveillance screens, most of which showed empty corridors, without even a fly. It's freezing cold, and there's a shortage of water and food. Who would go out and waste energy if there's nothing to do? It was not until the scene switched to the first floor underground garage that Li Ming discovered that there were more than a dozen people fighting zombies in the garage. These people are well trained and form a team of 3. There is a good understanding of cooperation between players and between teams. Several zombies that pounced on them were easily killed with their mutual cooperation. From their actions and eyes, it can be seen that these people must do this kind of thing a lot in their daily lives. One of them, a middle-aged man in a military green coat, killed the zombies with swift, fierce, accurate, smooth and powerful movements. Li Ming couldn't help but recall the scene in his previous life when he fought zombies for survival. Li Ming asked Xiaoyu with great interest, "Who is this person? He is so brave." Xiaoyu quickly looked at the information on the computer. This man is Zhang Kai, a retired soldier. He was the security captain of Hoarding Security Company before the end of the world. He currently lives in Building 11, which is currently the most orderly building in the entire community. The day after the official announcement, Zhang Kai used lightning speed to put an end to all the criminal arrogance in Building 11. From then on, he became the boss of Building 11. Under his management, Building 11 was in good order and was the only building that had not experienced riots. In order to obtain supplies, he would organize young men from Building 11 to search for supplies in the underground garage every day. Li Ming suddenly realized that it was no wonder that all the trunks of cars near Building 11 had been pried open. In the time that Xiaoyu was introducing, Zhang Kai had successfully killed 2 zombies and used the big knife in his hand to pry open the trunk of a car. Looking at the supplies in the trunk, a smile flashed across Zhang Kai's serious face. "I'm lucky. There are 3 boxes of mineral water in the trunk. I found 10 boxes of mineral water today. It's enough for now. Brothers, move these mineral waters away quickly. We are making too much noise and will soon attract more zombies. Retreat quickly." The 3 men immediately took the mineral water from the trunk of the car and prepared to evacuate. Just when everyone was rejoicing over today's good harvest, a zombie suddenly jumped out from under the car, opened its sharp teeth and bit one of the men on the neck. "Ball brother!" Everyone immediately screamed and picked up their weapons to smash the zombie's head. It was not until the zombie's head was beaten to pieces that it lost the ability to move and let go of the man it was biting. After killing the zombie, everyone immediately went forward to check the injuries of the man named Brother Ball. "Everyone, disperse. Have you forgotten our discipline?" Zhang Kai roared in a cold and serious voice. "Once a teammate is injured or infected by a zombie, we must immediately move away. Why can't you remember that?" When everyone heard Zhang Kai's stern roar, they immediately retreated and moved away from Ball Brother to a position nearly 10 meters away. "Damn it, how could this happen? Is it true that Ball can't be saved? Don't be silly. How many of our brothers have died before? Have you ever seen anyone who can be saved? Ball is beyond saving. He will turn into a zombie in less than 10 minutes. Everyone, say goodbye to him while he's still conscious." Zhang Kai held a big knife in his hand, looked solemn and serious, and walked up to Brother Chiu with heavy steps. "Xiaoqiu, do you have any last words?" At this time, Ball's face was covered with bloodshot, his pupils were dilated, and his teeth were gradually becoming sharp. His expression showed extreme pain and discomfort, but he still tried his best to control himself. Kai brother, please help me take care of my mom. After I'm gone, she'll be left alone." Zhang Kai made a deep and powerful voice. "Don't worry, Xiaoqiu, I will feed her and she will never go hungry." Ball smiled calmly. "Thank you, go ahead, I don't want to look like that. I don't want to hurt anyone." Zhang Kai raised the big knife in his hand and slashed it down. Phew!
Ball's head fell to the ground, and brown-black blood flowed out.
Looking at the surveillance footage, Li Ming couldn't help but admire.
Zhang Kai is really a character. He is decisive in killing and never drags his feet. Given Ball's condition, if he hesitated for even one more second, it would be dangerous for everyone.
In the end times, the last thing you can have and the thing you should abandon the most is emotion.
Li Ming continued to switch the surveillance images on the LCD TV, and asked Xiaoyu without turning his head.
How much do you know about the other building numbers?
Xiaoyu stared at the information he had recently sorted out on the computer. Except for Building 11, all other buildings in the community have fallen into a state of riot and chaos. Currently, there are only Building 1, Building 3, and Building 9 with strong strength like Shanghaman. Of course, these groups are nothing compared to the Valkyrie Huafian and the Berserker Longkei. However, other buildings without such strong groups are in a more dire situation right now. Most of these buildings have multiple small groups of equal strength, and these groups compete with each other. In order to seize all the supplies in the building as quickly as possible, these small groups raced against time to rob ordinary residents who had no one to rely on. Even among these small groups, group fights often occur, resulting in heavy casualties. Li Ming didn't care about the lives of these people at all.
Anyway, these people could not threaten his safety at all.
Building number 3, Li Ming remembered that the system detected that Ji Yun, who met the requirements, was still in building number 3.
Ever since I replied to her message that time, there has been no news from Ji Yun. Has he been bullied by the bullies in building number 3?
Now his space has 32,000 cubic meters of supplies. In other words, Ji Yun's first blood is worth 32,000 cubic meters of materials, plus system rewards. These are all very attractive to Li Ming. If those guys in building number 3 were so blind and dared to attack Ji Yun, he wouldn't mind clearing out everyone in the entire building. Li Ming switched the surveillance screen to the floor of building 3 where Ji Yun was located. The scene switches to the corridor outside the 28th floor of building 3. Li Ming frowned when he saw several people sneaking into Ji Yun's house.
Who are these people? Li Ming asked Xiaoyu in a deep voice. Is there any way to know the situation inside the house?
Okay.
Xiaoyu said without hesitation, give me 2 minutes.
As soon as he finished speaking, Jinwu began to type non-stop on his computer. Li Ming didn't know how Xiaoyu would find out the situation inside the house without any surveillance. But seeing Xiaoyu's confident look, he didn't ask any more questions.
Gradually, blurry images and noisy sounds appeared on the huge LCD TV. After Xiaoyu's continuous debugging, these blurry images gradually merged into a clear picture. The conversations between the people in the house can also be heard clearly.
Li Ming showed a surprised look and asked curiously.
How did you do it? You installed cameras in her house in such a short time?
Xiaoyu pushed his glasses up proudly.
How is this possible? Installing a camera is not that easy.
I used the program to hack into everyone's cell phones, computers and other devices in the house and controlled the cameras in the house.
But each camera has a different angle.
I can get a complete picture by recombining the images captured by all the cameras. As for the live sound, that's much easier. I just need to select the mobile device with the best and clearest sound.
Chapter 52 All conspiracies and tricks are paper tigers.
After Xiaoyu's careful setup, Li Ming was able to clearly see the entire scene of Ji Yun's home through the surveillance camera, and even hear any sound inside. In room 2803 of building number 3, 5 people were sitting around a round table with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Based on the external characteristics of these people, Xiaoyu quickly found out their true identities. One of the middle-aged couples sitting close together and wearing black down jackets were Ji Yun's father Ji Guohua and mother He Jinoa. Not far from the couple, there was a young man wearing a floral down jacket and with colorful hair.
He was Ji Yun's younger brother Ji Xiaoqiang.
The middle-aged man sitting opposite these 3 people, wearing a mink coat, a thick gold necklace around his neck, and with a square face, is Feng Su, the boss of building number 3. Before the end of the world, Feng Su ran the largest slaughterhouse in Tianhai City. He was cruel and ruthless, and was once imprisoned for several years for injuring people. The last man with black-framed glasses and a clear outline is Lin Guojin, the leader of a small group in building number 4. Before the end of the world, Lin Guojin ran a pet hospital near the community. It was said that he was very skilled in using poison and was known as the Breaking Bad.
Li Ming said in surprise. How could the people in building 4 run to building 3? Aren't they afraid of the zombies in the basement?
Xiaoyu quickly pulled out the structural diagram of the entire community from the computer and displayed it in front of Li Ming. The geographical location of buildings 3 and 4 is quite special, and the distance between the two doors of the basement is very close. As long as you run fast enough, you can avoid the zombies in the basement and go back and forth between the two buildings. In the past, when Li Ming delivered express at Binjiang No. 1 community, he had never been to the underground garage and had no idea about the location of the community garage.
Under surveillance. Hijinoa's sarcastic face showed excitement, and she said greedily, "Boss Feng, Boss Lin, I'm not questioning you, but are you sure you can capture Li Ming alive? You all watched yesterday's live broadcast, right? The two women around him were extraordinary. They killed so many people without blinking an eye. Moreover, Zhang Haonan's pistol also fell into Li Ming's hands."
Li Ming, who was staring at the surveillance camera, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. "I just wanted to see what shameful things these people were doing secretly. I didn't expect that I would end up eating the melon myself.
These people actually plotted to capture me alive. Ha! How interesting."
After hearing the conversation on the surveillance camera, the women behind him exuded a cold, murderous aura.
Huo Fian said coldly, "Brother Ming, these people actually want to capture you alive. Why don't I go and kill them all now?"
Li Ming looked calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him.
"They are just a bunch of ants.
There's no need to get so excited.
Wouldn't it only take a few minutes to kill them?"
Rather than killing them immediately, Li Ming was more curious about what methods they would use to capture him alive.
Under surveillance.
Feng Su snorted coldly, then took out two pistols from his waist and said disdainfully,
"It's just a pistol, who doesn't have one?"
Seeing the pistol in Feng Su's hand, everyone's expressions were extremely shocked, and some even showed fear. But soon the shock and fear turned into surprise and excitement.
At least when it comes to capturing Li Ming alive, Feng Su can be considered a reliable ally.
The stronger the ally, the higher the probability of success of this operation.
Ji Xiaoqiang immediately licked his face, rubbed his hands and walked forward flatteringly, and said to Feng Su,
"Brother Feng really deserves to be the most powerful person in our building number 3. As long as Brother Feng takes action, Li Ming will be captured easily. Only a man like you, Brother Feng, is worthy of being my brother-in-law. Don't worry, as long as I get Li Ming's supplies, I will convince my sister to be with you."
Feng Su patted Ji Xiaoqiang's shoulder with satisfaction, and then said, "The skills of Huo Fian and Long Kei beside Li Ming are indeed not to be underestimated.
Zhang Haonan suffered a great loss and lost his life because he didn't understand the strength of these two people.
But it's okay.
Zhang Haonan used his own life to let us see the strength of these two women. As long as we succeed in subduing these two, we won't have to worry about the gigolo Li Ming behind them."
Ji Xiaoqiang sneered and said with disdain, "No matter how powerful they are just two women. Brother Feng and Brother Lin, don't you have more than 50 people? More than 50 people against two people, what's there to be afraid of?
Besides, Brother Feng has a gun in his hand.
In my opinion, once those two women see how powerful the two bosses are, they will immediately abandon Li Ming, the weakling, and cry and come to your side." There was a burst of cheerful laughter at the scene.
Lin Guojin stood up and said slowly,
"I don't know what that kid Li Ming did to them.
They seem to be particularly loyal to Li Ming and obey his orders. So, we still have to be cautious and not end up like Zhang Haonan."
Feng Su gently wiped the pistol in his hand and said cautiously,
"So we have to take advantage of this opportunity when Li Ming comes to meet Ji Yun, set up ambushes all around in advance, and set traps to ensure that nothing goes wrong."
"I have another one."
Lin Guojin took out a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Hijinoa. "This bottle contains a powerful drug. If an elephant takes even a drop, it will lose consciousness immediately. When Li Ming and his group come in, you can entertain them warmly and make them all drink these drugs. If you can trick him into drinking these drugs, we can save a lot of effort."
Hijinoa took the drug from Lin Guojin and asked, "What if they don't drink it?"
Lin Guojin smiled slyly.
"If they don't drink, then we can only release the fog we set up in advance.
Although the medicinal effect of these mists is not as strong as drinking them directly, if the human body inhales even a little bit, the whole body will become weak and powerless.
Huo Fian and Long Kei will also completely lose the ability to resist." Ji Xiaoqiang's eyes immediately flashed with a gleam of light. "Brother Lin, you mean that Huo Fian and Long Kei will completely lose their ability to resist, but they will still be conscious, right?"
Lin Guojin nodded slightly.
Ji Xiaoqiang immediately shouted excitedly, "Ha, that's awesome.
They have no ability to resist and they are conscious, so we can play however we want." Ji Guohua immediately understood his son's idea and his expression instantly became excited. Son, there just happened to be two of them, so we can play mixed doubles, huh? He Jinhua, who was standing by, suddenly became upset and grabbed Ji Guo's ear.
Mixed doubles? Do you think I'm dead? Or are you hoping I'll die? Just kidding, let me go, it hurts.
Ji Guo screamed in horror.
Okay, all of you, be quiet and finish your business first. Feng Su yelled at them angrily, and then continued. To be absolutely sure, we will also set up various traps in your home. Once they are inside your home, you guide them to sit in the position where the trap is set.
At the same time, all of our brothers, more than 50 people, were lying in ambush around the house.
As long as the order is given, everyone will rush forward at the same time.
2 fists are no match for 4 hands.
No matter how powerful Huofian and Long K are, I don't believe they can kill all 50 of us. We have set up 4 lines of defense. I believe that Li Ming and his men will have a hard time escaping this time. Happy laughter rang out again at the round table. In room 2202, building 7.
After Feng Su told them all about their plan to capture Li Ming alive, Long K sighed.
Drugs, fog, traps, ambushes. These guys really put a lot of thought into capturing our brother Ming alive. Huofian, Long K and Chen Shanshan all looked eager to try. As long as Li Ming gave the order, they would immediately rush to Ji Yun's house and chop all those conspirators to pieces. Only the new member Yi Jiuqi looked worried.
Although her own strength increased a lot after she took the chocolate-like black pill that Li Ming gave her,
even the speed and reaction have made a qualitative leap.
However, she had never experienced a fight and had no idea of Li Ming's true strength.
Yi Jiuqi said nervously. Brother Ming, these guys are beasts, and they are outnumbered and well prepared. Why don't we not provoke them?
Li Ming calmly touched Yi Jiuqi's head.
In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are just paper tigers. Chapter 53. Everything is under control. In room 2803, building 3.
Feng Su and Lin Guojin had just left Ji Yun's home with their younger brothers when Ji Yun walked out of the room with a cold face.
You are simply setting yourself on fire by doing this. Don't you know that?
Li Ming is able to firmly control Huofian and Long K, who are so powerful.
Do you really think he is that simple?
His true strength may be even stronger than Huofian and Long K.
If he knew that you teamed up with Feng Su and Lin Guojin to trick him, would he let you go so easily? Even if you really manage to capture Li Ming alive and take the supplies from him, how can you be sure that Feng Su will hand them over to you? If I were Feng Su, I would definitely kill you like dogs the first time I succeeded. Of course, I won't have a good ending either.
I'll just be played around by them in turn. Ji Yun's tone was extremely flat, so flat that it seemed as if what she was talking about had nothing to do with her.
Ji Xiaocheng's face was full of disdain. He couldn't stand Ji Yun's condescending attitude the most. She always looked at him as if he was an idiot. Are you the smartest lawyer in this world? I'm telling you, we're going to win this time.
As Ji Xiaocheng spoke, he walked to the place where Feng Su had just sat, picked up the half bottle of mineral water that Feng Su had left, and poured it into his mouth without caring whether it was hygienic or not.
Anyway, as long as you know that you won tea turn into a zombie after drinking it.
These mineral waters were all brought by Feng Su himself. The water source of their Ji family had long been controlled by He Jinhua.
There is a fixed amount of drink each person should drink every day. Didn't my parents and I think of what you just said? We have already analyzed this situation. I've already inquired about Li Ming.
He would never take the initiative to kill anyone, unless someone threatened him like Zhang Haonan did.
And even if he really wins and kills Feng Su and Lin Guojin, he definitely won't dare to attack me. Why? Because I'm your good brother.
As long as you're with him, I'll be his brother-in-law.
Believe it or not, I can slap him in the face and he won't dare to say a word. But I don't believe Li Ming really has this ability. If he did, he would have gone crazy killing people in the entire community. At that time, he would have no problem with any woman he wanted. Even if Feng Su wins, as long as you are good friends with him, I will still be his brother-in-law. How can one let his brother-in-law starve in this world, let alone slaughter me like a dog? When I have Feng Su as my brother-in-law, I will be able to dominate Building 3 and even the entire community. My heart itches just thinking about those poor women waiting for me to save them. He Jinhua looked at Ji Xiaocheng with a kind smile in her eyes, full of love and pride. Our Bauer is smart. Who is Li Ming? Who is Feng Su? They are all manipulated by our Bauer.
Anyway, no matter who wins in the end, as long as your sister marries him, we will be the mother-in-law and brother-in-law. By that time, women like Huofian and Long Kei will be vying to become our Bauer's woman.
But don't overwork yourself in the future. Playing with that thing too much will damage your energy.
Ji Yun shook her head helplessly and snorted.
Ha!
I thought your method of winning was so brilliant, but in the end you just sold me to those men. As a matter of course, her mother and brother sucked all her blood before the end of the world. When the end of the world comes, the only way to obtain supplies is by selling yourself. Ji Xiaoqian, who has always lived under the protection of Hijinoa, has never experienced the dangers of society.
Who cares about these evil people? In the face of absolute interests and power, they can even kill their own parents.
Not to mention the brothers-in-law and mothers-in-law all over the street. Hijinoa looked at Ji Yun, her eyes no longer showing any kindness, and she said viciously,
"What are you saying about your brother? He's doing this for your own good. If I don't find you a strong man, do you think you can survive in this apocalypse by yourself? It's really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin who doesn't know a kind heart. It's better to raise a dog than to raise an ungrateful wolf like you."
Ji Yun seemed to have long been accustomed to Hijinoa's groundless abuse and was too lazy to argue with her anymore. She had already seen through the moral character of her parents and her younger brother. Deep down, I had already given up any hope for these so-called family members. She doesn't care which man they will sell herself to in the end. Because she has made up her mind that if the other party forces her to do something she doesn't want to do, she will commit suicide immediately. It can be regarded as returning this life to this pair of ruthless parents. Ji Yun held tightly in both hands the fruit knife that had been prepared in her pocket. Feng Su and Lin Guojin, who left Ji Yun's house, also parted ways in the corridor and each began to prepare tools to capture Li Ming alive.
As soon as Lin Guojin left, Feng Su's subordinate Sun Jiu came to Feng Su and said in a deep voice, "Boss, are you really going to split those supplies equally with the two families? I'm afraid my brothers won't accept it." Feng Su slapped Sun Jiu on the head and showed an evil smile. "Ha, split it equally? Am I the kind of person who would share the meat I have eaten with others? They are just my pawns and my prey. Ha ha. After the deed is done, the Su family of 3 can immediately kill them and throw them out to feed the zombies. That Ji Yun is indeed a rare beauty. Tell the brothers that I will never keep her to myself. After I have had enough fun with her, she will belong to all of us brothers." When Sun Jiu heard that he could play with the beautiful Ji Yun, he immediately became excited. Although they have captured quite a few women during this period, the quantity of goods in building number 3 cannot keep up. In the whole building, only this older single woman Ji Yun can be considered a beauty. If she wasn't still useful, Feng Su and his men would have broken into Ji Yun's house and molested her long ago. "Thank you, boss. We brothers will try our best. But boss, why did you drag Lin Guojin and his gang into this? They are not as easy to deal with as the Ji family of 3. If they can't get the supplies afterwards, I'm afraid they won't give up." Feng Su slapped Sun Jiu on the head again and said angrily, "You've been following me for so long, why aren't you any smarter? Lin Guojin is really good at using poison. If he can successfully drug Li Ming and the others, the whole process will go much more smoothly. You have seen the fighting ability of Huofian and Long Kei. When the truth is revealed, won't someone hold them back? Lin Guojin and his group are the best cannon fodder, and can also reduce the casualties of our brothers. After this is done, those 10 or so people dare to make demands on us? I can easily kill them." As soon as he returned to building number 4, Lin Guojin comforted his 3 most capable brothers, 3 huge and ferocious wolfhounds. Lin Guojin's girlfriend Ai Wei shyly threw herself on Lin Guojin and said worriedly, "Guojin, can Feng Su really be trusted? I don't think he's a good person." Lin Guojin threw a dying man into a dog cage and watched the 3 wolfhounds bite the man madly until the man was completely dead. "In the end times, no one is more reliable than my 3 brothers, including you." Ivy acted coquettishly and punched Lin Guojin's chest a few times. "Since Feng Su and his men are not trustworthy, why are you still cooperating with them? They are not good men and women." Lin Guojin showed an evil look. "Isn't the person I just threw into the dog cage also a complete villain? In the end, I ended up feeding him to the dogs. Don't I know what Feng Su is planning? He just wants to use us as cannon fodder. Even if we finally got the supplies, they still wouldn't give us a grain of rice or a bottle of water. While he treated me as prey, I also treated him as prey. As long as I seize this opportunity and bring him down,
plus the supplies in Li Ming's hands, I can become the last power controller of Building 3 and Building 4, and even become the strongest king in the community. Huge risks often mean huge gains, and he couldn't wait to pocket all of Feng Su's. Looking at the bloody scene of the 3 wolfhounds in the dog cage gnawing at organs crazily, Lin Guojin's smile became even more sinister.
Chapter 54, Subjugating Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu had successfully hacked into their mobile phones early on with his superb technical means, so that Li Ming knew everything they said and did. Li Ming was not at all surprised by these people's thoughts and actions. In the last days, such conspiracies, mutual exploitation, and betrayal are extremely common. The relationship between hunter and prey often exists at the same time. Anyone who is capable would like to obtain more resources in this way in order to survive. But this time, they chose the wrong person. Li Ming didn't care at all about the plans of Feng Su, Lin Guojin, and others. He just watched the fun. Not to mention that their every move was under Li Ming's surveillance. Even if they were ambushed and attacked without any preparation, it would be difficult for Li Ming to panic at all. In the face of the crushing power of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are futile and meaningless. Li Ming glanced at Xiaoyu, who was standing next to him, unkempt and seemingly harmless. Compared to second-rate characters like Feng Su and Lin Guojin, Xiaoyu, who once hacked into the White House server, made him more concerned. Although it is unclear whether Xiaoyu's words are bragging. However, being able to hack into all the devices in the community in such a short time has already shown that Xiaoyu's words are 80% credible. Even the security level of Feng Su and others' mobile phones is incomparable to the security level of the White House service in the United States. But at least it can be proved that Xiaoyu has the ability to monitor everyone in the entire community at any time. Of course, this monitoring scope also covers oneself.
He doesn't want to be under surveillance at any time.
As for Xiaoyu, either make him completely yours, or completely destroy him. Xiaoyu felt that Li Ming's gaze towards him was becoming increasingly profound, and he couldn't help but feel a chill running through his body. What he feared most before coming was that Li Ming would suspect that he had used this technology to monitor him. Although he had indeed never monitored Li Ming's every move, he was unable to prove his innocence at this moment. Xiaoyu said with a mixture of respect and fear.
"Boss, you have to believe me. I have never monitored your phone or any device around you. I never have before and I will never do that in the future."
Li Ming didn't believe a word Xiaoyu said.
He even monitored Zhang Haonan and the entire community.
How could such a cautious person just forget himself? However, this is not what Li Ming cares about. At the moment, Li Ming only cares about whether Xiaoyu can be used by him. Li Ming's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an unpredictable smile.
"Do you like men or women?"
Scared?
Xiaoyu's eyes widened and his jaw almost dropped in shock. What kind of weird question was this?
Of course, what he likes is women, and the 2T videos hidden in his computer are enough to prove it. His right hand, which has been with him for more than 20 years, can also testify to this. But seeing Li Ming's frivolous eyes, he subconsciously took a step back and pulled at his clothes.
"Boss, I'm selling my skills, I will never sell my chastity." "Who wants your chastity?" "I'm asking whether you like men or women."
Li Ming asked unhappily. Of course I like women, so I will never sell my chastity." Xiaoyu's words were evasive, not daring to look directly into Li Ming's eyes. Li Ming covered his eyes and shook his head. It seemed that Xiaoyu had misunderstood something.
"Since you like women, there should be no problem."
He then took out a Zhongnu pill from the space.
This was the first time he used the Zhongnu pill on a man, and he had no idea how the man would react after taking the Zhongnu pill.
I hope she won't be like Huofian and the others, staring at him with such burning eyes all the time. It's okay if it's a beautiful woman, but if a man keeps staring at him like that, he would rather kill Xiaoyu. He couldn't stand having a man around him staring at him with such passionate eyes all the time. Li Ming threw the Zhongnuan in his hand towards Xiaoyu.
"You have two choices, either take this pill and become my subordinate, or die."
Xiaoyu took the pill that looked like a marshmallow chocolate and threw it to him by Li Ming, not knowing whether it was poison or not. He was still struggling with the decision of whether to eat or not when he heard Huofian's sweet voice behind him.
"Don't worry, this is a tonic.
Only those approved by our brother Ming are qualified to take it.
If Brother Ming wants to kill you, it would be a piece of cake.
There's no need to go through so much trouble."
Jin Wu sighed.
Indeed, if Li Ming wanted to kill him, there was no need to resort to such despicable means as poisoning. With the abilities of Huofian and Long Kei, a simple cut on their necks would be enough to kill them. Although he was not sure what the reaction would be after taking this pill, Li Ming said that as long as he took this pill, he could become his subordinate.
Isn't it for this purpose that I risked my life to come here and show my abilities to Li Ming?
Even if he had the ability to monitor the dynamics of the community, with his frail body, he couldn't even beat a fierce woman, so it was extremely difficult for him to obtain supplies on his own.
Moreover, the supplies in the community are limited and will eventually run out.
Only by clinging to the thighs of the strong can he have a chance to survive.
Li Ming's team is a very good choice.
Thinking of this, Xiaoyu no longer hesitated, picked up the Zhongnu pill in his hand and swallowed it. The next second, Xiaoyu's eyes widened and he felt his whole body filled with strength, a feeling he had never experienced before. At this moment, he seemed to feel that he could fight against tigers and lions.
This feeling is really great.
At the same time, Li Ming's image instantly became noble, majestic, and full of brilliance in his heart, and the majesty he exuded could not be violated by anyone. Xiaoyu was deeply impressed by Li Ming's glorious image and majestic spirit, and knelt on one knee in front of Li Ming respectfully and humbly.
Xiaoyu is willing to respect you as my master, obey your orders, follow your orders, and be loyal to you until death. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that men's reactions after taking Zhongnu pills were indeed different from those of women.
If he was really like Huafian and the others, Li Ming would definitely kill him without mercy. After taking the Zhongnu pill, Xiaoyu could no longer tell a lie in front of Li Ming.
Li Ming asked in a deep voice. Is it true that you hacked into the White House server? Xiaoyu didn't dare to look up, and said cautiously. Master, it's absolutely true.
In the ranking of the world's top hacker websites, my ability can be ranked in the top 3.
Li Ming showed a satisfied smile.
He didn't expect that there was such a great man hidden in this community.
I really found a treasure this time. If someone wants to deal with me in the future, it will be much easier to obtain information about the other party.
I just didn't expect that a technical genius like Xiaoyu could not escape the fate of 996 and overtime work in China.
Li Ming continued to ask Xiaoyu. You really have never tampered with our equipment?
Xiaoyu's whole body trembled slightly, and his posture changed from kneeling on one knee to kneeling on both knees.
Master, I deserve to die. I deceived you.
From the beginning of the end of the world till now, your every move has been under my surveillance. I also recorded a video of you and the other sisters' behavior and saved it on my computer. I plan to enjoy it slowly in the future.
Huafian, Long Kei, Chen Shanshan, and Yi Zheqi all looked unhappy.
Ah!
The house was instantly filled with screams like a dog being beaten.
Xiaoyu's physical attributes were strengthened 10 times by Chunumaru, so there was no need to worry about him being damaged.
Chapter 55 Anti-S Idea.
Xiaoyu, who had been beaten by the crowd for nearly 10 minutes, was now kneeling in front of the dining table with his hands raised high above his head, with a bruised face. Li Ming and 4 beauties sat around the dining table, leisurely enjoying the beef hot pot. Long Kei deliberately put a piece of steaming hot beef dipped in carefully prepared sesame sauce into Xiaoyu's mouth with a slurp, and the sauce flowed down the corners of her mouth.
Xiaoyu was drooling with greed.
He hadn't tasted meat for nearly 10 days and had almost forgotten what beef tasted like.
I'm so hungry. The bowl of egg noodles that Chen Shanshan had just cooked was poured into his stomach before he could even taste it. Long Kei showed a playful smile. Want to eat? Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Dream on. How dare you record my video?
I'll make you jealous to death. Long Kei raised her hand and made a gesture as if to hit someone.
Xiaoyu cast a dim gaze towards Li Ming.
Master, I promise that I have handed over all those videos to you. I would never dare to keep anything to myself. He looked at the various ingredients in the pot and couldn't help licking his lips.
Master, can you give me a sip of soup, just one sip? It seems that in the face of extreme hunger and thirst, even a divine creature like Chunumaru cannot compete.
Xiaoyu finally couldn't bear the torture of hunger and thirst anymore, so he asked for food.
Want to drink?
Li Ming picked up the beef soup in his hand and poured it directly to the ground.
Drink it.
Xiaoyu knew very well that this was a punishment from his master, so without any hesitation, he crawled on the ground and stuck out his tongue to absorb the soup that spilled on the ground.
Everyone felt relieved when they saw Xiaoyu licking the beef soup on the ground like a dog. Although they are all absolutely loyal to Li Ming, they also have 100% autonomy. No one can accept being monitored without their consent, or even being videotaped.
If they hadn't all worked for Li Ming, they would never have forgiven Xiaoyu so easily. After dinner, Li Ming handed over the intelligence monitoring work of the entire community to Xiaoyu. After all, he was a technical expert in this area. Xiaoyu must report to him the movements of everyone in the community once a day. If there is any emergency, it must be reported to Li Ming immediately. He was not afraid of powerful groups composed of ordinary people like Feng Su and Lin Guojin. It has been nearly 10 days since the end of the world. Among the 20 million people in Tianhai City, at least 10 million have been infected by the zombie virus and turned into zombies. Even if the probability of an infected person awakening superpowers is only 1 in 10,000, there are probably 1,000 people with superpowers in the entire Tianhai City. There might even be someone with a system like his. After all, in his previous life, Li Ming awakened this system 1 month after the end of the world. In other words, someone stronger than him may appear at any time, perhaps in the community where he is currently located. This forced Li Ming to be on guard. It turns out that we still need to increase the number of members of the women's army as soon as possible to make ourselves stronger. This Ji Yun must be captured as soon as possible. Bang bang bang. There was a rapid knock on the door. Judging from the sound alone, these people outside the door are completely rude. Li Ming couldn't help but frown. Who is it? Aren't you afraid of death? Xiaoyu immediately got up from the ground and turned on the surveillance camera to check the situation outside the door. Through surveillance, we can see that there are 7 or 8 middle-aged and elderly women standing outside the door, and the leader of this group of old ladies is Aunt Cheng from the neighborhood committee. Behind them were 3 young men holding up live broadcast equipment. Xiaoyu quickly checked his phone, and sure enough, everything that happened here was being broadcast live to everyone's phone by the 3 young men behind the group of old ladies. Xiaoyu turned around and looked at Li Ming cautiously. Master, do you want to block their live broadcast room? Li Ming smiled evilly. No need, although I don't know what they are planning. At this time, Aunt Cheng continued to bang on the door impatiently, shouting. Li Ming, I know you are in there, don't hide, open the door for me. Li Ming snorted coldly. Hide? When did he hide? It was just those old sisters-in-law. Why should he hide? Bang bang bang. There was another hurried knock on the door. Li Ming was a little impatient at this time and signaled Huofian to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Aunt Cheng's rapid, high-pitched and extremely aggressive voice was heard. Are you deaf? We elders have been knocking on the door for so long but you didn't open it. Do you want to freeze us to death? The old sisters-in-law behind her also cursed. That's right, you don't have any manners at all. With so many people hiding at home, you should open the door immediately when you hear someone knocking. Don't you understand this? Hey! They say these delivery guys are at the bottom of society. How can they be educated? This is normal. TSK. He's just a food delivery guy who stockpiled some supplies before the disaster and dares to put on airs here. In this community, who isn't a big boss with a net worth of over 10 million? This group of old sisters-in-law cursed and planned to push away Huofian in front of them and break directly into Li Ming's house. However, Aunt Cheng pushed Huofian hard several times, but Huofian's body remained motionless. Aunt Cheng's face darkened, and she then remembered that Huofian was a Valkyrie who could easily kill men, and it was impossible for an old woman like her, who was about 60 years old, to move her. But Aunt Cheng was not afraid of the so-called Valkyrie in front of her. She thought that she was different from those scumbags like Zheng Haonan, and she was here on behalf of the official to reason with Li Ming. What's more, the 3 guys behind were broadcasting everything here live to the community group. Could it be that Li Ming dared to attack her, the official representative, in public? Aunt Cheng glanced at Huofian fearlessly and said arrogantly. Get out of my way now. I am representing the authorities today and I have something very important to inform Li Ming. Bang! Long Kei slammed an axe to the ground. The cursing voices of the group of old ladies stopped abruptly. If you have anything to say, talk outside the door. If anyone dares to step in here again, I will chop him off immediately. Aunt Cheng immediately put her hands on her hips and yelled angrily. Who are you trying to scare? I am an official representative. If you dare to attack us, you are openly defying the organization. For your behavior, the organization will punish you severely according to the law sooner or later. We will never tolerate it. Do you understand? Although she said this, her body still honestly took 2 steps back. She was really afraid that this tiger woman Long Kei would really take action. But at the same time, she was extremely eager to enter Li Ming's house. After all, it was so warm inside. Although the temperature in front of Li Ming's door was not as cold as outside, it was still around -10 degrees Celsius. Inside Li Ming's house, Aunt Cheng could feel it by standing outside the door, at least 20 degrees.
And the smell coming from Li Ming's house also includes the aroma of beef hot pot.
Smelling this fragrance, all the old sisters-in-law behind her couldn't help swallowing.
This is the taste of beef hot pot. Oh my god, everyone in our community is freezing and starving, and they actually have the conditions to eat beef hot pot? It smells so good. When I get their supplies, I want to have a bite of this beef hot pot. And their house is so warm, they are only wearing short-sleeved home clothes at home. These people are such despicable people. They only care about enjoying themselves here and don't care about the lives of the neighbors in the whole community. The neighbors in the live broadcast room of the group also began to criticize after hearing the statements of the old sisters-in-law. How can this person be so selfish? He has hoarded so many supplies for himself. What's wrong with sharing some with us? That's right, we don't want it for nothing. Can't we buy it for 100 times the price?
As a courier, he probably won't be able to make that much money in his lifetime.
He doesn't know how to cherish opportunities at all. I've already said he's a courier, how could there be such a situation? He thought this disaster would never end. Chapter 56. Do you have any misunderstandings about me?
Long K couldn't stand the ugly faces of these old sisters-in-law, and said impatiently,
"What on earth do you want? If you don't have anything to do, get out of here and stop yelling in front of other people's doors."
Seeing that Long K was so disrespectful to them, the old sisters-in-law immediately lost their defense and pointed at Long K and cursed.
"Hey! How do you talk to your elders like that? Do you have any manners?"
Birds of a feather flocked together. It turns out that the women around the couriers are not very good.
That's right, isn't she just a bitch who sells her body for food? How dare you talk to us like this?
Long K was immediately furious. She swung her axe and glared coldly at the 7 old ladies outside the door. At this time, Li Ming walked out of the house slowly, stood in the entrance hall with his arms folded across his chest and a wicked smile on his face.
"Tell me, why are you looking for me?"
When Aunt Cheng saw Li Ming, her face was full of sarcasm, and she said in a sarcastic tone,
"Xiao Li. It's really not easy to meet you. People who don't know you would think you are some big boss. Good fellow."
He called Li Ming Xiao Li right from the start.
This kind of address is usually used by respected elders or leaders in the family to address their subordinates.
By calling out this, Aunt Cheng directly defined Li Ming's identity as her junior or subordinate.
Aunt Cheng, on the other hand, put on a condescending attitude.
Li Ming ignored her and waited calmly for Aunt Cheng to continue. Seeing that Li Ming did not refute, Aunt Cheng continued with a smug look on her face. "It has been almost 10 days since the disaster. In order to respond to the spirit of mutual assistance and overcoming the disaster together, the community decided to set up a disaster relief committee, with me as the chairman.
My current identity represents the official and the organization. If you disobey, you are going against the organization. You should know the consequences.
I am now officially notifying you that you must hand over all the supplies you have hoarded, and our committee will distribute them uniformly. Of course, we will allocate you twice as much supplies as others every day. If you can cooperate, after the disaster, I will personally write a letter to the organization and ask them to give you the reward you deserve.
In addition, we are also going to requisition your house. There are many elderly people in the community who cannot stand the cold. You must give up your house to them. You are all young people and can handle the cold. We will find another house with a relatively better environment for you to live in. Xiao Li. This is a rare opportunity for you to work for the organization, you must seize it."
After Aunt Cheng finished speaking with pride on her face, she also reminded Li Ming earnestly, as if she was really speaking in the tone of a senior leader talking to ordinary people. Aunt Cheng was extremely excited at this moment. Soon, she will be able to live in this warm house, humming little songs and eating hot pot.
The thought of it is so wonderful.
This disaster relief committee was also an idea she came up with on the spur of the moment. The disaster has been going on for nearly 10 days, and there has been no official news yet. She must find a way to save herself. Ever since she learned of Li Ming's true identity as a courier, she felt that with her status before the apocalypse, she could easily control and torture Li Ming. After all, ordinary people like Li Ming, who are at the bottom of society, would be humble when seeing someone with a certain official title. Before the end of the world, she was just the director of the neighborhood committee, but she could make these people afraid to even fart.
This Aunt Cheng is too much. She wants all of Li Ming's belongings and his house.
If I were Li Ming, I would not obey.
After Aunt Chang gets Li Ming's supplies, will she really share them with us? TSK. You believe what this old hag says? I guarantee that if she got Li Ming's supplies, half of them would go into her own pocket. It's funny. What's the name of the chairman of the Disaster Management Committee?
She just gave it to herself. This is the first time I have seen someone so shameless as to give himself a promotion.
Li Ming sneered, what if I don't obey?
An old lady who looked like Grandma Liehua jumped out from behind Aunt Chang and yelled.
How dare you disobey? You're just a courier, why are you so cocky? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you.
Li Ming was deeply impressed by this old sister-in-law who looked like a flaming grandmother. This old sister-in-law is the nemesis of all the couriers in this area. Almost all of them have had a lot of wages deducted due to complaints from her. Li Ming had sent her express deliveries several times, and each time he requested a refund on the grounds that the express delivery was damaged. He also had his salary deducted for several months because of this.
Li Ming was amused. I didn't deliver the package to you, why are you complaining about me? Grandma Liehua was so angry that her face turned red. She pointed at Li Ming and yelled, I don't care. I'm going to complain about you. If you want to complain, just complain. It's up to you. Li Ming said calmly.
Seeing that Li Ming didn't get angry when Grandma Liehua spoke to him like that, Aunt Chang felt even more proud. Before coming, she was really afraid that Li Ming would treat them the same way he treated Zheng Haonan and his gang, and kill them all without saying a word. That's why she gave some benefits to the 3 guys who were operating the live broadcast equipment behind her, allowing them to broadcast the situation here live in the community. She just didn't believe that Li Ming would dare to kill a state official in public. She considered herself a state official. Aunt Chang certainly knew that it was impossible to ask Li Ming to willingly hand over all the supplies in the house. Her strategy was to ask for a high price at first, and then gradually relax the conditions, so that Li Ming would be more receptive and eventually be willing to give her some of the supplies. Aunt Chang smiled and said to Li Ming earnestly, Xiao Li, I know it's hard for you to accept handing over all your supplies at once, but this is the organization's intention. If you are willing to cooperate, Aunt Chang will help you apply to the organization. You only need to hand over 70% of the supplies. As for your house, it has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. We will reserve 1 room for you to use, and you don't have to move out. Wouldn't it be warmer if you guys were all huddled in 1 room? That's what everyone does anyway. If you agree, then we'll make it a deal. Aunt Chang and the old sisters-in-law behind her were all smiling happily, as if they felt that they had given Li Ming a great gift, and that Li Ming would definitely agree to this condition. Li Ming sneered, then laughed in anger. Ha, do you have any misunderstanding about me? Why do you think I'm someone who's easy to talk to? Aunt Chang, who thought Li Ming would definitely agree, shouted angrily. Li Ming, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Do you really want to go against the organization? I'm telling you, if you don't cooperate, we have the right to ask you to leave this community immediately. Huo Fian stared at Aunt Chang and said coldly. It's ridiculous. I bought this house with my own money. What right do you have to drive us away? Leave now while you still have a chance. Grandma Liehua put her hands on her hips, stepped forward aggressively and said. It's true that the house is yours, but this Li Ming has seriously affected the harmony and safety of our community. Besides, he's just a stinky courier. What right does he have to live in the same neighborhood with us? Binjiang No. 1 community is a famous high-end community in Tianhai City. Not all cats and dogs can live here. What's more, we represent the official and the organization, and we have the right to drive him away. Chapter 57, let me give you some practice. Are they crazy? They still want to drive Li Ming out of the community? Aren't they really afraid that Huo Fian will kill them all? Ha, this is hilarious. These old ladies still think this is the end of the world, and as long as they act like a spoiled brat, others will indulge them. Li Ming may not dare to attack them. After all, Aunt Chang is a public official. Killing them is different from killing Zhang Haonan and the others. Crappy public servant, just a street office director, at most a career position. Li Ming crossed his arms, smiled harmlessly, and said calmly. Shanshan, you didn't have a chance to fight back when Zhang Haonan and his gang came to your house yesterday. Let these guys give you some practice. Practice? Doesn't that mean they're going to kill us like Zhang Haonan and his gang? The three young men who were responsible for operating the live broadcast equipment behind the group of old ladies reacted much faster than them. They seemed to notice that something was increasingly wrong with Li Ming's eyes, and they were terrified. One of the young men quickly threw away the device in his hand and said with trembling lips,
Li Ming, this is none of our business. We just took a little benefit from Aunt Chang.
We are not accomplices. After saying that, he pulled up the other two young men and said hurriedly,
Hurry up and run. Are you still waiting to die here? We have all been used by Aunt Chang, this old Biden.
Seeing these three people abandoning their live broadcast equipment and running away like they were running for their lives, Aunt Chang couldn't help but curse. You three cowards, return my 6 bottles of water and 6 packs of instant noodles to me. We agreed to broadcast the live broadcast until we leave safely. These young people nowadays really have no integrity at all.
However, the 3 young men had already disappeared.
An old lady behind Aunt Chang seemed to sense something was wrong and stepped forward to tug at Aunt Chang's clothes. President, why don't we leave first and wait for the people from the organization to arrive before we settle accounts with them? At this time, Aunt Chang was also extremely frightened. Her greatest reliance was the live broadcast of the 3 young men.
She bet that Li Ming would not dare to attack the unarmed women in front of so many people. Unexpectedly, these 3 cowards didn't even want the equipment and ran away alone.
As the chairperson of the Disaster Relief Committee she personally established, she tried her best to maintain her authority.
Li, I'll give you another day to think about it.
I hope you can think it through and not end up in a dead end.
This is really a test given to you by the organization.
I hope you can seize this great opportunity and contribute to the country. The old sister-in-law who had just yelled that she wanted to complain to Li Ming said in a tolerant tone.
Yes.
Li Ming, you have to trust the organization and trust us.
We are all doing this for your own good.
Maybe because of your righteousness this time, you helped the neighbors get through this difficult time, and the organization will remember your kindness and give you an official position in the future.
You don't have to be angry. We are only responsible for delivering the organization's spirit to your door. We have no ill will towards you.
Although the 3 young men threw the live broadcast equipment on the ground and could no longer see the image of Aunt Chang and the others, everyone could hear the sound clearly.
Wow! The older you are, the spicier you are. Even at this time, you can still say such shameless words. Is Li Ming really going to attack them? They don't have the ability to fight back at all.
There is nothing that a gigolo like Li Ming, a devil, can't do.
This Aunt Chang is so naive, she thinks she can control Li Ming by setting up an official organization. No one is a fool these days.
After Aunt Chang and the others said a few nice words, they immediately turned around and prepared to escape. However, when they turned around, they found that Chen Shanshan had appeared behind them at some point, completely blocking their way of escape. The old sisters-in-law were so frightened when they saw the 2 silver boning knives tightly held in Chen Shanshan's hands that they trembled all over. These 2 boning knives were purchased by Li Ming from the Walmart warehouse. When he asked Chen Shanshan to choose a suitable weapon, Chen Shanshan immediately set her eyes on these 2 sharp boning knives. Aunt Chang mustered up her courage, stared at Chen Shanshan who was blocking the road, and yelled,
What do you want to do? Everyone in the community knows that we are here. If anything happens to us, you won't be able to escape. Attacking a state official is a capital crime. I advise you to think carefully about this.
Grandma Liewa lifted the 2 lumps on her chest and stomped forward with her heavy body weighing more than 150 pounds.
Who are you trying to scare, you little bitch holding 2 knives? I've seen all kinds of big scenes. Half of the bath centers in Tianhai City are owned by me. I have people in both the black and white worlds. If you dared to talk to me like this before, the grass on your grave would be. Break! Chen Shanshan waved the boning knife in her hand expressionlessly and gently scratched Grandma Liewa's neck.
Blood gushed out from the wound on Grandma Liewa's neck like a fountain. The wound Chen Shanshan suffered from the sliding was very shallow and would not be fatal, but her aorta was cut and Grandma Liewa lost her ability to move. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her neck tightly. Aunt Chang and the remaining old ladies looked at Grandma Liewa who had collapsed on the ground, and they were suddenly horrified and panicked.
For a moment, they seemed to have lost the ability to speak.
They stared at Grandma Liewa who was lying on the ground with wide eyes, unable to make a sound. Grandma Liewa's blood flowed to the discarded camera, and everyone watching the live broadcast could see Grandma Liewa's blood through the camera.
Did Li Ming and his men really do it? The other party was just an unarmed middle-aged woman. How could he be so cruel? he is simply a demon.
He slaughtered unarmed people like this, how is he any different from Zhang Haonan and his gang? We must preserve the evidence and make this devil pay the price in the future.
How can it be the same?
Zhang Haonan and his men took the initiative to attack and massacre the residents of the community.
If you don't provoke Li Ming, they won't bother to pay attention to you. Ha! Well done.
These old Bidens deserve to be killed. They used the name of the community to embezzle Li Ming's supplies.
You even dare to covet someone else's house. You are so shameless. You deserve it.
The several old sisters-in-law behind Aunt Chang came to their senses in horror. At this time, they extremely regretted being instigated by Aunt Chang and coming to cause trouble for Li Ming. Aunt Chang had assured them many times that Li Ming would never dare to attack them, so they dared to follow him. Otherwise, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare. Several old ladies immediately knelt down in front of Chen Shanshan, begging for mercy with trembling sobs.
Little girl, please let us go. It's all Aunt Chang's fault. Everything was her idea.
We were bewitched by her and followed her here. Yes, we didn't receive any official notice about setting up a disaster management committee. This was all Aunt Chang's idea. The purpose was to trick everyone into handing over all the supplies they had. He said that as long as it was done in the name of the government, Li Ming would not dare to resist.
Everyone is afraid of the government. Asking Li Ming to hand over the materials is only the first step. As long as Li Ming obeys, other owners will not dare to disobey.
The more stubbornly they resist, the more we will kill them as a warning to the rest. This way, we can gather all the supplies in the community, and then use them to hire a few highly skilled men to protect us. These old sisters-in-law told their plans all at once.
Aunt Chang was furious.
She stamped her feet and pointed at the old sisters-in-law and cursed.
You're talking nonsense. This is the result of our discussion. You clearly said that you were willing to do anything as long as we could get supplies, but now you push me out? Chapter 58 Assassin Candidate.
These old sisters-in-law are really bad. I thought they just wanted to take advantage of Li Ming, but I didn't expect that they would not let us go in the end.
How greedy and stupid. He actually went to find Li Ming, who had the most supplies, right away.
If he tricked the timid owners in the community group, maybe he could get a little bit of supplies.
Such bad and vicious people should be punished by even more evil people.
I hope they will behave well in the future.
They don't have a chance in this life, maybe in the next life.
Including Aunt Chang, 8 old sisters-in-law whose aortas were cut by Qin Shanshan were lying on the ground struggling in pain. They covered their necks tightly, their eyes filled with regret and fear. Faced with the resentful, weak, and helpless gazes of these old sisters-in-law, Huofian and Long Kei couldn't help but close their eyes. As the executioner, Chen Shanshan appeared to be very calm and composed. She held the boning knife tightly in both hands, waiting quietly for these people to die like an emotionless robot. Seeing this scene, Li Ming became more certain of his inner thoughts.
This kind of unprovoked killing is more suitable for Chen Shanshan to carry out.
Although these tasks are assigned to Huofian and Long Kei, they will complete them excellently. But afterwards they will feel guilty, because years of education in peacetime have taught them values that do not allow them to attack defenseless people. In contrast, Chen Shanshan does not suffer from any pain caused by going against her own ideas. After Li Ming rescued her from Lin Saixia and Zhou Dazue, Chen Shanshan's identification with Li Ming reached its peak. With the effect of Zhongnu pills, Chen Shanshan was like a devout believer who had been completely brainwashed, and Li Ming was her god. Before the end of the world, most of the wars on Blue Planet were caused by disputes between religions.
Devout believers of each religion could dedicate everything they had, including their own lives, to the gods in their hearts.
The same goes for Chen Shanshan.
As long as it is Li Ming's order, it is God's will.
To her, fulfilling God's will is the happiest and most valuable manifestation. A Chen Shanshan like this is the first choice to be an assassin or killer. It was not until she saw Li Ming that Chen Shanshan's cold and ruthless face regained a happy and sweet smile.
Brother Ming, I didn't kill them immediately.
I wanted them to die slowly in pain.
You won't blame me, will you?
The Ji family of 3 watched the entire live broadcast at home. Hijinoa's face turned pale, and her lips trembled as she spoke.
Did they really kill them all? This Li Ming is too cruel. They are just a few ignorant old ladies. Wouldn't it be enough to teach them a lesson? He actually killed them so cruelly and didn't let any of them go.
Mrs. Huang from building number 7 is still my good friend. She is just a little greedy, but she is not a wicked person. Li Ming killed her without any reason.
He is such a scum and a devil.
She had never thought that Li Ming would be such a cruel person. She, like Aunt Chang and other old sisters-in-law, believed that Li Ming dared to kill Zheng Haonan and others only to protect himself. I didn't expect that Li Ming would be so cruel to those unarmed women and children, and even more cruel. She gradually felt a little uneasy, wondering whether it was the right decision to join forces with Feng Shulin and Guo Jin to trick Li Ming. Ji Xiaoqiang seemed to see his mother's uneasiness, and hurried forward to comfort her.
Humph, it's just killing a few unarmed old women, there's nothing to be surprised about.
Compared to our brother Feng and brother Lin, the number of people he killed is not even a fraction of that. He is nothing in front of our brother Feng and brother Lin. After hearing Ji Xiaoqiang's analysis, He Jinoa's ugly expression improved a little. He Jinoa thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. The total number of people in Feng Su's and Lin Guojin's groups exceeded 60.
Moreover, they are all young and strong. Could they really be afraid of Li Ming?
In terms of cruelty, Li Ming is not even 1/10 as cruel as Feng Su and Lin Guojin. Thinking of this, He Jinoa felt more relieved.
Ji Yun couldn't help but snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Is this a question of how many people were killed? This proves that Li Ming is not as easy to control as you expected."
Ji Xiaoqiang glanced at Ji Yun with disdain in his eyes.
"Now you know what kind of person Li Ming is, right? Mom and I are thinking about you. If you fall into the hands of this devil Li Ming, you will end up like this, right? Now you understand what will happen to you. But this brat won't be able to jump around for long. As long as brother Feng and brother Lin are ready, we will kill this brat together and see if he can still act arrogantly." But Li Ming is really lucky.
Huofian, Long Kei, and Shen Shanshan are all well-known beauties in this community. It would be great if after dealing with Li Ming, one of them could fall into my hands. Ji Xiaoqiang began to think in his heart how to keep one of these three beauties. Of course, it would be best if all three beauties belonged to me, that would be really great. As he thought about it, Ji Xiaoqiang showed a greedy and obscene smile on his face.
Ji Yun rolled her eyes at him. "I don't want to talk to Ji Xiaoqiang anymore, it's like talking to a cow."
In the end times, all those who have some power are cruel and ruthless. Feng Su and Lin Guojin's reputation in the community is even worse than Li Ming's.
No one knows how many women are abused to death by them every day.
Ji Xiaoqiang tried to join Feng Su and Lin Guojin's team, but he ended up dead. As for Li Ming, after watching this live broadcast, she seemed to have a different opinion of Li Ming. He is decisive in killing and will show no mercy to those who slander him, even if the other party is unarmed. She also does things very efficiently, which is exactly what she wants from a significant other. Ji Yun is a very shrewd woman, but such a shrewd woman would certainly want to find a strong man to protect herself, especially since it is the end of the world. Moreover, it can be seen from the two live broadcasts that Huofian, Long Kei and Chen Shanshan, who followed Li Ming, not only received the respect they deserved, but also most likely gained powerful strength because of following Li Ming. Ji Yun pulled up the footage of both live broadcasts from her mobile phone. Looking at the dashing figures of Huofian and Long Kei, she actually began to envy them. She boldly imagined that if she followed Li Ming, could she become like them? You can gain freedom, respect, and dignity. Thinking of this, Ji Yun's long-dead heart seemed to grasp the dawn of hope again. She didn't want to be manipulated anymore, and didn't want to endlessly satisfy the greed of the Ji family of three. Even if it is the end of the world, she wants to live for herself once. She decided to take another gamble on her life, betting that Li Ming would be the person she could rely on in the end times.
Bite. Li Ming received a message from Ji Yun. "Mr. Li Ming, don't come to my house.
There are more than 60 people lying in ambush near my house. They have also set up poison gas and traps.
These people want you to come and never come back." Chapter 59 Ji Yun's Test.
Ji Yun sent Li Ming all the arrangements made by Feng Su and Lin Guojin in her house via message. After seeing the message sent by Ji Yun, Li Ming was a little confused. What on earth does Ji Yun want to do? The Ji family joined forces with Feng Su and Lin Guojin to ambush and capture him alive. Li Ming had already known about this through Xiaoyu's network technology.
But why did Ji Yun send him a message to remind him at this critical moment?
Why did she do this?
Is it because he is handsome and Ji Yun really likes him that he is unwilling to go along with her family?
Li Ming asked Xiaoyu to find out all the information about Ji Yun, wanting to see what she was up to. Just 1 minute later, Xiaoyu obtained all the information about Ji Yun.
Li Ming was very satisfied with such efficiency.
Ji Yun, age 30, graduated from the law department of Jingcheng University. After graduation, I worked at the Tianhai City elite law firm, specializing in helping the wealthy people in Tianhai City handle economic dispute cases. Before the apocalypse, the cases she was currently in charge of had an astonishing 100% winning rate.
She was the most promising gold medal lawyer in an elite law firm.
At the age of 30, she had already become a junior partner in a law firm, with an annual salary of up to 1 million, not including bonuses. It's a pity that such a genius has a father who is addicted to gambling, a mother who favors boys over girls, and a brother who loves to get into trouble everywhere. Although Ji Yun has earned a lot in recent years, it is not enough to support her family members. Her family members are like leeches, clinging to her body and sucking all her blood. Ji Yun, who earns millions in annual salary and bonuses, didn't have any savings before the end of the world, and even owed millions in foreign debts.
It's really bizarre. Her ex-boyfriend just couldn't stand her family environment, so he left her. After hearing Ji Yun's experience, everyone present was surprised.
They didn't expect to hear such a bloody story in the end times.
Huo Fian asked curiously. Then why did she send a message to Brother Ming at this time? Did she want to take revenge on her family and die together with them?
Li Ming shook his head and said solemnly,
I don't think so.
With her intelligence and beauty, if she wants to take revenge on her family, she can just attach herself to a powerful man and then retaliate against her family.
This is more effective than dying together.
Just like Li Ming's revenge on Luo Zijuan and Guan Feng, to truly hate someone is to watch them live a life worse than death. Death is just a kind of relief in the end times, and dying together is the most foolish thing to do. Ji Yun, who is so smart, will definitely not go this way.
I don't think it's impossible,
Xiao Yu said in a heavy tone. Ji Yun is extremely disappointed with her family and her own life. She has already prepared to perish together with her.
Do you mean that she has already prepared to commit suicide? Li Ming asked in a deep voice.
Xiao Yu scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly.
In fact, when I was monitoring everyone in the community, I noticed this woman.
Whenever she was alone, she would take out her collection of fruit knives and slash her body, as if she was looking for the most efficient way to commit suicide. After hearing this, Long Kei showed a sympathetic look. This sister is so pitiful. Before the end of the world, her parents and brothers sucked her blood dry. Now it's the end of the world, and her family is planning to sell her in exchange for supplies.
Maybe she really intended to die with her family to avoid implicating our brother Ming, so she sent a message to remind Brother Ming? Huo Fian said.
Yi Zheqi, who had always had little presence, slowly raised her hand and said nervously,
Can I say a few words too?
Everyone turned to stare at Yi Zheqi at the same time, waiting quietly for her to continue.
After getting everyone's agreement, Yi Zheqi plucked up her courage and said,
I think such a smart person would never resort to such a stupid method as mutual destruction. She should be testing Brother Ming. This is her last hope, and also her last chance for herself. Yi Zheqi's insight is very special.
Is she sending messages to herself to test herself?
Li Ming looked at Yi Zheqi in confusion.
Test me? What does she want to test me for?
Yi Zheqi glanced at Li Ming, wanting to say something but stopping herself. She didn't know whether her analysis was correct or not. She was even a little worried that she might say something wrong and Brother Ming would blame her, but the words had already been said and she could only continue. When I was locked in that dark closet by Baldy and Yellow-Haired, even though I knew the possibility of being rescued was almost zero, deep in my heart I still hoped that someone would come and rescue me from that dark closet.
It's the same with Ji Yun.
Although she is currently in a dark quagmire, she is exhausted both physically and mentally, and her heart is dead, and there is no longer any wave of emotion. But she definitely wanted to make one last struggle for her life, and she also hoped someone could save her from the dark quagmire.
And Brother Ming, you are her last hope and her last chance. Long Kei laughed without hesitation and said cheerfully, Ha, this woman is really hypocritical.
If she wants us to save her, she can just say it openly. Why is she being so shy and sending us a message to let us guess what she is doing? She's even testing our Brother Ming.
Yi Zheqi continued to analyze. Everyone is different. Ji Yun's family background makes it difficult for her to trust anyone unconditionally.
Besides, she is very smart and cautious and rational, and she won't believe in love without reason. That's why she sent a message asking Li Ming not to go to her house, and then told Brother Ming the plan of Feng Su and the others. The purpose is to test whether Brother Ming is the one worthy of her dependence in the end times.
Her purpose is to confirm two pieces of information.
First, she wants to know whether Brother Ming will still insist on rescuing her even though he knows there is danger. That is to test my importance in Brother Ming's heart. Secondly, she wants to confirm whether Brother Ming is capable of successfully rescuing her with the cooperation of Feng Su and Lin Guojin. This is to prove Brother Ming's strength. Everyone knows that in the end times, other emotions are useless. Only strength is king. If you don't even have this strength, it's only a matter of time before you are swallowed up and killed by others. This is the last chance and the last hope Ji Yun gives me. Long Kei covered her forehead and said unhappily. These social elites are too cautious in their actions. They are giving me a headache because of all the twists and turns. Wouldn't it be better if they were as simple and direct as me? Li Ming couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and stared at Yi Jieqi with admiration. I didn't expect that this young and taciturn college student Yi Jieqi actually has a pretty good brain. Yi Jieqi felt Li Ming's burning gaze and lowered her head shyly, her fingertips constantly turning, trying to hide her panic and shyness. Li Ming stood up from the sofa, twisted his neck, rubbed his hands and said, "Since she wants to test me, I will give her a satisfactory answer. Fian, get ready and come with me." Long Kei, Chen Shanshan, and Yi Jieqi stood up at the same time and spoke nervously. "Brother Ming, take us with you, we promise not to hold you back. It's not a dangerous place, Fian and I are enough." Chapter 60 At least give me a taste of happiness. At Ji Yun's home. Feng Su threw the cigarette but that was lit from smoking to the ground, crushed it a few times with his feet, and then put one hand on Ji Xiaoqiang's shoulder. Cigarettes are extremely precious commodities at this stage. Every time you smoke one, there is one less cigarette. Only people of Feng Su's level are qualified to enjoy them, so he cherishes them very much. "Xiao Chang, you can use your sister's phone to notify Li Ming to come over. Boss Lin and I have surrounded this place so tightly that not even a fly can fly out. When he comes, I guarantee he won't be able to escape even if he has wings." He Jinhua looked at the cigarette but that Feng Su threw on the ground, her eyes full of disgust and dissatisfaction. She bought this house with 10 million yuan from Ji Yun as Ji Xiaoqiang's future wedding house. This house is her favorite. Even at the end of the world, she still insisted on polishing every floor tile until it sparkled and taking good care of them. She picked up the cigarette but on the ground and cursed in extreme dissatisfaction. "How can you be so uncivilized and throw cigarette butts everywhere? How can I trust you with my daughter? Besides, what if Li Ming sees the cigarette butts on the ground and becomes suspicious?" Ji Xiaoqiang frowned and was extremely impatient at He Jinua's accusations against Feng Su. "Mom, isn't it just a cigarette butt? How can you say that about your brother-in-law?" Ji Xiaoqiang highly respects Feng Su and verbally regards Feng Su as his brother-in-law. He believed that as long as he relied on Feng Su, he would be able to dominate the entire community in the future. He Jinhua seemed to have regarded Feng Su as her own son-in-law, and she put her hands on her waist and scolded him mercilessly. "Do you know how expensive all the decoration and furniture in this house are? I carefully selected every piece. Look at this sofa imported from Italy and this custom-made marble dining table. They cost me a lot of money. And this island country's craftsman personally built a solid one Wally wood door. It's simply bang, bang, bang." As He Jinhua was looking proudly at the solid one Wally wooden door made by her favorite island craftsman, 3 consecutive cold knife shadows split the thick one Wally wooden door into 9 pieces. Then, under the gaze of He Jinhua, Huofian kicked the solid wooden door to pieces. "Ah! My one Wally solid wood door. What the hell?" He Jinhua screamed with a sound like fat squeezing her vocal cords. Li Ming and Huofian trampled on the broken wooden door and rushed into Ji Yun's house like gangsters, shouting as they walked. "Ji Yun, I received the message you sent. I am the man you are waiting for." Wahahaha. Everyone was stunned when they saw Li Ming rushing in without caring about his relatives. Ji Yun was even more stunned, and some extremely feminine words popped up in her mind. "Is TT this guy an idiot?" He took the risk and told Li Ming in detail all of Feng Su and Lin Guojin's ambushes and plans. According to her idea, Li Ming would definitely use the intelligence she provided to plan his strategy step by step and catch Feng Su, Lin Guojin, and others off guard. What is going on now? Not only did Li Ming not make any use of the information she provided, but he openly and brutally broke in through the main gate. "You have just broken through, so why do you have to shout out that you have received the message you sent? Are you afraid that others don't know that it's me who sent you the information? Isn't this definitely betraying me right away?" Faced with a bad teammate like Li Ming, Ji Yun could only shake her head and smile bitterly.
She accepted her fate, but ended up marrying the wrong person. I actually wasted my fantasies on such a person.
Ji Yun felt ridiculous for her own naivety. Faced with Li Ming, who suddenly broke in, Feng Su was stunned at first, then he revealed an evil smile.
Li Ming, I was worried that you wouldn't dare to come. I didn't expect that you are not only a scumbag, but also a fool. It's a waste of our efforts to catch you.
Feng Su showed no sign of hesitation and raised his arms and shouted.
Brothers, take action. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Several strong steel ropes flew out from their hiding places at lightning speed and tied up Li Ming and Huafian's bodies tightly.
Stop struggling.
This steel rope can withstand a weight of 10 tons.
Even an elephant cannot break free from it.
Feng Su shouted excitedly and arrogantly.
Release the poison gas.
Hiss. Thick white smoke spewed out from all over the ceiling towards Li Ming and Huafian, completely covering their figures. Feng Su, Lin Guojin's team members and everyone in the Ji family quickly put on wet masks to prevent inhaling toxic gases. With this amount of poison gas, they should have completely lost the ability to resist.
Lin Guojin said slowly. Bang bang bang.
Feng Su raised the two pistols in his hands and fired continuously at Huafian's position. He didn't want to follow in Zhang Haonan's footsteps and die at the hands of this woman because of underestimating the enemy.
Brother Feng, it's such a pity to kill this woman like this.
Ji Xiaoqiang said regretfully.
She's just a woman.
I'll find you 10 of them if you're successful.
Huafian must die today. We spent so much time preparing for it, but we didn't expect the process to be so easy, ha ha ha. But it's always better to be cautious.
Feng Su and Lin Guojin both thought they had succeeded, and their eyes showed excitement and greed. They exchanged sly glances.
As long as they are sure that their plan has succeeded, they will immediately take action to kill the other party in the next second.
The intense solo dance gradually faded away, and everyone's eyes were full of anticipation, fantasizing about a better future.
Ji Yun's eyes became completely dim. She originally still held on to a last glimmer of hope.
Now this last glimmer of hope has been completely strangled. At the same time, I felt ridiculous for pinning my hopes on a fool like Li Ming.
That's it? Didn't they say they prepared a lot for us? This is so disappointing.
Li Ming's rebellious voice came from the poisonous fog.
Whoosh! Orange-red phoenix flames emerged from the poisonous fog like ferocious beasts.
The thick white poisonous fog completely dissipated under the high temperature of the orange phoenix flame. At this time, everyone could see that Li Ming and Huafian were unharmed. The orange-red phoenix flame formed a phoenix flame shield around Li Ming and Huafian's bodies, wrapping their bodies inside the shield and isolating them from everything outside. The more than 10 bullets fired by Feng Su had turned into drops of molten steel under the high temperature of the phoenix flame and dripped onto the ground. The temperature of the originally cold house soared rapidly under the high temperature of the phoenix flame, and all the people wearing down jackets were sweating profusely. Although the room temperature had reached over 40 degrees at this time, Feng Su and everyone else felt very disappointed and shocked. Feng Su felt cold all over, trembling and fearful, and stared at the figures of Li Ming and Huafian in horror. He did not give up, and raised the pistol in his hand and fired several shots at Li Ming. However, as soon as the bullet came into contact with the orange-red phoenix flame, it turned into molten steel under the action of the high temperature. Feng Su's companions who were hiding in the dark all cried out in fear. What the hell is this? Monsters, monsters! They are monsters, run away. I said that they killed more than 10 people including Zhang Haonan with only 2 people. It's definitely not normal. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. I didn't expect it to be a real fishy thing. Li Ming opened his arms and shouted wildly. No! Don't be such a coward. Come on, at least give me some pleasure. Feng Su gradually regained his composure and shouted calmly. Don't be afraid, there are only 2 of them. There are so many of us. Come on together and chop them to death. Li Ming smiled slyly, that's right. Come on, ha ha ha. Fian, don't let any of them escape. Huafian nodded, and her hands gradually transformed into phoenix feathers, and her body gradually changed into the form of a phoenix. More than 60 people hiding in the dark rushed out, slashing at Huafian and Li Ming with machetes. Huafian waved her hands, and the phoenix flames wrapped around her hands shot down on everyone like flaming bullets. Ah! Ah! A raging fire instantly rose up from the bodies of the people who were besieging them, emitting a burning smell. Ah! My crotch is on fire, can anyone help me put it out? Feng Su shouted in horror as he looked at his burning crotch. In an instant, more than 10 of his younger brothers who were not hit by the phoenix flames surrounded him.
Boss, where's the water now? Lie down and we'll help you put it out.
Feng Su lay on the ground helplessly. If he didn't put out the fire, it would be cooked.
Ah.
Ugh.
Oh.
Feng Su let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears welling up in his eyes, and he felt like he had no desire to live.
Phoenix? She is actually a phoenix?
Lin Guojin looked at Huo Fian with eyes full of surprise and excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure in the world.